Chapter 1379. Xiao Hua saw the water-patterned butterfly flapping its wings and chasing after him. Its speed was actually comparable to a 6th-stage qi refining cultivator. The corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. He flew sideways into the sky, controlling his speed to a certain degree. He was just able to fly faster than the water-patterned butterfly, but not by much. Little by little, he lured the water-patterned butterfly into the swamp next to the huge rock. The water-patterned butterfly, seeing that it couldn't catch up, unconsciously flapped its wings repeatedly. The brilliance of the talisman scripts on its wings flapped, and one after another spinning spirit chi rods flew out one after another. Not only did they smash into the mountain rocks, but they also stirred up the mist in the swamp. This was different from the strong winds that Xiao Hua usually saw. Not only did these rod-shaped spirit chi rods not disperse the mist, but because of the mist, Xiao Hua's vision became even worse. After the last spirit chi rod was released, the talisman scripts on the water-patterned butterfly's body became somewhat dim. It seemed that its vitality had been damaged, and it didn't have the strength to release any more spirit chi rods. Moreover, the water-patterned butterfly flapped its wings and actually wanted to turn around and return. Huh. Xiao Hua was very surprised. Isn't this water-patterned butterfly a bit too intelligent? It wasn't easy for him to lure the water-patterned butterfly away. How could he let it turn around? Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't hold back. He flipped his wrist and several fireball talismans that he had long since stored up power shot out. They surrounded the water-patterned butterfly and began to explode with a rumbling sound. At the same time, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. He urged his magic power and flew with all his strength to the place where the rainbow cloud was. When he got close, he immediately used a spell and extracted the entire rainbow cloud from the swamp. With a wave of his hand, he sent it into the space behind his head. Soon after, Xiao Hua controlled the puppet inside the space and began to slowly dig a hole in a corner of the space, preparing to plant the rainbow cloud inside. Just as Xiao Hua sent the rainbow cloud into the space, the water-patterned butterfly escaped from several exploding fireballs in an extremely sorry state. Its pitch-black wings had a faint flame aura and some black smoke. There were even some cracks on its wings. However, at the same time that the rainbow cloud disappeared, the water-patterned butterfly seemed to feel something. Its originally somewhat trembling wings suddenly flapped, and the water-patterned butterfly chased after Xiao Hua with extreme speed. Xiao Hua naturally paid close attention to the movements of the water-patterned butterfly. When he saw the water-patterned butterfly fly out of the group of fireballs and even fly faster than before, he immediately laughed and said, "You should obediently stay in Yunxi Marsh. This young master won't play with you anymore." Then he flew high into the sky and flew into the distance. What shocked Xiao Hua was that the water-patterned butterfly was even crazier than before. It flapped its wings and did its utmost to strike out the spirit chi staff while chasing relentlessly. Fortunately, Xiao Hua flew much faster than the water-patterned butterfly. After a few twists and turns, he made several detours and got rid of the water-patterned butterfly. After flying far away, Xiao Hua very strangely looked at the clouds and mist behind him that were stirred up by countless spirit chi staffs of various sizes and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just picking the rainbow cloud? You didn't plant it, so why are you chasing this young master like it's something that belongs to your family?" After that, Xiao Hua took some time to wait for the puppet to finish digging a big hole. He then took some water and mud from the swamp and placed the rainbow epiphyllum inside. It seemed like Xiao Hua wanted to try out how to plant the rainbow epiphyllum. However, what Xiao Hua didn't expect was that at the stem of the rainbow cloud, there were 2 rice grain-sized eggs stuck to it. When Xiao Hua put the rainbow cloud into the space, they also came in. After planting the rainbow cloud, Xiao Hua flew for a while before taking out the consecutive notes talisman. He urged it with his magic power, and the consecutive notes talisman actually whistled and flew in a direction. I don't know which fellow Taoist is still alive. It's most likely Li Xiaowen. Xiao Hua thought and sped up to chase. The consecutive notes talisman flew out of Yunxi Marsh. When Xiao Hua flew to a slightly deviated cliff, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian hurriedly greeted him. Sun Fian smiled and said, "I already said that fellow Taoist Zhao's magic power is profound and his flying speed is fast. How could he be captured by the disciples of the Fire Flame sect? If fellow Taoist Li made a bet with I, wouldn't the result immediately be clear?" Xiao Hua originally wanted to face Sun Fian's condemnation, but when he saw Sun Fian's attitude, he was stunned at first. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Sun is too kind. How can I's cultivation be compared to the two seniors? The difference is too great." Li Xiaowen also had a harmonious expression, as if the scene in Yunxi Marsh had never happened. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is too modest. When we were in the second layer of the Qi refining realm, how could we have fellow Taoist Xiao's magical power? I'm afraid that when fellow Taoist Xiao cultivates to the fourth layer of the Qi refining realm, we won't be fellow Taoist Xiao's opponent." Hearing this, Sun Fian's expression changed slightly, but it was immediately covered by a smile. Xiao Hua saw that the two people didn't mention a word about what happened before, and he understood in his heart. His eyes turned and he said with a smile, "I just practiced a rare kind of cultivation method, which is why I can fly slightly faster. But if this is known by others, I won't have any advantage to speak of. It's not as good as the two fellow Taoists who have profound magic power, so I'm not afraid of being known by others." When Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard this, they both had a look of understanding and nodded. This is fellow Taoist Zhao's unique magical power. The two of us can guarantee that if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't reveal it, others definitely won't know. Xiao Hua cupped his hands. "Many thanks for the two fellow Taoists' magnanimity." Li Xiaowen glanced at Sun Fian, then turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, our silk bags haven't changed. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao, the silk bag I obtained from Yongshang has changed." Xiao Hua said as he took out the silk bag that had already turned into an ordinary one. "Haha, that's great." Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian both clapped and laughed, asking, "Where's the next place?" "Fire Thaw Valley." Xiao Hua said without hesitation, "Fire Thaw Valley?" When Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard this, they didn't frown or be shocked like Xiao Hua thought. They just understood like before. Could it be, the two fellow Taoists already know? Xiao Hua asked curiously. To be honest with fellow Taoist Xiao, just now when we fled here first we already discussed it." Li Xiaowen said with a smile. "I and Sun Fian received fellow Taoist Zhao's reminder. Thinking about Nan Kaiping Yu Lianshan and Yunxi Lake, according to their characteristics, we felt that this Fire Thaw Valley was also within fellow Taoist Zhao's arrangements." Xiao Hua understood. "So, if fellow Taoist Xiao can't come out in time, the two of us might have to go to Fire Thaw Valley to try our luck after waiting for a day." Sun Fian said, "Of course this is only a backup plan. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has come out, the three of us have already gathered and the remaining 3 silk bags are all intact. Naturally this is the best." "Are we going to Fire Thaw Valley now?" Xiao Hua nodded and asked. Li Xiaowen shook his head, "We can't go today. We offended the Fire Flame sect, and we don't know if they have an ambush outside. Yunxi Lake is admittedly big, but if they want to, I'm afraid they'll look for us outside. Why don't we create a diversion and rest here for a day? It won't be too late to go out after they've chased us far away." Hearing this, Xiao Hua nodded repeatedly. This was the trick he used to trick the 100 Herbs sect when he came out of Yellowflower Ridge. "There are hidden caves in this mountain. Let's go in first. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Sun Fian flew first, and each of them found a cave at the foot of the mountain to adjust their breathing and rest. Xiao Hua sat alone in the cave, thinking about Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's attitude just now. He couldn't help but sneer. He was very clear that it was because he revealed some divine abilities that surpassed ordinary cultivators that made the two of them treat him as an equal. Moreover, because of the common goal of treasure hunting, the three of them were temporarily in a kind of balance. No one could say for sure what would happen after the treasure hunt. As for whether Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian would suddenly attack him and take away the silk bags, Xiao Hua wasn't too worried. After all, he was good at flying. If the two of them didn't have full confidence, they definitely wouldn't attack him. Besides, the two of them were still suspicious of each other. Who would take the risk to offend a cultivator who could fly faster than them? As for whether or not the two of them would leak out the fact that he could fly faster, Xiao Hua was even less afraid. "Wait until this young master's cultivation catches up to yours. Would I still be afraid of you talking nonsense?" As Xiao Hua thought, he took another marrow cleansing pill and calmly refined the medicinal efficacy. Moreover, he immersed his mind into the space, comprehending the Tao of Heaven and delving into the towering realm. In the next few days, the three of them seemed to have the help of God, and their progress was very smooth. In the Fire Melt Valley, beside a large expanse of boiling magma, Sun Fian's silk bag was opened by the rich and hot fire spiritual energy, and they found the next location, Hurricane Canyon. The three of them hurriedly rushed to Hurricane Canyon, braving the hurricane that could easily blow away the protective yellow talismans. Under the circumstances of the three people's confinement talismans, Vajra talismans, and other protective yellow talismans, they finally opened Li Xiaowen's silk bag inside the hurricane. The hurricane that could disperse the yellow talismans actually couldn't take away the weightless silk bag, and Qing Fengmin's voice also didn't disperse inside the hurricane. Fellow Taoists, congratulations, congratulations. The next test is the last one. I'm sure that fellow Taoists already have some complaints in their hearts. However, I still have to tell fellow Taoists that this time there is indeed a complete set of cultivation methods, and there are also magic tools, medicinal pills, and so on. However, I, Tianqi, have a lot of fellow Taoists, and I also want to give this opportunity to everyone fairly, so I have no choice but to set this test. I hope that fellow Taoists who can reach the end can understand my painstaking efforts. This Qing Fengmin's words were long-winded, causing the three of them to only curse in their hearts. While bitterly holding on to the yellow talismans that were about to be blown away by the hurricane, they pricked up their ears to listen. When Qing Fengmin said the three words, Thunderclap Cave, the three of them no longer paid any attention to the silk bag, and all of them hurriedly flew out of Hurricane Canyon. However, after leaving Hurricane Canyon and arriving at a safe place, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's complexions didn't look good. Chapter 1380. When Xiaohua saw their unsightly expressions, he immediately knew that the Thunder Accumulation Cave was definitely not a good place to live. While the three of them were discussing under a tree in the dense forest, Xiaohua asked, "Fellow Taoists, the Thunder Accumulation Cave, I'm afraid, is extremely difficult, right?" "Alas, it's more than difficult." Sun Fian glanced at Xiaohua. If it was before, he would have mocked Xiaohua's ignorance. But now his face was full of worry. He looked at Li Xiaowen and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao must know. I previously discussed with fellow Taoist Li and investigated many dangerous places in our country of Xi. This Thunder Accumulation Cave was also mentioned, but we rejected it at that time." "Why?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Is it more dangerous than Yulian Mountain and Southern Kaiping? What should I say?" Li Xiaowen only wanted to roll his eyes at Xiaohua, but he still explained patiently, "Southern Kaiping and Thunder Accumulation Cave can't be compared at all. Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, the Southern Rainbow Plains, the Yulian Mountains, the Fire Fusion Valley, and other places, including the Hurricane Valley, are all places that loose cultivators like us or Qi condensation cultivators can go to. Even low-level Qi condensation cultivators can survive if they are lucky. But in the Thunder Accumulation Cave, heavenly thunder rolls with incomparable power. It's simply a place for foundation establishment and gold core cultivators. If we aura refining cultivators go in, we'll be struck by a thunderbolt and our souls will scatter. How can we look for treasures? I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao thinks." Xiaohua suddenly understood and nodded slightly. But then he asked curiously, "As the name suggests, this Thunder Accumulation Cave should be a place where lightning accumulates. Then, are there any spiritual objects or spiritual herbs inside? Otherwise, why would foundation establishment and gold core cultivators go there?" Hearing Xiaohua's question, Sun Fian said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao has a water attribute physique. Fellow Taoist Li has a fire attribute physique. And I, like fellow Taoist Xiao, also has a water attribute physique. However, there are many other fellow Taoists who have a variation physique of the 5 elements, such as a thunder attribute physique. When these fellow Taoists cultivate, although they won't be directly struck by lightning, if they can cultivate in a place like Thunder Accumulation Cave, they'll get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, although this place is considered difficult by us, it is a rare place for them. In addition, there are also some thunder magic arts, such as the Thunder Palm and the Thunder Attraction skill, which can only be easily learned in the Thunder Accumulation Cave. Therefore, many people with profound cultivation come here to practice these magic arts." Li Xiaowen added, "Thunder Palm?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. It seemed that the Feng clan's foundational spells had something like this, but he was baffled by it and threw it to the side. What's more, because the Thunder Accumulation Cave is quite dangerous and the lightning strikes are quite powerful, many seniors in the foundation establishment stage and the gold core stage come here when they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. Sun Fian echoed, in short, that place is not a place for us ordinary rogue cultivators. If that's the case, why does fellow Taoist Qing still want us to go there? Xiaohua smiled and said, why would we go there when we know we will die? Ah, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard this and their faces suddenly brightened. They both held their foreheads and laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist Zhao's words hit the nail on the head. It's incomparably tall and there's a huge platform on top of the peak. For some reason heavenly lightning often strikes this platform. As for the sound, it's really like what fellow Taoist Zhao said, it's similar to the sound of drums. This isn't the strangest thing. The most inconceivable thing is that after the heavenly lightning strikes the platform on top of the mountain, it doesn't disappear. Instead, it's transmitted from Jile Peak to this thunder accumulation cave in the middle of the mountain. Because it's transmitted indirectly by the mountain, its power is much weaker, so it can be used by cultivators like us. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. When they left Hurricane Valley, they didn't say anything. After flying for several days, they still didn't say anything. Instead, they only said it after he made a fool of himself and asked, I really don't know what they're thinking. However, Xiaohua also deeply understood that his experience was too shallow. If he didn't increase his knowledge, he was afraid that he would suffer in the future. Therefore, he thought of some travel notes in his space in the book he got from the Zhu family. I'll just read it when I'm not cultivating. I don't want to be deceived in the future without knowing it, Xiaohua said in his heart. Seeing that Xiaohua was silent, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian looked at each other and didn't say anything. The two of them were just surprised in their hearts. Not to mention that Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast, far from what they could compare with. This might be the reason why Xiaohua said that he learned a special spell. Xiaohua's cultivation base was just at the early stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm when Li Xiaowen saw Xiaohua. Moreover, it looked like he had just set foot in the second layer of the qi refining realm. That was in Li Xiaowen's eyes. Xiaohua, an 18-year-old loose cultivator, would never make any significant progress. At best, he would only be at the third layer of the qi refining realm in this lifetime. However, since the southern Kaiping in these short few days, Xiaohua's cultivation base had rapidly increased. It was almost faster than his flying speed. He actually went from the early stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm directly to the peak of the second layer of the qi refining realm. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely rare even in famous large sects. Of course, the peak of the second layer of the qi refining realm wasn't a taboo for Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian. What they were worried about was that with Xiaohua's cultivation speed, as long as he had a suitable cultivation method in less than a year, no, perhaps as long as half a year, Xiaohua would be able to cultivate to the fourth layer of the qi refining realm. Even if he cultivated to the fifth layer of the qi refining realm, the two of them would absolutely not be surprised. Was there a suitable cultivation method in Heaven Forsaken? Others might not know, but Li Xiaowen knew that talisman masters had special privileges in Heaven Forsaken. As long as Xiaohua could refine yellow talismans, Xiaohua could choose any cultivation method below the fifth layer of the qi refining realm. After all, Heaven Forsaken didn't have high-level cultivation methods, but there were many low-level ones. However, Li Xiaowen still had a question. Xiaohua had this kind of aptitude, then why? He was already 18 years old now, but why was his cultivation only at the second layer of the qi refining realm? With this kind of cultivation aptitude, not to mention Blazing Flame School, even Xuanyan School and Splendid School would fight to the death for him. How could he possibly be reduced to becoming a loose cultivator and joining Heaven Forsaken? Of course, these doubts and astonishment were all a kind of appearance. But from the depths of their hearts, there was a kind of faint fear. Xiaohua's words, I don't want others to know about some of I's matters, so please be careful with what you say, fellow Taoists, had been echoing in their ears as if a large stone was pressing down on their hearts. They were very doubtful. If Xiaohua's cultivation was raised by another layer and he could kill the two of them, would Xiaohua still leave them a way out? This was indeed gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. At this time, why would Xiaohua need to use too much strength to kill them? The two people's silk bags had already been opened long ago, and Xiaohua was already very proficient in using force to break through. Dealing with them would be as easy as lifting a finger. Xiaohua didn't know what the two people were thinking. He looked at the Jile Peak that was getting closer and closer with interest. The Jile Peak was very high and the platform on it was also very large, like a flat-top mountain. As several heavenly thunders fell on the flat top of the mountain, Some ear-splitting drum sounds had already entered their ears. In addition, as they approached the Jile peak, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also began to become irritable. A kind of restless and unstable aura rippled in the surroundings. Xiaohua tried to use Splendid Flame's mental cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside, but found that only a very small amount of spiritual energy could be absorbed into the meridians. Moreover, the spiritual energy was also abnormally active, almost uncontrolled by the mental cultivation method, and chaotically collided within the meridians. However, as the spiritual energy was refined, Xiaohua's flesh and blood also had a slight reaction this time, but it was much weaker than the previous time in the Inferno Valley. Thinking of the matter in the Inferno Valley, Xiaohua himself felt that it was inexplicable. Xiaohua and the other two people were almost smooth sailing in the Inferno Valley, and they didn't encounter any danger. However, when Sun Fian's silk bag opened next to the magma, the hot and lively fire spiritual energy was absorbed by Xiaohua's meridians. Xiaohua's flesh and blood all over his body began to violently heat up, and he felt that countless small spots in his body were trembling, as if they were all absorbing the fire energy. Of course, this kind of abnormality was fleeting. Today it was just a slight heat, and then it immediately disappeared without a trace, leaving Xiaohua at a loss. That's the Jile cave. Li Xiaowen pointed at a vague black spot in the middle of the Jile peak. Chapter 1381. As usual, Li Xiaowen flew in the front, followed by Xiaohua and Sun Fian. However, when they flew to a place not too far away from Jile peak, the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Not only could they hear it, but what surprised Xiaohua was that the sound seemed to hit his heart. Xiaohua was still okay. When the thunder sounded, he only felt a wave of discomfort. Then the thunder stopped and he returned to normal. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian couldn't do it. Their hands and feet trembled slightly and their bones and tendons went soft. But after the thunder stopped, they still trembled and couldn't control themselves. This was still considered light. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian persisted for the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Seeing that they were close to Jile Peak, a wave of thunder shook. The two suddenly panicked and stopped. Moreover, a wave of redness appeared on their foreheads and disappeared immediately. It was the sign that the true qi in their meridians was somewhat chaotic, and their magical power was out of control. Xiao, fellow Taoist, are you okay? Seeing Xiaohua's face as if nothing happened and his eyes looking at Jile Cave, Sun Fian asked in astonishment. Xiaohua saw the two's embarrassed state and frowned slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, "Who said it wasn't uncomfortable?" The sound of thunder was different from the usual heavenly thunder. It directly hit Ai's heart. It was very uncomfortable. So it's like this. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard and were surprised. What? Fellow Taoists, why didn't you fly forward? Xiaohua saw the two talking and didn't move forward. Last we guessed wrong. Sun Fian smiled bitterly. Our cultivation is really low. This Jile cave is really not a place we can come to. If I and fellow Taoist Li go any closer, I'm afraid there will be a risk of magical power backlash. Sun Fian used really twice in a row, reflecting the extreme helplessness in his heart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This wave of thunder just increased in intensity, like a war drum urging people to go on stage. Xiaohua felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian felt a burst of qi and blood in their chest, and their magical power was suddenly somewhat out of control. The two didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly flew back several hundred feet. Only then did they feel their magical power slowly calming down. Xiaohua followed the two of them and unconsciously turned his head to look at the distant thunder accumulation cave. If it's like this from afar, then what about inside the cave? What does it look like? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Li Xiaowen cupped his hands and said, I will speak frankly. It was hard to tell what expression Li Xiaowen had on his face. Was it embarrassment, shame, or relief? He and Sun Fian, two peak 4th layer qi refining cultivators, actually had to rely on a 2nd layer qi refining cultivator. I understand. Xiaohua waved his hand, took a deep breath and said, since we've come to this final place through life and death, how can we not take the risk? Since you two fellow Taoists can't go, then I will go and give it a try. I thank you so much, fellow Taoist Xiao. I just did some calculations. Today is the deadline. If we don't open it, Then fellow Taoist Fu and the others will have died in vain. Sun Fian also sighed and said, however, fellow Taoist Shao doesn't have to enter the thunder accumulation cave. If nothing unexpected happens, he can open the silk bag near the thunder accumulation cave. After all, fellow Taoist Qing is only a 5th layer qi refining cultivator. He can't enter the thunder accumulation cave. I know. Also, I'll rest here for a bit. I'll be right back. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards the thunder accumulation cave. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian didn't dare to rest here. They could only stand there with folded arms and watch Xiao Hua quickly fly towards the thunder accumulation cave. The rolling thunder didn't seem to have much effect on him. Fellow Taoist Sun, Li Xiaowen saw Xiao Hua approaching the thunder accumulation cave and said unconsciously, fellow Taoist Li, what's the matter? Sun Fian replied casually, oh no, nothing. Li Xiaowen wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Sun Fian also had mixed feelings. Seeing that Li Xiaowen didn't say anything, he didn't ask and just watched with his eyes like Li Xiaowen. Xiao Hua flew towards the thunder accumulation cave alone. He saw that the cave was getting bigger and bigger. The deafening sound of the drum beat his heart from time to time, but it only made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Moreover, after hearing it a lot, he actually got used to it and didn't feel uncomfortable at the beginning. If this is the case, maybe I can break into the thunder accumulation cave. Xiao Hua gradually gained courage. The thunder accumulation peak was very dry. Moreover, the mountain rocks were maroon. There weren't many trees on the mountain and it looked like a pure mountain. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth on the mountain was very abundant, far more than what Xiao Hua had seen in his life. However, Xiao Hua's perception was the same as before. The closer he got to the thunder accumulation cave, the more active the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became. Xiao Hua's death art couldn't draw spiritual qi into his body at all. It seems that only cultivators with special constitutions can cultivate here. Xiao Hua tried a few times but gave up and focused on flying towards the thunder accumulation cave. The thunder accumulation cave in front of him wasn't big. The cave entrance was only about 10 feet wide. Waves of heat and spiritual qi of heaven and earth rushed out from the cave entrance. Moreover, it seemed that there were flashes of light in the pitch-black cave. In the flashes of light, he saw that the stone walls were red. Along with the flashes of light, there were also bursts of muffled sounds echoing in the cave. Xiao Hua's qi and blood surged and he quickly flew to the side of the cave. This thunder is really strange. Xiao Hua thought of the thunder tribulation he experienced in the death art. That was a real heavenly thunder. Why did it feel different from the thunder here? With this in mind, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed the last silk bag. The silk bag was exposed in the air, and strands of lively spiritual energy were sucked into the silk bag. Xiao Hua smiled and lowered his head to look at it, but a moment later that smile froze at the corners of his mouth. The silk bag only had some brilliance, but it didn't make any sound. Needless to say, this wasn't the place to open the silk bag. Do I really have to enter the thunder accumulation cave? Xiao Hua bit his lips and looked at the thunder accumulation cave that was emitting light from time to time with some hesitation. But if he didn't enter after today, he wouldn't be able to open the silk bag again. His cultivation method. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound came from his side. When Xiao Hua turned his head to look, he saw a flash of light rapidly flying over from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, it entered Xiao Hua's field of vision. What is this? Xiao Hua looked at the sword light flashing in the air. Every flash was extremely far away and thought very puzzledly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sound similar to thunder came from the sword light. Then it stopped in front of the thunder accumulation cave. Xiao Hua rubbed his eyes. On a long, thin flying sword with countless electric lights lingering around it, stood a very ordinary-looking young cultivator. That cultivator's face was red, his eyebrows were sparse, and his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua in astonishment. Before Xiao Hua could withdraw his gaze from that strange flying sword, an unparalleled divine sense drowned Xiao Hua like a huge wave. At the same time, the majesty coming from the young cultivator's body directly covered Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua's head was dizzy. His heart seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body staggered and his limbs went soft as if he was going to collapse on the ground. At the moment when Xiao Hua couldn't hold on anymore, That divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body and the pressure also quickly withdrew. Xiaohua felt a burst of relaxation and immediately bowed in salute. Itinerant cultivator Xiaohua greets senior. Loose cultivator? That cultivator was slightly surprised. His figure descended from the flying sword. He pointed his finger and that flying sword immediately shrunk to the size of a pellet. That cultivator grabbed it and then sucked it into his mouth. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Where do you cultivate? The young cultivator asked. Junior still doesn't have a fixed place to cultivate. Xiaohua said honestly. I just joined Heaven Forsaken and am preparing to cultivate in Heaven Forsaken. Heaven Forsaken? What kind of sect is that? The young cultivator was slightly surprised. Senior, this is a spontaneous organization of loose cultivators. They are all loose cultivators below the 5th level of qi refining. Xiaohua said respectfully. Oh, so it's like that. The young cultivator suddenly understood. Then he asked with interest, I see that your cultivation is at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining, but your magic power is much deeper than others of the same level. This really makes I surprised. Then he added, moreover, you're a loose cultivator. This really makes I, scratching my head. Hearing that young cultivator talking to him amiably, Xiaohua's heart warmed for no reason. He quickly bowed and said, Senior, this junior also doesn't know. Xiaohua, actually, this poor Taoist also cultivated from the 1st level of qi condensation. Although this poor Taoist can't see through you, this poor Taoist can be sure that your cultivation absolutely isn't limited to qi condensation and foundation establishment. Even core formation or nascent soul can be expected. You also shouldn't undervalue yourself. Xiaohua's heart was moved. Just as he was about to speak, that young cultivator said again, this thunder accumulation cave isn't a place that ordinary cultivators can come to. Generally, people at the peak of qi refining would be nervous if they come here. You can actually come to the entrance of the thunder accumulation cave. From this, it can be seen that your future cultivation. Oh right, why did you take the risk to come here? Xiaohua sighed and threw away the other thought. He respectfully handed over the silk bag and said, you need to take this silk bag into the thunder accumulation cave. This silk bag can be opened and you can say a place name. This junior needs to go to that place. Enter the thunder accumulation cave? What a joke. The young cultivator looked at Xiaohua and then looked at the thunder accumulation cave not far away. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. He pointed his finger and said, with your cultivation, forget it, I won't say anything about you. It's not easy for a loose cultivator to cultivate. I also know that. Give me the silk bag. Xiaohua was delighted and hurriedly handed it over. That cultivator didn't take it. With a wave of his hand, the silk bag flew into the air and followed him into the thunder accumulation cave. As the young cultivator's figure disappeared into the cave entrance, a burst of brilliance flashed. Moreover, a burst of crackling sound was heard. It seemed to come from lightning strikes on the cave walls. In just a moment, that young cultivator walked out with a very relaxed expression. He threw the silk bag to Xiaohua and said a place name. When Xiaohua heard this place name, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Chapter 1382. That young cultivator walked out of the thunder accumulation cave. His whole body was surrounded by electric light, but his expression was the same as usual. There was nothing wrong with him. The cultivator tossed the silk bag in front of Xiaohua and said, the silk bag says you need to go to the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Thousand-Zhang Peak? Hearing this name, Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Didn't Kai Zhuixia just ask me to go to Thousand-Zhang Peak? But she's already gone with Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness faction. She definitely forgot about me. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua took the silk bag and bowed very respectfully. And the Thousand-Zhang Peak's loose cultivator is also famous. But you're on your own. That young cultivator wanted to say something but hesitated. He nodded at Xiaohua, turned around and walked into the thunder accumulation cave again. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel envious as he watched that young cultivator calmly enter and exit the thunder accumulation cave. It wasn't until the lightning flickered and the young cultivator's back disappeared that Xiaohua withdrew his gaze. He secretly pondered, this senior, who is he? His cultivation level is far from what I can see. Moreover, it's rare for him to be so kind and amiable. It's really rare. Afterwards, Xiaohua didn't hesitate and quickly flew back to Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's side. Although Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were far away, they saw Xiaohua's situation in front of the thunder accumulation cave. Seeing Xiaohua fly back, they came up together and cupped their hands, saying, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao. You can actually ask a senior to help." Xiaohua looked at the two and didn't answer their question. Instead he asked, "Fellow Taoists, who is that senior? I presume you already know?" This. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and said with a smile on their faces, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we don't know this senior's appearance and magical power. It's not good to make wild guesses." Xiaohua sighed and said casually, "Fellow Taoists, the place we're going to is Thousand-Zhong Peak." Thousand-Zhong Peak? The two of them were stunned at first. Then they were wild with joy. They slapped their own foreheads and cried out, "Oh, I forgot about the Thousand-Zhong Peak. That 1,000-feet-old man is a famous rogue cultivator in the country of Xi. Isn't his orthodoxy what we rogue cultivators yearn for even in our dreams? Fellow Taoist Qing, you've actually found Old Man 1,000 Feet's legacy. You've actually shared such a rare opportunity with us rogue cultivators. Your noble character and unquestionable integrity are truly admirable. Actually, fellow Taoist Qing is still the most meticulous. Even if there are cultivators who covet my actions, they probably don't know that my true objective is 1,000 Feet Peak." Sun Fian's face was filled with longing as he smiled and said, "Regardless of whether it's the southern Kaiping Yulian Mountain, Yunxi Marsh, Fire Melting Valley, Hurricane Canyon, or Thunder Accumulation Cave, none of them have anything to do with the Thousand-Zhong Peak. Moreover, there's still more than 10 days of travel from here to the Thousand-Zhong Peak. If it weren't for fellow Xiao telling us, we wouldn't have thought of the Thousand-Zhong Peak no matter what." "Then, what are we waiting for?" Xiaohua smiled. "That's right. What are we waiting for?" Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian said in unison. Then the three of them rose up and flew in the direction of the Thousand-Zhong Peak. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's guidance, Xiaohua smoothly arrived near the Thousand-Zhong Peak. Although 10 days were short, Xiaohua benefited a lot. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the second layer of the Qi refining realm when he was in Yulian Mountain. Then, after a period of cultivation, he easily broke through to the third layer of the Qi refining realm. However, Xiaohua didn't have a cultivation method for the third layer of the Qi refining realm. The true Qi in his entire meridians still flowed according to the mental cultivation method for the second layer of the Qi refining realm. Although his magic power increased when he broke through, it stagnated afterward. Only after Xiaohua obtained a cultivation method for the third layer of the Qi refining realm could his magic power increase again. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian had witnessed Xiaohua's breakthrough from the second layer of the Qi refining realm to the third layer of the Qi refining realm. They were extremely shocked. When they broke through that year, they had spent a lot of effort. How could it be accomplished so easily by Xiaohua in just one night? However, they could only forcefully suppress this shock in their hearts. Their faces were filled with smiles as they cupped their hands and congratulated Xiaohua. Xiaohua only responded indifferently. It was as if this kind of rapid advancement in cultivation was a matter of course. It made him appear even more unfathomable. Actually, at the same time that Xiaohua consumed the marrow cleansing pill to increase his magic power, he was also carefully comprehending the heavenly ways ascension realm. This comprehension should be countless times more difficult than cultivating a mental cultivation method. However, in this cryptic heavenly way, every trace of comprehension made Xiaohua feel incomparably comfortable, and made his mind incomparably joyful. Compared to this, the breakthrough of cultivation didn't excite too much of his emotions. He had already faintly felt that this comprehension was far from as simple as shortening the time of cultivation. Perhaps this comprehension was the real way of cultivation. In addition, in these 10 days, Xiaohua had already figured out some things. For example, when he went to the 100 Herbs sect, he encountered a light green brilliance in the Mount Amang, and the Wei Li Zongbao hurriedly chased after that brilliance, and the information Kai Zhuoxiao got from being interrogated by the blue bears. Could all these be related to the 1,000 Feet Peak? Of course, what puzzled Xiaohua was that when Xiaohua met Qing Fengmin seemed to have given a light green object as compensation to Jiang Huanqi, a disciple of the Xianghua sect. If he wanted to keep the matter of the 1,000-feet peak a secret, he wouldn't have easily divulged it. Unless that object was different from the one Kai Zhuoxiao obtained in the Mount Amang, or the light green brilliance that Xiaohua saw himself wasn't obtained by Kai Zhuoxiao. Moreover, it was different from the object given by Qing Fengmin. Also, Li Zongbao, as a genius disciple of the Utopia faction, he didn't seem to have any interest in the 1,000-feet peak. Could it be that he and Kai Zhuoxiao really... Oh, by the way, when I arrive at the 1,000-feet peak, should I send Kai Zhuoxiao that messaging charm? Or how should I reply to Kai Zhuoxiao when I see her? Xiaohua flew in the air and suddenly thought of this. Fellow cultivator Xiao. The 1,000-feet peak is not far ahead, right? What are you thinking about? Sun Fian, who was beside him, said with a smile. Although Sun Fian's face was full of smiles, his heart had never calmed down. Not long after leaving the Thunder Accumulation Cave, Xiaohua broke through to level 3 of the Qi refining stage. Because he didn't have the corresponding cultivation arts, Xiaohua's magic power didn't increase, and his cultivation also stagnated. However, in these 10 days, Sun Fian could feel Xiaohua's progress every day. It was a kind of progress that he couldn't explain. He couldn't help but be vigilant. He couldn't help but treat Xiaohua as a fellow cultivator of the same level as himself. It's nothing. Fellow cultivator Sun, I was just thinking that when we left Jingbei City there were 6 of us. Now only 3 of us have reached the 1,000-feet peak. Then, what about the other fellow cultivators? Is it that half of them are also exhausted? Xiaohua said with a smile, in this way won't my strength be greatly damaged? Alas, fellow cultivator is thinking too much. Cultivators are the most heaven-defying. All of them are fighting for that trace of opportunity to cultivate. Especially us individual cultivators, we are at a disadvantage in all aspects. If we weren't vicious and merciless, we would have been exterminated many times by the disciples of sects. The matter of Yunqi Lake, I'm afraid that fellow cultivator Xiao didn't know the function of the rainbow epiphyllum, that's why? Fellow cultivator Sun. Li Xiaowen scolded, didn't I tell fellow cultivator before? Don't mention this matter again in the future. Why did you mention it again today? I was unwilling in my heart. Sun Fian smiled bitterly. If we could obtain the rainbow epiphyllum and refine the revolving illumination pill, we might be able to cultivate divine sense before we reach the peak of the Qi refining stage. Or perhaps we could take it when we reach the peak of the Qi refining stage and strengthen our divine sense. The revolving illumination pill can strengthen divine sense? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Of course, Fan Daomao only said half of it. He didn't want to mention it later, so he didn't ask about the revolving illumination pill again. At this time he understood why everyone was so blatantly fighting. It was all because of divine sense. Thinking of this, Xiaohua used his mind to sweep the space. The rainbow epiphyllum had already been in the space for dozens of days, which was equivalent to dozens of years outside. At this time, whether it was the rainbow epiphyllum's body or the 7-colored halo floating above it, they were all much stronger than before. Moreover, the rainbow epiphyllum's body was gradually turning from a pitch-black color to a crimson red. Cough cough, the matter is already in the past. It's useless to say more. Everyone has their own ideas, others can't force them. Li Xiaowen coughed and secretly winked at Sun Fian. Haha, we've already safely arrived at the 1,000-foot peak. Once we meet up with the other fellow Taoists of the Heaven Forsaken, we'll go look for the 1,000-foot-old man's orthodoxy together. Perhaps the next 1,000-foot-old man will be born from the Heaven Forsaken. Sun Fian understood tacitly. Xiaohua withdrew his mind from the space as if he hadn't heard Sun Fian's question. He looked at the gloomy sky in front of him and was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. He slightly tilted his head and looked behind him. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Xiao? Li Xiaowen noticed Xiaohua's abnormality and asked. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze and shook his head as if nothing had happened. He said, it's nothing. I was just casually looking around. I'm afraid that someone is following behind us. How could there be? We've been flying for dozens of days and haven't found anything strange. Sun Fian also said with a smile. The 3 people had just flown for half a cup of tea's time when Li Xiaowen suddenly stopped. He looked back and shouted, I keep feeling that something's wrong. I don't know. Is there someone behind us? And, Xiaohua and Sun Fian both turned their heads. Xiaohua asked even more exaggeratedly. There was nothing behind them. There wasn't a single person, but Li Xiaowen still didn't feel at ease. He said, "Ai's heart is on guard. How about, we hide for a moment first and see if there's any situation. What does fellow Taoist Xiao think?" Xiaohua nodded. Fellow Taoist Li is right. There's no harm in waiting. The three people all landed and found a place to hide. Just as they hid, they saw a figure behind them. Sure enough, while flying and stopping, it chased after them. Chapter 1383. That cultivator had white teeth and red lips. His face was arrogant and he wore a brand new Taoist robe. He was about 20 years old and his cultivation level was around the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Looking at that cultivator's arrogant appearance, rather than saying that he was following Xiaohua and the others, it was better to say that he flew over himself. Xiaohua was surprised to see this cultivator's appearance. This cultivator was Jiang Huanqi of the Magnificent Flower Sect. This guy actually came? Xiaohua's thoughts these days were only guesses and he didn't dare to take it seriously. But when he saw Jiang Huanqi, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization and was also greatly puzzled. If this Jiang Huanqi really came because of that light cyan thing, then what medicine was Qing Fengmin selling in his gourd? Jiang Huanqi's flying speed was very fast and he seemed to be looking for something. Soon he disappeared from the sight of Xiaohua and the others. After he went far away, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian walked out of their hiding place in confusion. They looked at each other and their eyes were full of surprise. Sun Fian looked at the direction Jiang Huanqi went, bit his lips a few times and whispered, "Fellow Taoist Li, this seems to be a disciple of the Magnificent Flower Sect? And this cultivator is young and his cultivation is still shallow. I'm afraid he's a low-level disciple of the Magnificent Flower Sect." Li Xiaowen was also puzzled. But what did he come here for? Xiaohua pondered for a moment but didn't speak. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian had joined the Heaven-Forsaken sect very early on. He couldn't reveal his suspicions about Qing Fengmin. Could it be, this guy also got some news? Wants to get a share of the profits? Sun Fian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. This kind of disciple has his own backing. Why would he want to fight with us rogue cultivators? He really deserves to die. It's just that Elder Qinzhang's reputation is too great. It's said that he can refine pills himself. If he can get his legacy, even if he can't change his sect, it's also good to secretly cultivate some divine abilities. Li Xiaowen narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "Then we'd better leave quickly. Don't let these ruffians take the lead." Sun Fian said anxiously. The three of them didn't dare to be negligent and flew towards the direction of the 1,000-feet peak. However, what shocked Xiaohua and the others was that before they could even reach the 1,000-feet peak, they actually encountered another dozen or so groups of cultivators. Their cultivations were roughly at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation, and these cultivators were actually not itinerant cultivators. Something's wrong, something's definitely wrong. Sun Fian mumbled and didn't dare to fly forward anymore. If it were just Jiang Huanqi, a 5th-stage qi refining cultivator, Sun Fian and the others wouldn't be afraid of him. However, with so many cultivators coming at once and all of them coveting Elder Thousand Zhang's legacy, the disciples of the various sects might be modest and courteous, and wouldn't make any moves before the actual operation. However, when it came to rogue cultivators, they wouldn't show any mercy. Sun Fian didn't want to lose his life before even entering the 1,000 Zhang peak. Of course, Li Xiaowen had the same idea. He frowned and was at his wits' end. Since fellow Taoist Qing said it was the 1,000-feet peak, could it be that he didn't mention the specific location? Sun Fian turned his head and asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This silk pouch was also taken out by that senior. I didn't hear it with my own ears. However, since that senior only said it was the 1,000-feet peak, then it naturally belongs to the 1,000-feet peak. Alas, I also thought that only I, the heaven-forsaken itinerant cultivators, would come to this 1,000-feet peak. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid it's somewhat troublesome. What kind of trouble? Li Xiaowen said coldly. Fellow Taoist Sun didn't notice? These cultivators from sects are all at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation, and they're not young either. I'm afraid they're at the bottom of their respective sections. It's also because they don't have any future prospects in their sects that they want to come here to try their luck. They definitely don't dare to mention it to their seniors in their sections. When my heaven-forsaken itinerant cultivators all arrive, we'll kill them all and cut off their thoughts first. Isn't that right? Sun Fian also sneered. I've been waiting here for fellow Taoist Qing's signal yet, so I'm afraid he's already set up an ambush? As Xiao Hua listened to the two's chatter, he looked all around. The 1,000-feet peak in the distance really wasn't tall. It was really only about 1,000 feet tall, much smaller than Yulian Mountain and the others. However, the 1,000-feet peak's surroundings were all low mountainous areas, which made it seem even taller. The 1,000-feet peak didn't look any different from an ordinary mountain. The mountain was rugged with rocks and lush trees. There were even some streams flowing down from certain places on the mountain, and in the shadows of those trees, there were also many caves. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Could it be, there's something fishy about these caves? Sure enough, he heard Li Xiaowen say in a low voice, but there are many caves on this 1,000-feet peak. I heard that many cultivators came here before, but no one found Elder 1,000 Feet's real immortal's cave among these hundreds and thousands of caves. Where do you think we should go to find fellow Taoist Qing? And I'm afraid fellow Taoist Qing obtained Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake this time and found out the location of the immortal's cave. That's why he called us here. Sun Fian nodded. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Qing wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to eliminate some fellow Taoists first. Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake? Xiao Hua, who hadn't spoken all this time, asked curiously, what kind of thing is this keepsake? Fellow Taoist Xiao. I thought fellow Taoist Xiao was laughing silly. Li Xiaowen said with a smile, so you're still listening? There are different opinions about what Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake is. Some say it's a cyan jade slip, some say it's a cyan magic tool, and some say it's a cyan spirit beast. Left and right they all say it's cyan. Elder 1,000 Feet has a wood attribute constitution? Xiao Hua came to a realization. And that's right, so this senior's keepsake is also a wood attribute. It should be cyan. Sun Fian nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded in his heart. Alright, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still have that silk bag? Take it out and see if there are any clues? Li Xiaowen suddenly said. Of course. Sun Fian heard and cried out, better take out all the silk bags for us to see. As a result, the three people's 4 silk bags didn't have any changes. Fellow Taoist Li and fellow Taoist Sun don't have fellow Taoist Qing's messaging talisman? Xiao Hua said in a low voice. No, fellow Taoist Qing said that we can't use messaging talismans to find him in this treasure hunt. It was a pity that Ma Qingqing's messaging talisman in Xiao Hua's hand had been used up long ago. Otherwise he could have tried using it. We can't always stay here. Xiao Hua said in a low voice. It looks like there aren't any other cultivators coming for a while. Just as he was speaking, there was the sound of something breaking through the air from afar. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly hid. When they saw the people flying over clearly, Li Xiaowen let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, finally, I've seen the people abandoned by the heavens. As he said this, he flew up and greeted them. Sun Fian also had a smile on his face as he followed behind Li Xiaowen. Xiao Hua didn't recognize the 2 people flying over. These 2 people's appearances were a bit strange. One had a bronze face, extremely thick eyebrows and large eyes. The other person's face was full of pockmarks, his eyes were extremely small and he had a red nose. He looked like a drunken old man. These 2 people's cultivations were at the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. When the 2 people saw Li Xiaowen and the others, their faces were also astonished. They flew close to each other and cupped their hands in salute. Fellow Taoist Li, you've been here for a long time? Then their gazes swept over Sun Fian and Xiao Hua. Of course, these 2 people's gazes only swept over Xiao Hua, who was at the 3rd layer of the qi refining realm, and only looked at Sun Fian. Fellow Taoist Jing must be joking. Fellow Taoist and fellow Taoist Meng just passed the test with their cultivations. How could I be ahead of you? I just came here. Li Xiaowen cupped his hands and said, I introduce these 2 fellow Taoists from the heavens abandoned by the heavens. As he spoke, he told the 2 people Xiao Hua and Sun Fian's names and said to Xiao Hua and Sun Fian with a smile, these are the famous loose cultivators of the heavens abandoned by the heavens, fellow Taoist Jing Chaoyang and fellow Taoist Meng Xian. This time we've been fated to meet these two fellow Taoists and we've really benefited a lot from it. Sun Fian and Xiaohua stepped forward and saluted. The two of them only cupped their hands for Sun Fian and only slightly nodded to Xiaohua. Li Xiaowen frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Fellow Taoist Li, have you seen fellow Taoist Qin? Meng Xian asked. Not yet, I also just arrived. I haven't seen a single fellow Taoist from the heavens abandoned by the heavens. Li Xiaowen said, however, I've seen a lot of other cultivators. What's going on? Jing Chaoyang was taken aback and asked. Li Xiaowen recounted what happened just now and said, I, fellow Taoist Xiao and fellow Taoist Sun were alone and didn't dare to move forward. It's fate that we met these two fellow Taoists. The five of us will advance and retreat together, and we should be able to move forward to find fellow Taoist Qing. I also have the same intention. Zheng Chaoyang glanced at Meng Xian and turned to reply to Li Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Zheng and fellow Taoist Meng, please go first. We're all fellow Taoists of the heavens abandoned by the heavens, so why bother about who goes first? Let's go together. I want to see which sect's disciple dares to disturb the actions of the heavens abandoned by the heavens. Jing Chaoyang smiled and flicked his sleeves. His figure fluttered slightly and flew forward. Meng Xian also smiled and cupped his hands in a somewhat strange manner. He turned his head and also prepared to fly forward. Li Xiaowen had a smile on his face as he followed closely behind the two of them. Upon seeing this, Sun Fian and Xiaohua retreated a body's distance, preparing to fly forward with the three of them. However, right at this moment a sudden change occurred. Jing Chaoyang and Meng Xian's figures in front abruptly turned around. The two of them activated binding talismans in their hands and struck Li Xiaowen and the other two like lightning. Li Xiaowen was delighted to see fellow Taoists of the heavens abandoned by the heavens for the first time. How could he have expected that these two would suddenly attack? Even Xiaohua was already on guard in his heart, but he absolutely didn't expect that these fellow Taoists he had just met would turn hostile so quickly. He was also struck by the binding talisman and his four limbs were tightly bound. Chapter 1384. Zheng Chaoyang stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Xiaowen's neck. His fingers exerted force and with a crack, Li Xiaowen's neck snapped. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Li Xiaowen's mouth. Li Xiaowen immediately lost his life. Although Li Xiaowen was dead, his eyes were still wide open. He really didn't expect that he didn't lose his life in the southern color plain, Yulian Mountain and other dangerous places. Instead he came to the Thousandjiang Peak and encountered a fellow Taoist from heaven forsaken. Yet he was killed by this fellow Taoist he was familiar with. At the same time Jing Chaoyang killed Li Xiaowen, Meng Xian also flew behind Sun Fian. His fist smashed into the back of Sun Fian's head. Like a ripe watermelon, Sun Fian's brain burst open. He was even less likely to live. These two people cooperated with tacit understanding and killed in a breath's time. Even though Xiaohua had already killed many people, but in front of these two people's lightning-fast killing moves, he could only be dumbstruck. Jing Chaoyang and Meng Xian killed Li Xiaowen and Meng Xian at almost the same time. However, they ignored Xiaohua, who was falling straight to the ground. They tore off the storage pouches on Li Xiaowen's and Meng Xian's corpses, then searched their sleeves and took out a spirit storage pouch each. Spirit storage pouch? Meng Xian almost raised his head and laughed heartily. This Li Xiaowen is indeed rich and overbearing. As expected of a talisman master from heaven forsaken. He even has a spirit storage pouch. Jing Chaoyang was also delighted. He threw away the corpse in his hand. Just as he was about to open the spirit storage pouch to take a look, Xiaohua, who had fallen beside him, suddenly moved. Xiaohua stretched his slender arms to the sides of his body as if he was stretching. With a burst of crackling sounds, several rays of light flickered and then were annihilated. The binding talisman on Xiaohua's body was completely destroyed by Xiaohua. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to urge his magic power. With a speed much faster than Jing Chaoyang and Meng Xian's, he rapidly rushed towards the two people. The two people were originally extremely close to Xiaohua. In just a breath's time, Xiaohua was already close to the two people. Hearing the sound of Xiaohua breaking through the spell with brute force, the two of them turned around, but by the time they turned around, Xiaohua had already rushed in front of them. The two of them didn't have time to be shocked by Xiaohua's speed, nor did they have time to think about how Xiaohua was able to break free of the binding talisman. One of them was just about to clench his fist, wanting to strike Xiaohua, while the other slapped his hand, wanting to take out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. But just as the two of them were about to move, Xiaohua's arms suddenly thrust forward. And thrust forward. Puff puff. Two sounds came from the two people's bodies at the same time. Xiaohua had a devil spear head in one hand and a devil spear shaft in the other. He stabbed them from under their armpits into their chests. Black light revolved around the two magic tools and the two lost their vitality. Their corpses fell to the ground one after the other. The only difference was that Li Xiaowen died with his eyes wide open, while Sun Fian's eyes were closed. As for the two, they died with their eyes wide open. Just like Li Xiaowen, they were also filled with disbelief and unwillingness. They really didn't expect that Xiaohua, who was at the third level of qi condensation, would actually become their nemesis. Xiaohua's body and mind followed the four corpses as they fell. His expression was cold as he looked at the mangled corpses on the ground. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. In no more than a snap of a finger, the four fellow Taoists heaven-forsaken who were still talking and laughing just a moment ago had lost their lives. The four fellow Taoists who had just agreed to advance and retreat together had become enemies in the blink of an eye, fighting to the death. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He didn't know what he could say. Needless to say, if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Jing Zhaoyang and Meng Xian, when the two of them were prepared to face him together, he was afraid that he would be in grave danger. The one who strikes first gains the advantage and the one who strikes later suffers a calamity. This should be the logic. Forget it. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hope that in your next life, it's better if you don't cultivate. As Xiaohua spoke, he urged the magic power in his left hand and cast a spell. It was precisely the basic spell Small Flame. With a slight flick of his finger, sparks flew to the four corpses, immediately igniting the corpses. In no more than a moment, the corpses were burned to ashes. Looking at the burning flames, Xiaohua was slightly proud. This flame spell was precisely the basic spell that he had comprehended in the past 10 days. Other spells were fine, but this spell related to fire he had learned it long ago. It was just that he had the opportunity to try it out today. Soon after, Xiaohua put the 2 spirit storage pouches on the ground into his sleeve. Then he picked up the 4 spirit storage pouches and roughly looked at their items before putting them into his space. There was no need to mention the spirit stones, spirit herbs and medicinal pills. What made Xiaohua the most excited was that in addition to the spells and incomplete magic tools in Sun Fian Jing Chaoyang and Meng Xian's spirit storage pouches, he actually found a fire attribute cultivation method called raising fire to the heavens in Li Xiaowen's spirit storage pouch. Although it was only at the 5th layer of qi refining, to Xiaohua, it was absolutely an unexpected harvest. Li Xiaowen, you already have a cultivation method in your spirit storage pouch. Yet you still say you don't have it. This young master is only at the 2nd layer of qi refining, and you're already so stingy. How can this young master reprimand you? Xiaohua recalled the scene of him exchanging the spirit storage pouches with Li Xiaowen at the southern colored plains and became angry. This young master even spared you a lot of spirit stones. This is great, they all belong to this young master again. After seeing the cultivation method, Xiaohua's previous favorable impression of Li Xiaowen had long since faded away. Then he picked up the 4 empty spirit storage pouches and looked at them. He couldn't help but curl his lips. These 4 spirit storage pouches weren't made by the 7 Skills sect. The space inside them was at least 10 times smaller than the 2 7 Skills sect spirit storage pouches that Xiaohua obtained before. No wonder the 7 Skills sect's spirit storage pouches are calculated by top-grade spirit stones. It really makes sense. Li Xiaowen and the other spirit storage pouches and this young master's spirit storage pouch really can't compare to them. Xiaohua thought and gave up on the idea of holding on to the spirit storage pouches. He casually tossed the 4 spirit storage pouches in his hand and flew away. Without any hesitation, he quickly flew in the direction of the Thousand Zhang Peak. Without Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian, Xiaohua seemed to have more freedom and agility. When he flew close to the Thousand Zhang Peak, he landed and found a place to hide. He carefully observed the Thousand Zhang Peak. After about the time it took to eat a meal, another dozen or so qi condensation cultivators arrived. Looking at their clothes, they didn't seem to be rogue cultivators. They were exactly like Li Xiaowen said. Each of them flew in front of the Thousand Zhang Peak and took out a light green object from their spirit storage pouches. Those light green objects floated in the air and quickly flew into different caves. Those cultivators also chased after the light green objects. Strange, why does everyone have this kind of light green object? Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that there isn't only one? Just as he was thinking, two more figures flew in from the direction opposite of Xiaohua. When they entered Xiaohua's field of vision, his eyes lit up. These two people weren't bystanders. They were precisely Kai Zhuoxiao and Li Zongbao, whom he recognized. The two of them seemed to be using dual flying talismans. Their flying speed was extremely fast. In just a short moment they arrived in front of the Thousand Zhang Peak. The two of them stopped in midair. Li Zongbao looked around in an extremely confident and at ease manner. Kai Zhuoxiao's eyebrows were shining. She had a smile on her face as she said something to him. The two of them talked for a while. However, unlike the others, they didn't take out light green objects. Instead, they looked into the distance. When they looked outside the Thousand Zhang Peak, Kai Zhuoxiao became even more anxious. These two people, what are they doing? The others have already entered the cave. Xiaohua was very puzzled. He secretly said, could it be that they're still waiting for someone? When this thought appeared in his mind, Xiaohua felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stood there blankly. Was there still a need to say it? Who were they waiting for? Weren't they waiting for him? Counting with his fingers, wasn't today the day he and Kai Zhuoxiao had agreed to come to the Thousand Zhang Peak? In an instant Xiaohua's heart felt warm. The bit of confidence that had just been crushed by Jing Chaoyang and Meng Xian gradually recovered. In the distance, Li Zongbao wasn't the slightest bit anxious. He only whispered something into Kai Zhuoxiao's ear. Kai Zhuoxiao's face was apologetic, as if she was explaining something. In the end, just as Kai Zhuoxiao bit her lip and was about to say something, Xiaohua no longer hesitated. His figure flew up and flew towards the two people. Xiaohua's flying speed wasn't fast. He was still around the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxiao saw him from a distance. Li Zongbao's face carried a thoughtful smile. Kai Zhuoxiao, on the other hand, was somewhat delighted. She pulled on Li Zongbao's sleeve and the two of them went up to welcome him together. Greetings, Senior Li, greetings, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua's face carried a sincere smile as he saluted from afar. Fellow Taoist Xiao, sure enough, you didn't go back on your word. I thought fellow Taoist might not be able to come. I don't know how fellow Taoist managed to convince your sect's master. A fellow Taoist actually advanced to the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm? Before Kai Zhuoxiao could return the salute, she saw the changes in Xiaohua's cultivation level. Extremely astonished, she said, half a year ago fellow Taoist Xiao was still in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. In just half a year fellow Taoist Xiao advanced to the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm. This is truly gratifying, truly worthy of congratulations. Afterwards she glanced at Li Zongbao again and sighed, it's still better to be a disciple of a sect. Fellow Taoist Zhuoxiao, everyone has their own fate. That's all. Li Zongbao slightly shook his head and smiled. Oh right. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'd like to introduce you. This is fellow Taoist Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness sect. Kai Zhuoxiao suddenly realized. Hee, fellow Taoist Zhuoxiao, I've met fellow Taoist Xiao before. Li Zongbao laughed. You've met fellow Taoist Xiao before? Kai Zhuoxiao was very puzzled. She turned her head and asked. Of course. However, I didn't expect that the cultivator at the 1st layer of the aura refining realm, who hadn't joined the sect yet, would actually step forward bravely and save a cultivator at the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. Li Zongbao smiled and said in a very reserved tone, actually, as early as when fellow Taoist Zhuoxiao mentioned fellow Taoist Xiao, I vaguely felt that the Xiaohua from Shanghuaming that I saved was the same Xiaohua who saved fellow Taoist Zhuoxiao. I wouldn't dare. He was just lucky. Xiaohua hurriedly explained. Fellow Taoist Zongbao, what's going on? Kai Zhuoxiao asked curiously, but then she exclaimed, oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, wasn't Shanghuaming's entire sect annihilated? Fellow Taoist. Chapter 1385. That's right, I am really a loose cultivator now, Xiaohua whispered with a gloomy expression. Kai Zhuoxiao was extremely surprised. She turned her head to look at Li Zongbao and comforted Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, as the saying goes, don't ask where a hero comes from, miracles happen naturally. With your character, the heavens will naturally take care of you. It won't be difficult for you to leave your name in the cultivation world of our Xiaoyu continent. Moreover, fellow Taoist Xiao was only at the first layer of the aura refining realm half a year ago. In this short period of time, you can advance to the third layer of the aura refining realm. As long as you practice diligently, whether you're in a sect or a loose cultivator, you'll have a bright future. Just as Kai Zhuoxiao was comforting Xiaohua, Li Zongbao's expression was somewhat strange. Xiaohua felt a divine sense sweep past him. Then he heard Li Zongbao ask, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, last time I met you in the Imitation Mountain Range, there was no news of Shang Huaming's destruction. But a month later, there was news of Shang Huaming's destruction and the 100 Herb sect occupying Yellow Flower Ridge. Fellow Taoist, how did you escape?" Fellow Taoist Zongbao, this isn't the place to talk. Why don't we enter the 1,000 feet peak and then explain in detail? Kai Zhuoxiao rebuked. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhuoxiao's instructions. Li Zongbao didn't object and only smiled. While speaking, Kai Zhuoxiao patted her storage pouch and took out a palm-sized, strangely shaped light green jade object. It seemed to be in the shape of a wild beast. Kai Zhuoxiao slightly shook the jade object in front of Xiaohua. Just as she was about to activate it with her magic power, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, please wait. Is there something else, fellow Taoist Xiao?" Kai Zhuoxiao stopped and asked curiously. Xiaohua was very apologetic. He cupped his hands and said, "Actually, there's something else I haven't told you." "What is it?" Li Zongbao asked indifferently. "It's like this, Senior Li, fellow Taoist Kai. Although Junior is already a loose cultivator, I have joined the Heaven Forsaken. Junior came to the 1,000 feet peak because of the Heaven Forsaken arrangement. Junior didn't especially come to meet fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua said these words and his heart relaxed. "Senior Li, fellow Taoist Xiao is Heaven Forsaken? An itinerant cultivator forsaken by the heavens has also come to the 1,000 peak?" Kai Zhuoxiao was startled at first, then she suddenly understood and turned to look at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with a strange light as he thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua. After a while he asked, "Then, fellow Taoist Xiao means, you don't want to enter with us? The other rogue cultivators who are only here to wait for the heavens to abandon them? This junior has the intention to follow the two seniors in, but this matter still needs to be explained to the two seniors." Xiaohua shook his head. "Junior has been here for half a day. Apart from the two fellow Taoists accompanying me and the other two fellow Taoists, I haven't seen any other loose cultivators abandoned by the heavens. There are 4 other fellow Taoists." Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. He looked around vigilantly. Alas, the other 4 fellow Taoists have already perished together. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Kai Zhuoxiao and Li Zongbao looked at each other. Kai Zhuoxiao also sighed and shook her head. "I'm afraid it's because of old man Thousand Zhang's legacy. Before they even entered the 1,000 peak, they already started fighting. What about fellow Taoist Xiao? You're already at the 3rd layer of the qi refining realm, so you're also a loose cultivator." Shang Huaming's cultivation method. "I'm afraid you don't have it anymore, right? Compared to when you met fellow Taoist Zhuoxiao half a year ago, things have changed. What does fellow Taoist Xiao plan to do?" Li Zongbao said with a chuckle. When Kai Zhuoxiao heard this, she suddenly understood. Doubt appeared on her face. Of course, Kai Zhuoxiao invited Xiaohua to the 1,000 peak because Xiaohua was a disciple of a sect and wouldn't fight with her for old man Thousand Zhang's legacy. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation was also low, so she could control it. And the most important thing was that she was alone at that time and wanted someone to accompany her. At that time, Xiaohua was extremely suitable. But now, everything had changed. Xiaohua didn't have his sect's cultivation method. Xiaohua also needed old man Thousand Zhang's legacy. And the most embarrassing thing was that Kai Zhuoxiao now had Li Zongbao as her companion. When Xiaohua flew over, he had already made up his mind. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior just came over to explain things to seniors. I already obtained a cultivation method here so I can cultivate to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. From the 3rd layer of the Qi refining realm to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm Junior doesn't know how many years it will take. Therefore, if there are other cultivation methods in Old Man Thousand Zhang's legacy that seniors don't need, Junior won't refuse. If there aren't any, Junior won't be greedy and will just give some medicinal pills to Junior. Of course, as Seniorly said, everything has changed. If it's not convenient for fellow Taoist Kai to enter with Junior, then Junior has nothing to say. When Kai Zhuoxia saw Xiao Hua's magnanimous expression and spoke without hesitation, the trace of hesitation in her heart disappeared. She smiled and said, "Since I took the initiative to invite fellow Taoist Xiao half a year ago, how can I refuse this time? Moreover, with fellow Taoist Zhong Bao here, what do I have to be afraid of?" As she spoke, Kai Zhuoxia smiled like a flower and turned to look at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao smiled and nodded slightly. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still remember what I said to you in the Royal Fong Mountains? All honest words have to be kept in your heart. If you tell the whole truth, you won't have the opportunity first. If you're not being schemed against, then you won't be able to refuse." Xiao Hua's face was full of smiles. He bowed and said, "Junior is untalented. I'll have to rely on seniors to guide me on this trip to the Thousand-Zhang Peak." Forget it. You're so open and above board that you're practically better than I, a disciple of the utmost happiness faction. If you don't explain, how would I know that you're a rogue cultivator? Li Zongbao flicked his big sleeve and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuoxia, let's go in. After we enter, fellow Taoist Xiao will tell I in detail about Shang Huaming and Tianqi. I'm very interested in this Tianqi." Interested in Tianqi? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. This Li Zongbao. I'm afraid he didn't come to the Thousand-Zhang Peak purely to escort Kai Zhuoxia, right? Yes, fellow Taoist Zongbao. As Kai Zhuoxia spoke, she urged the magic power in her hand. The light green jade artifact emitted a light green brilliance. The beast shape gradually became vivid. In the blink of an eye, the little beast formed by the brilliance suddenly jumped up and flew towards the top of the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Li Zongbao and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They flew up and chased after it. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, the light green little beast entered one of the caves and disappeared. Li Zongbao and the others were extremely fast and also went in. When Xiao Hua and the others flew into the Thousand-Zhang Peak, the entire Thousand-Zhang Peak returned to its usual silence. Another half a day passed. When the sun set in the west, hundreds of thousands of cultivators suddenly appeared with the Thousand-Zhang Peak as the center. Then they all flew into the air and swarmed towards the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Looking at the clothes of these cultivators, they were not uniform and had different styles. Moreover, their cultivations were all around the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining. There were very few above the 5th level. They were the rogue cultivators Xiao Hua had been waiting for. On the east side of the Thousand-Zhang Peak, under the red light of the setting sun, Ma Qingqing and a few other rogue cultivators were accompanying Qing Fengmin. Qing Fengmin's thick black eyebrows were especially bright under the sunlight. His bright red face was even more oily. His eyes were looking around with great satisfaction. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, looking extremely proud. "Fellow Taoist Qing, this Thousand-Zhang Peak treasure hunt is really a big deal. Looks like the situation is comparable to the Ink Shadow Black Forest." Ma Qingqing's face was also filled with excitement. He couldn't help but say, "More than that, the requirements of the Ink Shadow Black Forest are very high. The number of fellow Taoists who can participate is still limited. How can it be compared to this time? Only fellow Taoists with some cultivation can participate. Fellow Taoist Qing can be said to be beneficial to rogue cultivators." Another fat cultivator beside him echoed. Qing Fengmin smiled proudly. Then a trace of pity appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Alas, I know that we rogue cultivators are in a difficult situation. I want to give ordinary fellow Taoists more opportunities. But, after all, there is only the legacy of the Thousand-Zhang Old Man. There are too many monks and too little gruel. If all the rogue cultivators abandoned by the heavens come, it will definitely attract the covetous eyes of some other sections. So, I set up some thresholds. Another cultivator with sparse hair and a sloppy Taoist robe said with a smile, "In the cultivation world, it has always been natural selection. If everything was 100% certain, wouldn't the sky be filled with flying immortals? Fellow Taoist Qing, you don't have to blame yourself. But, alas, some places are really cruel. In I's group, 6 out of 10 fellow Taoists died in dangerous places." Ma Qingqing looked at the approaching rogue cultivators and sighed. "I'm afraid the other fellow Taoists are also like this, right?" Qing Fengmin listened and did not answer. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Thousand-Zhang Peak in the distance. In the light of the setting sun, 2 faint flames were burning in his eyes. After flying for another incense stick's worth of time, Qing Fengmin, Ma Qingqing, and the others arrived in front of the 100-Zhang Peak. Qing Fengmin stopped and looked at the last ray of sunset before asking, "Fellow Taoist Ma, the time is just right, right?" "Fellow Taoist Qing, it is the time agreed in the silk bag." Ma Qingqing raised his head and looked in the distance. All the rogue cultivators were flying in the air around them, eager to have a try. "Is there a fellow Taoist who is not abandoned by the heavens?" "Fellow Taoist Qing, there is more than one token of the Thousand-Zhang Old Man. Some are real and some are fake. Every year at this time, some fellow Taoists who have obtained the token will come. Just now, I'm afraid there are dozens of other sects or rogue cultivators who are not abandoned by the heavens. Yes, I left a message in the silk bag. After telling them the location of the Thousand-Zhang Peak, I told them not to arrive first. Just wait for sunset. The rogue cultivators of the heavens will come together. Even if we encounter other cultivators, we have the advantage in numbers. There is no need to be afraid." Qing Fengmin said with a smile. "How do we enter? Please tell us, fellow Taoist Qing." Ma Qingqing cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Ma, you send a voice-transmitting talisman and gather the fellow Taoists who opened the last silk bag in each group. The other fellow Taoists will be divided into 20 groups. Yes, I will do it right away." Ma Qingqing nodded and waved to the several cultivators behind him. Everyone followed. Chapter 1386. In a cave near the top of the Thousand-Zhang Peak, Xiaohua followed Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxiao into the cave. He saw the light green jade object on the ground of the cave looking dull. "Huh." Xiaohua saw Kai Zhuoxiao pick up the strange-looking jade beast and said curiously, "This thing, why did it fall down after leading us to the cave?" "I could find the Thousand-Zhang Old Man's inheritance by flying with it. If that's the case, we can just find a cave and enter it." Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao is thinking too simply. Kai Zhuoxiao put the jade beast into her storage bag and said with a smile, "I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This jade beast was obtained by I in the Royal Imitation Mountain Range. It was also because of this that I was chased by Pylon and the twin bears. I didn't tell fellow Taoist Xiao the truth that day, so I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can forgive me." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Kai is overthinking. Fellow Taoist told I the time and place and even brought I to the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Isn't this telling the truth to I? How could I not know the severity of the matter? Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. That day, I didn't know fellow Taoist's identity, and I was afraid that it would cause some misunderstanding between us. I invited fellow Taoist to come here to return a favor. Kai Zhuoxiao nodded and explained, fellow Taoist Xiao should also know that the Thousand-Zhang Old Man was good at refining pills and refining tools. Before he passed away, he hid his inheritance in the Thousand-Zhang Peak and refined some strange jade beasts. These jade beasts are both real and fake. Only one of them can lead the fated person into the real treasure cave and obtain the old man's inheritance. As for this jade beast, it's said that its function isn't to lead the cultivator to the real treasure cave, but to guide the cultivator at a crucial time. For example, there are probably hundreds of caves on the Thousand-Zhang Peak, and there must be mountain paths crisscrossing inside. It's very complicated. This jade beast only points out the location of the cave, and after we enter the cave we have to rely on ourselves. The Thousand-Zhang Old Man died about 1,000 years ago, but, until now many cultivators have obtained this green jade beast, but I've never heard of anyone inheriting the old man's inheritance. Furthermore, this jade beast appears every year. Li Zongbao said leisurely, "This legend is really wonderful. If I didn't have the complete cultivation method of the Utopia faction, perhaps I would also covet it." Fellow Taoist Zhong Bao, since you've accompanied I here, how can I let you return empty-handed? If you can find Old Man Thousand Feet's legacy and alms bowl, you can take whatever you like. Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile. When Xiao Hua heard this, the expression on his face didn't change, but in his heart he was slightly worried. He originally thought that since Li Zongbao came here to accompany Kai Zhuoxia, he wouldn't care about the Thousand Zhang Peaks things. He might even be able to get something from Kai Zhuoxia, but if Li Zongbao also wanted to divide it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. Forget it. Since I'm following her, I'll just let it be. Xiao Hua comforted himself. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist Zhuoxia. Li Zongbao said with a smile. However, searching for treasures depends on fate. Although the three of us came here together, maybe each of us has different encounters. If the three of us find something in the Thousand Zhang Peak together, I will definitely compensate you two if I take it. No, we still need fellow Taoist Zhong Bao to take care of us along the way. Let fellow Taoist Zhong Bao make the decision first. Kai Zhuoxia hurriedly declined. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart and didn't say anything. Seeing the two of them giving way to each other, it seemed that he was an extra person and was very embarrassed. In fact, wasn't that the case? Li Zongbao didn't seem to want to talk to Kai Zhuoxia about this. He glanced at Xiao Hua, then at the pitch-black cave in the distance. He took out 3 moonstones and gave them to the two of them, saying, "It is said that the path to the cave is long and winding. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if there is nothing wrong, please tell this humble Taoist and the others about your situation in the past 6 months. This humble Taoist is very curious as to how Shang Huaming suddenly disappeared." Yes, I'm also very curious. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you haven't broken through to the first layer of the aura refining realm. How did you suddenly break through to the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm after coming out of Shang Huaming? Kai Zhuoxia also clapped her hands and applauded. Xiao Hua frowned. This kind of matter, he really didn't want to tell others about it. However, he immediately had an idea. Perhaps being on good terms with Li Zongbao and gaining his sympathy might be beneficial for my revenge. Moreover, it's a bit strange for Qing Fengmin to give the jade beast to Jiang Huanqi for no reason. If I tell them, it might arouse their suspicions. Thus, Kai Zhuoxia led the way, Xiao Hua stood in the middle and Li Zongbao brought up the rear. As the three of them slowly walked into the Thousand Zhang Peak, Xiao Hua slowly told them about his situation. In another cave on the Thousand Zhang Peak, Jiang Huanqi of the Shanghua sect was also pleasantly surprised. He picked up the green jade beast from the ground and carefully examined it in front of his eyes. He laughed softly and said, "That old thing abandoned by the heavens really has eyes but can't see the good stuff. He can only be a rogue cultivator for the rest of his life. He already has the token of the Thousand Zhang Peak, but he actually gave it away to someone else. I deserve my heaven-defying luck. Not only did I obtain the exquisite grass, but I also have the opportunity to obtain a golden core cultivation method. As long as I bring these things back to the sect, do you think the elders won't reward me handsomely?" Afterwards he carefully put away the jade beast, took out the moonlight stones and slowly walked along the mountain path under his feet. In many other caves the same thing was happening. Every cultivator's face was filled with joy as if they were the real fated ones. Outside the Thousand Zhang Peak, Ma Qingqing led 40 to 50 rogue cultivators to Qing Fengmin's side and reported, "Fellow Taoist Qing, I have brought all the fellow Taoists who opened the last silk bag. Please give me your orders." Qing Fengmin nodded and looked at the people behind Ma Qingqing with satisfaction. He said, "Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard." Then he turned his head and pointed to another rogue cultivator that Ma Qingqing didn't know. He said, "Before we enter the Thousand Zhang Peak, I would like to introduce a new fellow Taoist who has recently joined the Heavens Forsaken. Fellow Taoist Luo Jiasen." The rogue cultivator's face was withered and yellow. He was also at the 5th layer of Qi refining. He flew to Qing Fengmin and bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." After everyone returned the greeting, Qing Fengmin smiled and said to the puzzled crowd, "Actually, I should have explained to you earlier. It was because of fellow Taoist Luo that we had the opportunity to explore the Thousand Zhang Peak." It wasn't just the crowd that was shocked. Even Ma Qingqing, a veteran rogue cultivator in the Heavens Forsaken, was slightly stunned. "I'm sure fellow Taoists are all confused." Qing Fengmin laughed. Fellow Taoist Luo came to Jinghua City 2 months ago after I, fellow Taoist Ma, and the others returned. Fellow Taoist Luo joined the Heavens Forsaken under a condition. He didn't have to contribute any cultivation method, nor did he have to make talismans or refine pills. It was because he could take out this. Qing Fengmin patted his storage bag and took out a green jade beast. Fellow Taoist Qing. Didn't you have one of these before? Ma Qingqing was stunned when he saw the jade beast and exclaimed. Of course I also got this before, but I didn't expect this thing to be the token of the Thousand Zhang Peak. Qing Fengmin nodded with a smile and didn't seem dispirited. Fellow Taoist Qing is so righteous. You actually lost an opportunity for us. We are very grateful. Han Fei stepped out from the crowd and bowed gratefully. Qiao Fengyue didn't show up. Haha, I didn't know that day, but now that fellow Taoist Luo mentioned it, I also understood. Qing Fengmin laughed. I also didn't expect such an ordinary thing to be the token of the legendary Thousand Zhang Peak. However, there's nothing to regret. Qing Fengmin waved his hand and said, I lost one, but fellow Taoist Luo actually gave me 10 more. 10? Everyone was stunned. Ordinary people would be very lucky to get one of these things, but fellow Taoist Luo actually got 10 of them. This was really inconceivable. Cough cough, it was also a coincidence. Luo Jessen cupped his hands and said, I found these 10 strange jade beasts in a very small market in the country of Lien. Because they didn't have any special effects, they were sold as ordinary jade pendants. Presumably, the cultivators of the country of Lien didn't know much about the Thousand Zhang Peak in the country of Shi, so no cultivator recognized them. I only spent 1 mid-grade spirit stone to buy them. Everyone was stunned at first, but then they burst out laughing. I know that my cultivation is not enough, but these jade beasts. I only need one. Later, I heard about Tianqi's good reputation, so I found fellow Taoist Qing. Luo Jessen said with some embarrassment. Everyone was enlightened. Of course, such good things, 1 was the most suitable. 2 would be troublesome. If you took 10, it would be troublesome. Fellow Taoist Luo's good luck is also Tianqi's good luck. Fellow Taoist Luo's joining is Tianqi's opportunity. His good luck will definitely bring my strength to a higher level. Qing Fengmin laughed and said, if any of you can get the Thousand Zhang Peak's legacy, then you will be one of my future masters. At that time, don't forget about me and don't forget fellow Taoist Luo. Everyone answered loudly as if they were all determined to get the Thousand Zhang Peak's legacy. Okay, fellow Taoists, don't be happy too early. This Thousand Zhang Peak's legend has been around for 1,000 years, and no one has ever succeeded. We just have a chance. Fellow Taoist Qing, in the past only a few people came to get the Thousand Zhang Peak's legacy. This time there are hundreds and thousands of us. Even if there are some difficulties, won't it be easy for us to overcome them? Fellow Taoist Ma's words are exactly what I want. It is also my creed. Isn't it our advantage in numbers? Qing Fengmin laughed and said, fellow Taoist Luo, please send out the other tokens. Fellow Taoist Ma will help. 2 teams will enter 1 cave. Chapter 1387. Inside the 1,000-feet peak, the mountain path was very long. Xiao Hua and the others walked for nearly an hour and still couldn't see the end. Along the way, the stone walls on both sides of the mountain path were extremely dry. There wasn't any moss or the like. Occasionally, some startled bats would flap their wings and make a little noise. Apart from that, there were only the slightly hurried footsteps of the 3 people. Xiao Hua's low voice and Li Zongbao's occasional questions echoed in the stone cave and traveled very far. Alas, fellow cultivator Zhao's experience is really pitiful. Hearing that Xiao Hua's Shanghuaming had been inexplicably destroyed by the 100 Herbs sect, Kai Zhuoxiao was very sympathetic. This 100 Herbs sect is really shameless. On one hand they used the banner of the alliance, on the other hand they secretly attacked. Actually, this kind of method is not the first time in the cultivation world. Can only be said that sect leader Xiao was too rigid and couldn't accept many disciples. This was why he lacked help at the critical moment and was taken advantage of by the 100 Herbs sect. In the end, Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. In the cultivation world, the most important thing is strength. It's like this for individuals and even more so for sects. Every day, countless cultivators died and countless cultivators stepped into the chi refinement realm. At the same time, no one knew how many sects had been established and how many had perished. Even if my Utopia faction didn't work hard and increase our strength, I'm afraid that in 100 or 1,000 years, we would also end up like this. After pondering for a moment, Li Zongbao said again, if there's no other reason, fellow cultivator Shao, the destruction of Shang Huaming was probably done by the 100 Herbs sect. But as for the 10,000 poison sects attack and then no news, I can't guess the reason. As for Shang Huaming, fellow cultivator Shao, I'm afraid you can only think of a way. The other sects have no reason to stand up for Shang Huaming. That's right. Unless your sect master Shao has an extremely close senior, and this senior has the power to destroy 100 Herbs Gate. Oh, and your senior sister Shao also has to step forward. Kai Zhuxiao agreed. Sigh. Shao Hua sighed softly. At this point, how could Shao Xinrui stand out? Kai Zhuxiao was silent for a moment before she asked. By the way, as fellow Taoist Shao said, fellow Taoist Zongbao Qing Fengmin is really interesting. On one hand, he casually gave away Old Man Thousand Feet's keepsake. On the other hand, he organized a group of rogue cultivators to search for Old Man Thousand Feet's legacy. On the other hand, he created so many mysteries. Is he so confident that he'll be able to find Old Man Thousand Feet's legacy? I don't know. Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. If something is out of the ordinary, it must be a demon. So many loose practitioners from Heaven Forsaken came to look for Old Man Hundred Zhang's technique, but over 100 of them entered a cave. Speaking of this, Li Zongbao's heart flashed and he whispered in surprise, oh, could it be that Qing Fengmin has more than one token? Was that why he was willing to give one away? Moreover, he was able to gather all the rogue cultivators in Heaven Forsaken? Of course it's true. Kai Zhuxiao covered her mouth and laughed. Fellow Taoist Zongbao is indeed amazing. I never thought of this kind of situation. Hearing this, Shao Hua was somewhat speechless. He had long seen many cultivators each take a light green brilliance and enter different caves. In his heart he faintly guessed that Qing Fengmin would have more than one jade beast. Presumably, Kai Zhuxiao had been scheming for a long time. She even knew that his great strength was advantageous to her in treasure hunting, so how could she not know that he had more than one jade beast? Li Zongbao smiled but didn't answer. Shao Hua felt that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. He was already somewhat regretting it now. It would have been better if he had followed Li Zongbao into the cave. In the somewhat ambiguous conversation between the two people, he was really out of step. He only heard Li Zongbao sigh and say, actually, I came to this Thousand-Zhang Peak. Shao Hua stared blankly and said inwardly, this Li Zongbao came to this Thousand-Zhang Peak. Could it be that there's some other reason? Just as Shao Hua was about to ask, Kai Zhuxiao cried out in pleasant surprise in front of him, quickly look. The cave is at the end. Shao Hua raised his head and looked. Sure enough, in front of Kai Zhuxiao's moonstone was a rather large pitch-black space. Wait a moment. Li Zongbao shouted in a low voice and his figure flew in front of Kai Zhuxiao. Turns out that it can fly. I thought we could only walk. Shao Hua secretly curled his lips in his heart. He had always been very curious why they didn't use the flight talisman. He thought that they couldn't fly. Li Zongbao flew to the front and swept his divine sense. He clearly saw the situation inside the space and then said, and it seems that this is the key to finding treasures. As he spoke, he clapped his hand and took out a few moonstones from his storage bag. He casually threw them and they were embedded in the stone walls of the space. When Shao Hua walked into this space, he clearly saw the situation around him with the help of the moonstone's brilliance. This was an oval space of about 10 feet. On the stone wall opposite Shao Hua, there were 3 similar stone caves. Each stone cave was tightly blocked by a stone door. Shao Hua knew that Li Zongbao had already used his divine sense to check the entire space, so he followed Kai Zhuxiao to the front of the 3 stone doors with ease. First he looked at the 3 stone doors with his naked eyes. Kai Zhuxiao frowned slightly, turned her head and said, fellow Taoist Zongbao, can you see the clues of the stone doors? Li Zongbao smiled bitterly, I have already seen it with my divine sense. The 3 stone doors are not different from the stone doors. They are exactly the same. Shao Hua bit his lips and said, seniors, we have been in the stone cave for a long time. According to the way we have been going down, we should have already gone deep into the ground. The sudden appearance of 3 stone doors, isn't it a little strange? Kai Zhuoxia suddenly patted her forehead and said, "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment." Soon after, Kai Zhuoxia patted her storage bag and took out the jade beast she had just used. Sure enough, as soon as the jade beast was taken out of the storage bag, it immediately emitted a light green brilliance and flew out of Kai Zhuoxia's hand. It flew straight to the middle of the stone door and stuck to a dent in the stone door, motionless. When Xiaohua looked at it, sure enough, the stone door was in the shape of a strange beast. The jade beast was embedded in the stone door and fit perfectly. Anyone would know that this stone door was the place they should go. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuoxia turned her head and said, "It is said that this stone door can only be opened by someone with great magic power or unparalleled strength. So, I ask fellow Taoist Xiao to help." "I know." Xiaohua responded indifferently. He walked to the front and looked up and down. There was a dent about 3 inches below the stone door. It seemed to be the place where the stone door could be raised with one's hand. "Wait a moment, fellow Taoist Xiao." Li Zongbao shouted in a low voice. "What? Fellow Taoist Zongbao?" Kai Zhuoxia said curiously. Li Zongbao ignored her and walked to the front of the stone door. He looked at the 3 stone doors again and again before stopping in front of the stone door in the middle. First, he carefully looked at it with his naked eyes, then swept it a few times with his divine sense and whispered, "Fellow Taoists, please step back a little." After Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia stepped back a few steps, Li Zongbao took a deep breath and circulated the true qi in his body. He urged his magic power, made a gesture in his hand and hit the stone door. The stone door made a zhi-la sound. As Li Zongbao poured his magic power into it, the stone door actually slowly rose up. Seeing this, Kai Zhuoxia's face showed joy, but before her smile stayed on her face for half a moment, Li Zongbao's face turned dark red. The stone door first made a cautious sound and stopped there. Then with a loud poochie sound, the entire stone door fell to the ground quickly, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Fellow Taoist Zongbao." Kai Zhuoxia was worried and hurriedly asked. "I am fine." Li Zongbao shook his head and said, "This method of exchanging magic power for strength, I am not proficient in it. I am afraid that only Foundation Establishment cultivators can open it." "No way." Kai Zhuoxia immediately smiled bitterly. "If only Foundation Establishment cultivators can open it, who would come? I only said this stone door. Moreover, I did not prepare the stone door giant strength talisman. I am afraid that this stone door will require fellow Taoist Zhao's strength." Li Zongbao said with a smile. "And 2 seniors, please wait a moment. Let this junior take a look." As Xiaohua spoke, he walked to the front of the stone door and placed his hand in the groove of the stone door. He exerted strength with one arm, and the stone door creaked as it was lifted up by him bit by bit. "Fellow Taoist Zhao's strength is amazing," Li Zongbao also praised. Strangely, after Xiaohua lifted the stone door into the air, it did not fall down again. A gust of mountain wind blew out from behind the stone door, causing the robes of the 3 people to flutter. However, when Xiaohua let go of his arm and shifted his gaze from the stone door to the pitch-black space behind the stone door, a burst of coldness and fear suddenly came from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Zongbao, fellow Taoist Xiao, let's quickly enter the cave. Perhaps the Thousand Zhang Elders' legacy is in this cave." Kai Zhuoxia said happily. She pulled Li Zongbao and was about to walk into the cave. Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia walked a few steps and saw Xiaohua standing straight at the side without moving half a step. They were both surprised. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, is there something wrong?" Xiaohua took a deep breath and nodded. "This junior feels that there is something wrong behind this stone door. It is better not to go in." A feeling of inappropriateness. Kai Zhuoxia was slightly surprised. She had just taken out the light green jade beast from the stone door. She asked curiously, "Did fellow Taoist find something strange?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "This is indeed not. I just feel that there is something wrong." Then he looked around and said, "Why don't we open these 2 stone doors and take a look?" "Yes, fellow Taoist, please." Kai Zhuoxia nodded. After Xiaohua opened the 2 stone doors, Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile, "What do you think?" Fellow Taoist Xiao, behind these 3 stone doors is the same pitch-black space. Which one do you think we should go? I think that the left and the right are all fine. As for the middle one, I think that we should rely on the Jade Beast's guidance and go through the middle stone door. Kai Zhuxiao pondered for a moment and said, what is fellow Taoist Zongbao's choice? Didn't I already say earlier? Everything is up to fate. Since there is a choice before the 3 stone doors, it naturally depends on one's luck. Others can't force it. Li Zongbao smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, which one do you want to choose? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1388. In fact, ever since he entered the cave, Xiaohua had some doubts in his heart. He had long wanted to find a chance to separate from the two. Not to mention that the two chattering made Xiaohua a little uncomfortable. The key point was that following the two, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Now that he had a choice, Xiaohua faintly felt that the mountain wind from the middle of the cave was somewhat bloody. This kind of bloody smell wasn't smelled from the mouth and nose, but from a kind of instinct. After hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, many thanks to the 2 seniors for your guidance. This junior doesn't dare to have too many extravagant hopes for the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy. I'll just walk around casually and get some other things and I'll be satisfied. Seeing this, Kai Zhuxiao didn't urge him to stay. She nodded and said, I understand fellow Taoist Zhao's meaning. Since it's fellow Taoist Zhao's choice, then I can only respect it. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao will be careful. We'll meet again after we leave the 1,000-feet peak. Li Zongbao also looked at Xiaohua and nodded slightly, saying, fellow Taoist Xiao, be careful. Then Li Zongbao followed Kai Zhuxiao into the cave. When the two disappeared into the darkness and the moonlight disappeared, Xiaohua looked around and casually walked to the cave on the right. Outside the 1,000-feet peak, Luo Jessen took out 9 light green jade beasts from his storage bag. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Even Ma Qingqing couldn't hide the excitement in his heart when he took the jade beasts and flew to the front of each team to give the jade beasts to the temporarily appointed team leaders. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and said, well, fellow Taoists, use your magic power to activate the jade beasts in your hands. The jade beasts will guide you to the correct cave. It's best not to fly inside the cave. Said that if you walk slowly, you can avoid some of the restrictions inside the cave. As soon as his voice fell, the 9 jade beasts almost simultaneously turned into light green brilliance and flew to different places on the 1,000-feet peak. Several of them even went around to the other side of the 1,000-feet peak. How could heaven-forsaken's itinerant cultivators be courteous at this time? Each of them activated their flying talismans and flew towards the 1,000-zhang peak. However, there were too many itinerant cultivators following behind each light. When they entered the cave one by one, it still took a lot of time. Everyone, it's time for us to enter. Qing Fengmin looked at the surrounding people and threw the jade beast in his hand with a smile. A pale green light flew towards the top of the 1,000-zhang peak and entered the cave that was very close to the cave that Xiaohua and the others had entered. Qing Fengmin activated the flying talisman, and the dozens of people around him followed. When everyone entered the cave, the whole sky was already dark and the sound of the wind was everywhere. It was quiet as if nothing had happened. Xiaohua entered the cave. Since Kai Zhuxiao wasn't leading the way in front, he held the moonstone to his left and right. He also took out a stack of fireball talismans and held them in front of his chest. His eyes were fixed in front of him, ready to shoot out a fireball if there was any sudden change. However, after walking for the time it took to finish a meal, the entire mountain path was still quiet and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Is this just an ordinary cave? Xiaohua slightly furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat unresigned in his heart. Right at this moment, an extremely short sharp howl suddenly rang out. Approximately 30 meters in front of Xiaohua's head, the howl was fleeting. Xiaohua was startled to the point that the hairs on his body stood up. This howl was really sudden and also really sinister. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show. Xiaohua took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. He held the fireball talisman in his hand a few times, slowed down his pace and steadily walked forward. In just a moment, Xiaohua was close to the place where the sound came from. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, this was only a crossroads. The left, right and the front were all exactly the same caves and he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Xiao Hua, whose heart had already been stretched taut, saw this situation and couldn't help but be startled. He stood there for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, looking left, right, front and back. Then he walked towards the cave in front of him. However, just as he was about to take a step, a sharp sound of wind came from behind him. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. In the light of the moonstone, it was just as silent as when he passed by. The sharp sound of wind just now was inexplicably gone. Strange. Xiao Hua secretly cried out in alarm. Then he took out a few iron cloak talismans, weak water talismans and other talismans from his storage pouch and used them on himself. Then Xiao Hua walked forward while paying attention to his surroundings. After half a meal's time, nothing happened. However, in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, there were two identical mountain paths, one to the left and the other to the right. This time Xiao Hua had no choice but to make a choice. However, the two mountain paths didn't give him much of a feeling. Therefore he could only casually choose the mountain path on the left and walk in. However, this mountain path was very short. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was no road in front of him, revealing a space of about 1 zhang. 1 zhang equals 333 m. There was nothing in this space, only the ground was very smooth. Xiao Hua held the moonstone and looked at the stone walls around him. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He couldn't help but sigh and say to himself, could it be that I've really reached the end? But just as Xiao Hua was about to leave, he suddenly woke up with a start. He immediately raised the moonstone up high and looked up. Sure enough, about 1 zhang above Xiao Hua's head at the top of the space, there was actually a blood-red pattern. Ah? Xiao Hua was shocked. His hair stood on end again. Without hesitation he urged his magic power and flew out of the space. In a few breaths' time he had crossed the distance of several zhang. When Xiao Hua's heartbeat gradually stabilized, he fell from the sky. The blood-red pattern still remained in his mind. That pattern was very strange. Could be said to be a human shape, but the whole body of the pattern was like a blood-red cloud. Couldn't be said to be a human shape, but the four corners and the head of the cloud were like hands, feet and a head. What was special was that the two eyes on the head were exactly the same as a human's. How could there be such a strange thing in the 100 zhang elder's 100 zhang peak? Xiao Hua walked back while frowning. What Xiao Hua didn't know was that as soon as he flew out of the space, the blood-red cloud wriggled. Its two eyes faintly lit up. It even rotated for a moment. When it saw that there was no one in the space, it stopped. At the same time, Shang Huasek's Jiang Huanqi also stepped into the space with a sword talisman in his hand. Unlike Xiao Hua, as soon as Jiang Huanqi entered the space, the jade beast he had been holding tightly in his hand immediately broke free from his hand. It turned into a pale green light and flew up. On top of Jiang Huanqi's head, there was also a blood-red pattern. The light that the jade beast turned into rushed into the blood-red pattern and immediately disappeared. When Jiang Huanqi woke up, he raised the moonstone and saw that the blood-red pattern had already wriggled. Seeing the blood-red color, Jiang Huanqi was as shocked as Xiao Hua. He swung his hand and the sword talisman in his hand immediately pierced out. At the same time, Jiang Huanqi urged his spiritual power and prepared to fly away. However, he was already too late. The sword talisman pierced into the blood-red mist without any reaction. The blood-red mist covered the entire space with a bang. Jiang Huanqi's body, which had just flown into the air, was also covered by the blood-red mist. Ah, a scream was heard. It seemed that there was an irresistible pain. Jiang Huanqi's body quickly shrank and slowly disappeared. The same situation happened frequently in the different caves of the 1,000-feet mountain. Every time a cloud of blood mist appeared, there would be a miserable scream. This scream was so heart-wrenching that it was as if a person's soul was being violently attacked. However, each space was very far away, so the screams only traveled a short distance before disappearing. Did you hear that? Seems like someone is screaming. Li Zongbao suddenly stopped and said to Kai Zhuoxia beside him. Oh, is that so? Kai Zhuoxia, who was mostly focused on Li Zongbao, was stunned. She pricked up her ears, but the surroundings were still dead silent. There was no sound. Fellow Taoist Zongbao. I didn't hear anything. Kai Zhuoxia said curiously after a while. Maybe I misheard? Li Zongbao frowned slightly. The two of them walked for a while. Li Zongbao smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuoxiao, I'm afraid we've reached the place in front." Is that so?" Kai Zhuoxiao's face was filled with joy. She said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zongbao, what did you see?" But immediately, Li Zongbao scanned the space in front of them with his spiritual sense. He said hesitantly, "It's very strange. There's nothing in the space in front of us. Could it be that our jade beasts aren't real?" As they spoke, the two of them entered the space. The space was extremely spacious, and the moonlight wasn't able to illuminate it completely. Before Kai Zhuoxiao could take a good look at her surroundings, the jade beast in her hand suddenly flew into the air. Ouch! Following Kai Zhuoxiao's exclamation, Li Zongbao hurriedly scanned the space with his spiritual sense. A strong smell of blood came from the blood-red pattern. "Oh no!" Li Zongbao exclaimed in his heart. He scanned the pattern with his spiritual sense and sensed that something was very wrong. Before he could call Kai Zhuoxiao, Li Zongbao slapped his hand and took out a small jade bottle from his storage bag. His right hand made a series of gestures to activate his spiritual power. Seeing the thick blood fog above them, Li Zongbao shouted, "Quick!" His right hand made a gesture and hit the jade bottle. With the help of his spiritual power, the jade bottle suddenly emitted a pure blue light. After a few flashes, a round blue light spurted out from the mouth of the jade bottle. It was just enough to hold the blood fog and protect Kai Zhuoxiao and Li Zongbao. "Fellow Taoist Zongbao," Kai Zhuoxiao exclaimed and leaned towards Li Zongbao involuntarily. "Don't panic. I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap," Li Zongbao said calmly. He pulled on Kai Zhuoxiao's sleeve and the two of them began to walk out of the space. But at this moment, the two eyes in the blood-red pattern flashed with a bloody light. Chapter 1389. Li Zongbao pulled Kai Zhuoxiao's sleeves. Under the protection of the jade bottle's deep blue brilliance, the two of them were about to safely withdraw from the space. Dozens of feet above them, on the head of the blood mist figure in the blood-colored pattern, a blood-red light flashed. The whole pattern suddenly lit up. With its swoosh sound, the whole space was filled with blood-red brilliance. Then a blood-red light flashed under Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxiao's feet. Before Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxiao could react, their figures suddenly disappeared. They were actually teleported away. Compared to Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and the others, Qing Fengmin and the rest of the loose cultivators were much more relaxed. These loose cultivators formed teams of dozens and cooperated with each other. Although the cave was quiet, everyone's hurried footsteps and the occasional sound filled their hearts with a sense of security. Therefore, everyone was grateful to Tianqi and Qing Fengmin from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Qing Fengmin's jade beasts were obviously better than Kai Zhuoxiao's. Kai Zhuoxiao's group walked for a long time before they reached the end of the mountain path and entered the space. Qing Fengmin's group, on the other hand, used less than the time it took to eat a meal to reach the space directly. The space led by Tianqi's jade beast was quite large. Dozens or even hundreds of cultivators didn't seem to feel crowded when they entered. "Fellow Taoist Qing, is this the 1,000-feet-old man's cave?" Ma Qingqing followed Qing Fengmin into the space and looked at the empty space with some doubts. Qing Fengmin smiled and shook his head slightly. "According to Ai's observation, this place, I'm afraid it's not the 1,000-feet-old man's cave. If it's so easy to enter, then wouldn't the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle have been taken away 1,000 years ago?" "Oh, so it's like that." Ma Qingqing frowned. "But I feel a little uneasy after entering this place." "Well, fellow Taoist Ma, please wait a moment. I will place the moonstone on the stone wall," Qing Fengmin said calmly. Just as Qing Fengmin placed the moonstone on the stone wall, the entire space was illuminated. Dozens of rogue cultivators also entered this space. "Fellow Taoist Qing, look up." Soon someone noticed the blood-red pattern on top of the space. This pattern was extremely large, several times larger than the one Xiaohua had seen. Seeing this, Qing Fengmin's face was full of shock. He hurriedly shouted, "What is this? Has any fellow Taoist seen him before?" Just as everyone was about to discuss, the jade beast in Qing Fengmin's hand also turned into a light green brilliance and flew into the eyes of the blood-red pattern. It was different from what Jiang Huanqi and the others had encountered. When the blood-red mist surged, the blood-red light in the two eyes flashed and the entire space flashed. The dozens of people in the cave were all teleported away. Once the dozens of people were sent away, the cave quickly returned to normal. The blood mist gradually solidified, and the jade beast in the eye suddenly disappeared as the blood mist solidified. Everyone who entered the 1,000-feet peak was either sent away or swallowed by the blood mist, disappearing without a trace. In the entire rugged and crisscrossed cave, only Xiaohua was left. Xiaohua walked on the mountain path and became more and more anxious. He followed the path he came from and kept walking back, but, after walking for a while, he discovered that this mountain path seemed to be different from the one he had just walked on. But he clearly walked directly back and there were no forks in the road. How could it be that it was blocked? At this time he no longer hoped to find the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy, medicinal pills or cultivation techniques. He only hoped to find a way out as soon as possible and quickly get out of this strange 1,000-feet peak. At this time he gradually understood why the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy had not been inherited by anyone in the past 1,000 years. Hiss! A sound came from not far behind Xiaohua. "Who is it?" Xiaohua shouted as he turned his head. Unfortunately, when he turned his head back, the sound had already disappeared. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded as if something had flown over Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua did not hesitate and threw the fireball talisman in his hand upwards. Rumble! A loud sound rang out and the entire cave shook. But even though it shook, not a single piece of soil was shaken off. At this time, like a gust of wind, a blood mist as tall as a person gushed out from who knows where. It gradually gathered and took shape in the air before Xiaohua's eyes. Looking at its shape, it looked exactly like the blood-colored pattern. This is bad. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he threw out all the fireball talismans in his hand. They hit the surging blood mist and he flew away without looking back. Rumble! A burst of sound and light. The blood mist seemed to be unaffected by the exploding fireballs and gradually took the shape of a blood-colored human. JJ. The blood shadow actually made a sound as if it was laughing nastily. Immediately, it chased after Xiaohua with extreme speed. The blood shadow's speed was extremely fast. Even though Xiaohua's flying speed was comparable to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, it was still inferior to the blood shadow by a lot. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood shadow was already behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua became vigilant and used his hand to brush the air. Immediately, a dozen different yellow talismans appeared in his hand. He urged his transcendence energy and shot them out. Fireball talismans, icicle talismans, weak water talismans, confinement talismans, and so on. All the yellow talismans were like clay oxen entering the sea. They simply could not raise the slightest wave and were unable to cause any damage to the blood shadow. Seeing that the blood shadow was about to pounce on him, a fork in the road appeared in front of Xiaohua. Without thinking, he turned his body and flew in another direction. The blood shadow was caught off guard and actually rushed far away. Immediately, it made a loud jig sound as if it was angry. When the blood shadow turned around the fork, Xiaohua had already flown far away. In this way, Xiaohua flew in front and the blood shadow chased from behind. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua's vision suddenly turned black. He actually flew into a huge space. This space was about the same size as the space that Qing Fengmin and the others entered. Xiaohua saw that there was no way out and his face unconsciously became filled with shock. He stopped in horror. The blood shadow behind him also followed, making a jig sound and pouncing on him. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and his figure suddenly jumped up, wanting to fly over the blood shadow. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua surpassed the blood shadow and was secretly delighted, from the blood-colored pattern above his head, a cloud of blood mist also gushed out. It was even faster than the blood shadow before and covered Xiaohua's body. The blood mist stuck to Xiaohua's body. Weak water talismans, iron cloak talismans, they were all useless. The blood mist quickly seeped into Xiaohua's body and the transcendence energy in Xiaohua's meridians leaked out. Xiaohua's figure suddenly fell from the sky. The blood shadow that Xiaohua dodged also turned around at this time. It made a jig sound and waved its hand. The blood mist flew out from Xiaohua's body and condensed into a blood-colored bead that flew into the blood shadow's hand. When the blood shadow swallowed the blood bead, Xiaohua struggled to stand up from the ground. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the blood shadow not far away in the moonlight. Gee, the blood shadow didn't seem to give Xiaohua any time. It flew up and pounced on Xiaohua in the blink of an eye, as if it wanted to penetrate his body. And just as the blood shadow pounced on him, Xiaohua's mind turned black and he lost consciousness. However, at this moment a shocking scene appeared. The blood shadow pounced on Xiaohua's body and seemed to be trying its best to penetrate his body. But the blood shadow was unable to penetrate his body. In fact, the head of the blood shadow only spun around outside Xiaohua's Naiwan palace before it broke free again. After a long time, the blood shadow saw that there was no result. It could only fly up from Xiaohua's body and condense above the unconscious Xiaohua. A jerky and hoarse voice came from the blood shadow. Demon, race, technique? Oh wonder. Can't swallow blood essence. But just now. Refining. Level 3. Palace was actually sealed? This person. What's going on? The blood shadow's voice was indeed obscure, but if the unconscious Xiaohua could hear it, he would definitely be able to distinguish that this voice was somewhat similar to the voice of a person he was extremely familiar with. But Xiaohua was already unconscious and couldn't hear it. Similarly, he couldn't answer the blood shadow's question. Soon after, the blood shadow jumped up and rushed into the blood-red pattern above the space. A burst of blood-red light flashed and Xiaohua was also transported away. Speaking of which, under the protection of the jade bottle's dark blue light, Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia thought that they were safe from the blood mist. But unexpectedly, the eyes in the blood-red pattern flashed and the two of them were transported away from the space. Along with the dazzling light of the teleportation, a burst of pressure pressed down on Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia. Teleportation formation? Li Zongbao was shocked. He knew that if it was a long-distance teleportation formation without the protection of a teleportation talisman, he and Kai Zhuoxia would definitely be subjected to the pressure of unknown teleportation and would be crushed into meat paste very quickly. Fortunately, the pressure of the teleportation formation increased and immediately disappeared. Li Zongbao felt that he was standing on solid ground. Without waiting for him to open his eyes, a burst of dizziness came from his mind. He clenched his teeth and activated the magic power in his hand. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling on his body, he sent his magic power to the magic tool in his hand. He was afraid that someone would sneak attack him at this time. Fortunately, after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the dizziness disappeared and he didn't see anyone attacking him. When he stabilized his mind and wanted to call Kai Zhuoxia, who was also dizzy, Li Zongbao was shocked by what he saw in front of him. It was a huge space surrounded by blood-red light. It was impossible to tell whether this space was within the 1,000-feet mountain or somewhere else. In the center of this blood-red space was a huge stone statue. It looked like a cow, but it was not a cow, and it looked like a horse, but it was not a horse. However, in the place where the head of the beast should have been, there was a head that looked like a human head. On the back of the beast stood a tall, blood-red and extremely ugly person. This person's forehead was extremely high, his nose was facing the sky, and two extremely long fangs were exposed at the corners of his mouth. What surprised Li Zongbao the most was that between the person's two arms, there was a thin membrane connected to his back. Who is this? Kai Zhuoxia, who was next to him, also recovered. Looking at the unusually tall stone statue, she almost moaned. No, this is not a person, this is a demon. Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Chapter 1390. Devil Dweller? Kai Zhuoxia was shocked. Her beautiful face turned pale and she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Seemed this devil dweller was extremely far away from her. She never thought that she would see it here. That's right, this is a person from the devil world. Li Zongbao released his divine sense and carefully observed. He saw that the devil beasts and devil dwellers in the stone statue were all made of strange materials. His divine sense could only get close but couldn't penetrate in the slightest. Using his divine sense to sweep the blood-red edges of the space again, Li Zongbao's face was no longer as calm as before. This was actually a complete space. Even divine sense couldn't penetrate this blood-red brilliance. let alone find any way out. Fellow Taoist Zongbao, isn't this the 1,000 feet old man's abode? Even if we found the wrong place, it's impossible to meet a devil dweller. Have we arrived at the devil world? Kai Zhuixia said while trembling with fear. Fellow Taoist Zhuixia, don't be afraid. The teleportation time just now was extremely short. It's impossible to teleport us to the devil world. Li Zongbao said firmly. Moreover, according to what I know in the sect, our Dawn Rain continent doesn't have any teleportation array that can directly connect to the devil world. Afterwards, Li Zongbao withdrew his divine sense and used his naked eyes to look at this space in the blood-red brilliance. He said in a low voice, if I's guess is correct, this place is probably under the 1,000 feet peak, or the underground near the 1,000 feet peak. Then, the 1,000 feet old man's mantle. Kai Zhuixia bit her lips and said hatefully, the 1,000 feet old man's mantle? I'm afraid, it's a beautiful legend. Li Zongbao sneered and said, no wonder in 1,000 years, I haven't heard of anyone obtaining the 1,000 feet old man's mantle. Everyone who came in has already, heaven forsaken. Kai Zhuixia exclaimed, according to Xiaohua, isn't there still a lot of loose cultivators coming? If we work together we might have a chance of winning. Heaven forsaken. Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. He had heard from Xiaohua that before them, Jiang Huanqi and dozens of others had already entered the 1,000 Peaks cave. Now that they had appeared here, those people were no longer here, so they must have already died. Even if they were all loose cultivators who had been forsaken by the heavens, what use would it be? Just as Li Zongbao was about to speak, some of the strange runes beneath their feet suddenly began to flicker, emitting a dazzling blood-red brilliance. Quick dodge! Li Zongbao shouted. He grabbed Kai Zhuixia's hand and flashed into the air. Shua! 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 Nearly 10 light sounds were heard. Within the huge space, 10 different runes flashed with a blood-red brilliance in 10 different places. Then 10 groups of people abruptly appeared within the brilliance. Each group had dozens or even hundreds of people. They were the rogue cultivators who had been abandoned by the heavens. These loose cultivators had clearly fainted from the pressure of the teleportation. Most of them were lying on the ground, their eyes glazed over. Only 2 of them remained standing, looking at Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuixia in the air with interest. These 2 people were none other than Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiesun. In just a moment Qing Fengmin laughed wildly. This is really wonderful. I never dreamed that a 12th layer qi refining cultivator would come to the 1,000 Peak. It seems like this time's plan is really too successful. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qing. Luo Jiesun next to him cupped his hands and smiled. Congratulations to you too. Qing Fengmin said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Qing, where is this place? Ma Qingqing had already woken up. Just like Li Zongbao, he looked around in astonishment. When he heard Qing Fengmin's words, he became even more afraid and asked while trembling with fear. Where is this place? Fellow Taoist Ma, isn't this the Immortal's Cave of the 1,000-old man that you've been yearning for day and night? Qing Fengmin sneered. But, the Immortal's Cave of the 1,000-old man, how could there be these? This stone statue, is the 1,000-old man? Ma Qingqing asked bravely. Demonic beast. Demon general. There was no lack of experienced and knowledgeable disbanded cultivators who had already seen the stone statue and shouted out loud. Then everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuixia in midair. Someone even asked tentatively, Senior, are you a disciple of the Utopia faction? Why are you with the demon dwellers? Why did you trick us to come here? Li Zongbao looked at them coldly and ignored them. He still held the jade bottle in his hand. The dark blue brilliance formed a round ball to cover himself and Kai Zhuixia. Fellow Taoist Qing, what the hell is going on? Please explain. Ma Qingqing ignored the chaos around him and shouted loudly. Do you still need I to explain? Qing Fengmin laughed and flew up. He landed directly in front of the stone statue and pointed at a stone niche in the corner of the stone statue. He said with a smile, this is the 1,000-old man's legacy that you've been looking for. But, this 1,000-old man actually didn't leave any skills or anything like that. He just died because I sucked out all his essence and blood. Who the hell are you? Before Ma Qingqing could speak, A tall cultivator beside him hurriedly asked. Who I am? Don't you know? Qing Fengmin laughed loudly. Just as he laughed, he stretched out his hand and hit Luo Jessen's forehead. Luo Jessen didn't resist at all. His whole body went soft and collapsed on the ground. Then a blood-red shadow came out of Luo Jessen's body and floated in midair with its fangs and claws bared. Ah? The surrounding cultivators were shocked and stepped back a few steps. At this moment, in front of the stone statue, another blood-red brilliance flashed. An even dimmer blood-red shadow flew out. Then a thin and tall cultivator appeared. That cultivator was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. It was Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Not only did Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia exclaim, even Qing Fengmin was surprised. He didn't expect that this cultivator, who was only at the second level of qi refining at that time, could pass the test and come to the Thousand-Zhang Peak. The blood-red shadow that had just appeared circled and flew straight to Qing Fengmin. It pounced forward and drilled into Qing Fengmin's body. Qing Fengmin's eyes slightly closed and then opened again. His eyes were filled with blood red. At the same time, he curiously stared at Xiaohua. Quick! Fellow Taoists, quickly attack this guy. Some rogue cultivator saw this strange scene and cried out in alarm. Pao Pao Hua. There was a burst of chaotic sounds. All kinds of yellow talismans were taken out from the storage bags of the rogue cultivators. They quickly flew towards Qing Fengmin. Some of the yellow talismans even hit Li Zongbao's magic weapon. Ha! How can this kind of magic power touch me? Qing Fengmin sneered and pounced forward. Similarly, a blood-red shadow flew out from Qing Fengmin's body. This blood-red shadow looked much more solid than the previous one. The blood-red shadow's facial features and limbs could all be seen clearly. Go! The blood-red shadow shouted. The blood-red shadow that escaped from Luo Jessen's body also flew up. The two blood-red shadows rushed towards the rogue cultivators with Qing Fengmin. The whistling yellow talismans simply came from the blood-red shadows. They simply couldn't cause any damage to them. The one Qing Fengmin rushed towards was Ma Qingqing. Seeing the ferocious blood-red shadow pouncing on him, Ma Qingqing was horrified. He hurriedly threw out all kinds of yellow talismans. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-red shadow rushed into Ma Qingqing's body. It didn't stop at all and immediately came out of Ma Qingqing's body. At the same time, the blood-red shadow came out of Ma Qingqing's back. Ma Qingqing's flesh rapidly shriveled and withered. All his blood essence and magic power were sucked dry by Qing Fengmin. That wasn't all. When Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow left Ma Qingqing and pounced on another rogue cultivator on the left, Ma Qingqing's body gradually shriveled. Then with a flash of red light, it actually emitted a blood-red flame. His entire body burned. Even his Taoist robe, storage bag and so on were ignited little by little. The burning flame connected with the blood-red space again. Just before Ma Qingqing's remains burned, Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow pounced on several rogue cultivators in a row. Every time he pounced on a rogue cultivator, that rogue cultivator would shrivel and burn just like Ma Qingqing, and Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow would condense a little bit more. Similarly, on the other side, Luo Jessen's blood-red shadow was just as swift. It also pounced on several rogue cultivators very quickly. Ah! The rogue cultivators woke up from their daze. They activated their flying talismans and fled in all directions like headless flies, hoping to find a chance to escape in this space. Fellow cultivator Zongbao. At this time, Kai Zhuoxia was completely panicked. She hugged Li Zongbao's arm with her hands. Her body trembled non-stop and her teeth chattered in fear. Li Zongbao took a breath and pulled his arm out of her embrace. He patted her shoulder and landed on the ground. He whispered, "You protect yourself. Wait for me to kill that devil." You. Kai Zhuoxia stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's sleeve extremely quickly. But then she flung it away. She bit her lips and said in a trembling voice, You be careful." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He patted his storage bag and took out a sword talisman. He activated his magic power and a crimson flying sword appeared in the air. Li Zongbao flew up and made a sword sign in his hand. The flying sword formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth quickly pierced towards Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow. JD Qing Fengmin's tone had changed. He sneered and said, "Little thing, let's see who's faster." After that, the blood-red shadow's flying speed increased a little. Li Zhongbao's flying sword could only catch up with it. It was really difficult to pierce it. In the blink of an eye, the blood essence of several rogue cultivators was sucked away by the blood-red shadow, igniting several flames. This, Li Zhongbao's flying sword talisman did not work and immediately threw it away. In the air he patted his hand and took out a walnut-sized bell. Li Zhongbao activated his magic power and shook his wrist slightly. A crisp sound of the bell rang. Following the sound of the bell, Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow shook slightly. Its speed was obviously slower. Seeing this, Li Zhongbao was overjoyed. He shook the bell in his hand one after another. Although Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow slowed down a lot because of the sound of the bell, at the same time, another person woke up from his coma because of the sound of the bell. Chapter 1391. This person was none other than Xiaohua. The ringing of bells entered Xiaohua's ears, awakening him from his stupor. At this time he was lying in front of the stone statue, which was precisely the stone niche that Qing Fengmin had pointed out a moment ago. Xiaohua opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was a huge pill furnace. The pill furnace was right in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua only needed to stretch out his hand and touch one of the pill furnace's legs. Xiaohua didn't even need to think about it. His hand naturally exerted force and the pill furnace disappeared from the stone niche. When it reappeared, it was inside Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua instinctively put the pill furnace into his space. He suddenly realized, where is this? At the same time, the cries and howls from the blood-red space reached his ears. He stood up in horror. When he looked back, he was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. The entire space was blood-red. Although there was no blood splattering everywhere, nor were there any broken limbs flying in the air, wherever the bloody shadow passed, a rogue cultivator's blood essence would be sucked away, a rogue cultivator's life would be reaped, and a ball of fire would burn. This silent tragedy pierced straight into Xiaohua's head. In an instant, Xiaohua recalled the scene of the blood shadow pouncing on him. Then he looked at himself up and down in horror. Following that, he used his hands to feel all over his body. Only when he confirmed that he was still Xiaohua did he relax slightly. Xiaohua, is that you?" Kai Zhuxia's timid voice sounded not far from him. Xiaohua turned around and saw Kai Zhuxia under the blue light. When he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful." Kai Zhuxia heard and was shocked. She thought it was the blood shadow pouncing on her. But when she looked back, she saw several vicious rogue cultivators at level 5 of the Qi refining stage. They rushed into the blue light that was protecting Kai Zhuxia. The jade bottle belonged to the Utopia faction, so Kai Zhuxia couldn't control it. She could only hold it in her hand. When she saw several disbanded cultivators chasing after her, she could only prepare to fly away. However, when she was about to fly away, several more disbanded cultivators rushed into the blue light. These people were even more ferocious. They threw fireball spells and icicle spells at Kai Zhuxia, leaving her no time to fight back. Kai Zhuxia understood the meaning of these loose practitioners, but the blue light of this jade bottle was her only reliance. If she lost it, she would definitely end up like the other loose practitioners, having her blood essence devoured by the blood shadow. Kai Zhuxia flew up. She still wanted to protect the jade bottle. However, when she had just flown half a foot into the air, the fireball talisman had struck her back with a series of rumbling sounds. The iron cloak talisman and the other iron cloak talismans that she had used earlier had been destroyed in a flash. If she did not give up on the jade bottle now, then she would be killed by the rogue cultivators now. She would not be able to wait for Shui Ying's arrival at all. "Let go, fellow Kai Zhuxia," Xiaohua shouted loudly from afar. Kai Zhuxia sighed in her heart. She threw the jade bottle far away and flew towards Xiaohua herself. The jade bottle was thrown far away, and the deep blue light screen also swayed as it flew away. Along with it, Kai Zhuxia's heart felt a bit of pity. Immediately, the remaining sense of security in Kai Zhuxia's heart also disappeared without a trace. She watched as one blood-colored flame after another rose and quietly extinguished. One by one, fresh lives silently passed away like this. The shadow of death had already covered her cheeks. A kind of indescribable fear filled Kai Zhuoxia's heart. In an instant, Kai Zhuoxia's eyes fell on Li Zongbao, who was chasing after Qing Fengmin's blood shadow in vain. A kind of intense remorse appeared in her heart. And just now, that was in the cave of the Thousand Zhang Peak, those several hours of searching in the almost endless darkness, that inseparable walking, once again engraved a deep sweetness in her heart. Maybe I was wrong. What's the use of me coming to find this cultivation method? I can follow him. Even if it's a pitch-black night, there's no need to be afraid. Kai Zhuoxia muttered in her heart. Now I've fallen into a desperate situation. What can I do? If it wasn't for me, how could he come to this kind of place? Remorse filled Kai Zhuoxia's heart, driving away that fear again. She wished she could substitute herself and let Li Zongbao safely leave this blood-colored space. Fellow Kai Zhuoxia. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia flying over somewhat stupefied and staring straight at Li Zongbao, Xiaohua frowned slightly and said in his heart, "Big sister, now is not the time for you and me to be lovey-dovey. Don't try to show your affection. Even if you stare at him for 10,000 years, it's useless." But it was not good for him to say it, so he could only remind her, What's going on? Where is this place? Fellow Xiao, it's I who harmed you. Kai Zhuoxia came to her senses. With a dejected expression, she said in a low voice, "I originally wanted to repay your kindness. That's why I brought you here, but I didn't expect." As she spoke, Kai Zhuoxia used a few words to explain what happened just now. Ah? Xiaohua's eyes widened. He used his finger to point at Li Zongbao's closely chasing blood shadow and said, It's Senior Qing? Bah, what's Senior Qing? It's just a demon. Kai Zhuoxia scolded, listening to the demon's words. This Thousand Zhang Peak is a trap. Who knows how many cultivators this guy has devoured in the past 1,000 years? Xiaohua was silent. Needless to say, this heaven-forsaken was also an organization Qing Fengmin used to send him blood food. This organization is really meticulous. As long as it's a low-level loose cultivator, these people are at the bottom of the cultivation world. Who knows how many people die every day? Who cares? Even if the loose cultivators in heaven-forsaken were devoured by this blood shadow, who would care? Besides, this Qing Fengmin probably still has some tricks up his sleeve. Just like Mo Zhao in Black Forest, in the end he got a few loose cultivators and got some elixirs or cultivation methods. This can spread the name of heaven-forsaken and attract more loose cultivators. Can also avoid some suspicion from others. It's really flawless. Xiaohua instantly understood. At the same time, all the previous suspicions also had an answer. For example, Jiang Huanqi and the others must have died in the hands of the blood shadow. What about Ma Qingqing? Xiaohua looked around, but there was no trace of him. It's either he had good intentions but did bad things. He introduced many loose cultivators to heaven-forsaken to save himself, but some of them became blood food for the demon. Or he's also a blood shadow of the demon. Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Heaven-forsaken was started by 3 people. Just now, Luo Jessen mentioned by Kai Zhuoxia might be one of them, but what about the third one? The third one must also be a blood shadow like Qing Fengmin. Who is he? Fellow Taoist Zhuoxia, be careful. A voice came from far away. It was Li Zongbao who was chasing after the blood shadow. He's still paying attention to me. Kai Zhuoxia's remorseful heart was immediately filled with sweetness. At the same time, she also saw the blood shadow flying over from the side. That was Luo Jessen's blood shadow. However, Kai Zhuoxia only glanced at the blood shadow, then immediately fixed her eyes on Li Zongbao. For a moment, she wasn't willing to look away. Stupid woman. Xiaohua at the side naturally also saw this. He suddenly understood Kai Zhuoxia's intention. This blood shadow was incomparably powerful. No yellow talisman could hurt it in the slightest. The cultivators in heaven-forsaken who were at the 5th level of qi refining simply didn't have any power to resist. All magic power attacks were ineffective. Since this was the case, Kai Zhuoxia naturally couldn't escape from that strange blood shadow. Since this was the case, she might as well take another look at Li Zongbao. Perhaps this one look could be engraved into her next life. Although Xiaohua cursed, a kind of feeling arose spontaneously. His heart was filled with indescribable sympathy and indescribable shock. Seemed, this kind of feeling, in his heart, also existed, but at this time he didn't have time to think about it. What should I do? Seeing that the blood shadow was only about 3 meters away from Kai Zhuoxiao, this distance was practically non-existent in the eyes of the blood shadow. Devil person? Xiaohua's eyes suddenly brightened. With a wave of his hand, the devil's spear in the air was taken out by him. Without hesitation, Xiaohua quickly rushed forward, directly thrusting the strange blood shadow. A thrusting spear? Luo Jesen's voice rang out from the blood shadow. He was very surprised, but its speed couldn't be reduced for a moment. In addition, Xiaohua quickly rushed forward to meet it. Just as Luo Jesen was speaking, the spear tip still pierced the blood shadow. A strange thing happened. The blood shadow that couldn't be touched by yellow talismans and other things was actually pierced by the devil's spear. In Xiaohua's eyes, it was as if the spear had pierced the flesh of a cultivator. Luo Jesen's blood shadow screamed, turned around and fled. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to give chase, he stopped again. Nonsense, there was still an infatuated female cultivator beside him who needed his protection. If he flew away, what would Kai Zhuoxiao do? Admittedly, this devil's spear tip could be given to her, but she had to be able to carry it. Luo Jesen's scream wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract Kai Zhuoxiao's attention. It was also in Li Zongbao's eyes. Although Li Zongbao didn't know what Xiaohua did, Xiaohua being able to protect Kai Zhuoxiao was enough to make Li Zongbao feel relieved. Kai Zhuoxiao looked at the spear tip in Xiaohua's hand in disbelief. Then she looked at Xiaohua's young face with even more disbelief. It seemed that half a year's time didn't leave any traces on Xiaohua's face. That youthful face. It was unknown how many secrets were hidden. He is a third-level qi refining loose cultivator? Kai Zhuoxiao couldn't help but ask herself. Ever since she met Xiaohua, all kinds of miracles made her not dare to believe her eyes. Xiaohua landed beside Kai Zhuoxiao with a smile. He tossed the devil spear tip in the air and caught it again. He said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, don't be afraid. With I by your side, you're much stronger than Senior Li." Kai Zhuoxiao's face suddenly flushed red, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. But immediately, her gaze once again looked towards Li Zongbao with concern. Although Xiaohua repelled the blood shadow, only Kai Zhuoxiao knew that the numerous loose cultivators forsaken by the heavens had either crowded towards Li Zongbao's jade bottle or flown far away early on. They only cared about their own lives and no one gave Xiaohua a glance. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zongbao not only didn't increase his speed to chase after Xiaohua, he actually slowed down and only followed from a distance. But then Li Zongbao's next move made Xiaohua feel like he was struck by lightning. Although Li Zongbao's figure fell behind, the flying sword had already left his hand. Under the control of his sword technique, the flying sword seemed to be pinched in his hand. It was extremely nimble as it pierced towards the blood shadow. Moreover, the flying sword's speed was much faster than his flying speed. He was able to catch up with the blood shadow. That blood shadow seemed to be extremely frightened. Tried its best to escape. It fluttered helplessly in the entire bloody space, only wanting to avoid the flying sword. On the other hand, Li Zongbao was in hot pursuit. Every time he activated the flying sword, he would stab the blood shadow from an unavoidable angle. Every time he stabbed, the blood shadow would boil for a moment, and the blood-colored brilliance would also weaken a little. Xiaohua held the devil spear's tip in his hand and stood in front of Kai Zhuoxiao. His eyes were fixed on Li Zongbao like a wooden chicken. Looking at his infatuation, he was simply paying more attention than Kai Zhuoxiao. However, what Xiaohua paid attention to was the sword technique in Li Zongbao's hand. Xiaohua himself had used the flying sword talisman before. However, the flying sword talisman was completely different from this flying sword technique. When Xiaohua controlled the flying sword talisman, he didn't feel anything. However, today when he suddenly saw Li Zongbao use the flying sword technique and saw the sword technique in Li Zongbao's hand, he felt an extremely familiar feeling. The feeling Xiaohua had when he saw Xiao Yuehong's pill refining technique was exactly the same. so much so that the 5 fingers of Xiao Hua's empty left hand had already begun to faintly move. The technique that didn't take shape was actually even more mysterious than Li Zongbao's sword technique, and even more agile. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was immersed in the pleasure of using the technique, Kai Zhuoxia's anxious voice rang in his ears. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua woke up. At this time, Li Zongbao had already chased the blood shadow into an extremely sorry state. The blood shadow's bloody color had become extremely thin again. Quickly look over there. Kai Zhuoxia woke up Xiao Hua, who had been standing blankly for a long time, and pointed behind him. Xiao Hua turned his head, his face revealing a panicked expression. As it turned out, during the time Xiao Hua was standing blankly, Li Zongbao admittedly defeated the blood shadow so badly that it almost didn't have any power to retaliate. However, the other 2 blood shadows had devoured all of the independent cultivators who had been forsaken by the heavens. Only within the deep blue brilliance of the Utmost Happiness faction's magic artifact Jade Bottle, there were still a dozen or so cultivators standing inside, trembling. They had very pitifully pinned their hopes on this magic artifact. And at their feet, there were also a dozen or so corpses of independent cultivators. These corpses weren't devoured by the blood shadows, but, because they were fighting over the space within the brilliance, they had been killed by the blood shadows. The 2 blood shadows let out arrogant sounds in midair. They swooped down on the ground and swept through all of the corpses. The blood and flesh of those independent cultivators who had just been killed were also devoured by them. Urgently, the 2 blood shadows surrounded the deep blue brilliance and rapidly circled around it a few times, as if they were very afraid of that brilliance. However, just as the independent cultivators within the brilliance revealed a trace of luck or rejoicing in their eyes, the 2 blood shadows let out an extremely ear-piercing shriek at the same time. That shriek almost pierced Xiao Hua's ears. In the midst of this sharp shriek, the blue brilliance emitted by the jade bottle was shattered into pieces like colored glass. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiao Hua suddenly felt like he had been teased in his heart. The brilliance of this jade bottle could clearly be easily broken by the blood shadows, but the blood shadows didn't break the brilliance first. Instead, they drove the independent cultivators who had been abandoned by the heavens to hide inside first, letting the independent cultivators kill each other, letting them feel lucky in their hearts. Once the blood shadows finished devouring the other independent cultivators, they would deal with the independent cultivators who were safely hiding inside the brilliance. Sure enough, the dozen or so cultivators were simply no match for the 2 blood shadows in a single round. No matter how they wailed, how they fled, and how they threw out all of their yellow talismans, they couldn't escape the fate of being pierced through. They couldn't escape the fate of being burned to ashes. This is bad. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "It's a diversion." Of course, when Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Li Zongbao again, sure enough, the blood shadow that was being chased by Li Zongbao's flying sword was no longer in a sorry state. It let out a shriek in midair, revealing a kind of complacency and arrogance. "Mr. Zongbao, be careful." Kai Zhuoxia couldn't help but shout. The blood shadow that was being chased by the flying sword sat cross-legged in the air and flew toward the other 2 thick blood shadows. At the same time, the other 2 blood shadows also went to meet it. Li Zongbao's face seemed to be pale, and he drove the flying sword to chase behind the blood shadow. Immediately afterward, about 10 feet to the left of Xiao Hua, the 3 blood shadows collided. Another shocking scene occurred. The 3 blood shadows didn't stop at all. With a bang sound, they collided with each other. The entire blood shadow merged into a thick mass of blood, rolling unceasingly in the air. Quick! Li Zongbao also flew to Kai Zhuoxia's side at this time. He made a sword gesture in his hand, and the flying sword pierced into the blood ball with a poof. However, this time it was far less effective than before. The flying sword was only able to penetrate half a centimeter before it could no longer move. Just as Li Zongbao was about to activate his spiritual power, a ferocious human head suddenly popped out from the blood ball. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the flying sword. With a crunching sound, the flying sword was chewed into pieces. "Ah!" Li Zongbao exclaimed as if he was in great pain. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Obviously, the destruction of the flying sword injured his mind to a certain extent. Fellow Taoist Zongbao. Kai Zhuoxiao was more nervous than anyone else. She hurried over, but before she could get close, the blood ball underwent an even more astonishing change. The hideous human head that swallowed the flying sword didn't disappear. The whole blood ball shook violently. Then the human head gradually grew out of the blood ball, growing taller and taller. Behind the human head was a neck, shoulders. Finally, it turned into a complete blood-colored human figure. Ha ha. The blood man laughed. It was Qing Fengmin's voice. Fellow Taoist Li. You've been busy for a long time, are you tired? If you're tired, then take a rest. Let this senior take over your cultivation, how about it? Take over? Xiaohua was shocked when he heard this. He seemed to have realized something. This senior's human figure can't be used for a long time. I just need to find a suitable one. You, a peak chi refining cultivator, actually came to join in the fun. This senior actually got a bargain. Ha ha ha, who knows, I might even be able to take a peek into the foundation establishment realm of cultivation. Chapter 1393. The bloody man's entire body floated in the air. It was as if countless black blood was rapidly flowing inside his body. It was incomparably strange. Kai Zhuoxiao and Xiaohua's faces were deathly pale. Because from the imposing manner of this bloody man, Xiaohua and the others faintly felt that this bloody man's strength should be close to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, Li Zongbao, who was still somewhat pale a moment ago, calmed down at this moment. His figure also floated into the air and stood straight in front of the bloody man. He coldly stared at him. After a moment he also raised his head and laughed loudly. Demons are demons after all. They only know how to fight and fight. Even if they learned a little in the human world, they still dare to be arrogant. Let me tell you, when you are scheming against I is also scheming against you. As he spoke, Li Zongbao slapped his hand and took out a shiny object from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the shiny object rapidly flew into the air and immediately turned into a net that directly enveloped the blood figure. The blood figure was unable to react in time and was submerged in the net. What are you doing? The bloody figure was somewhat puzzled. However, Li Zongbao did not answer. He very strangely flipped his hand and hit the top of his head. An extremely bright brilliance soared into the sky and directly shot above the space where the bloody mist was condensed. The bloody mist was scattered in all directions, revealing a large area of mountain rocks. Turned out that this bloody space was still within the Thousand-Zhang Peak. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Right at the top of Li Zongbao's head, there was a sparkling and translucent talisman. That talisman was not made of talisman paper, so Xiaohua could not see what it was. He only knew that the bright brilliance was emitted from that talisman. Top-grade talisman. Kai Zhuoxiao took a deep breath and exclaimed in a low voice. Talisman. Xiaohua woke up. Just now, Li Zongbao had definitely shot out a talisman. This was something that was not commonly seen in the cultivation world. However, this talisman is stuck on Li Zongbao's head. What does it have to do with scheming against that demon? The talisman that was inserted into the blood shadow didn't seem to have any effect. Xiaohua was very puzzled, but Li Zongbao immediately gave a very clear answer. Li Zongbao formed a hand seal and his right hand gently removed the jade talisman from his head. Once the jade talisman was removed from Li Zongbao's head, it immediately turned into a ball of light and flew into Li Zongbao's forehead. Enhance magic power? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. And the instant the ball of light entered Li Zongbao's forehead, an indescribable pressure came from Li Zongbao's body. That pressure couldn't be suppressed and filled the entire blood-colored space. Moreover, what Xiaohua didn't understand the most was that the pressure was actually rising all the way. Foundation establishment. Xiaohua moaned with great difficulty. It was a realm that he could only dream of. Kai Zhuoxiao's face was even more splendid. First she was concerned, then puzzled, then pleasantly surprised, and finally, her face turned ashen. As the pressure on Li Zongbao's body continued to increase, Li Zongbao's body emitted an extremely large suction force. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the blood-colored space couldn't be suppressed and poured into Li Zongbao's body. Not only that, a burst of muffled kachachid sounds rang out. A few thunderclaps resounded on the Thousand-Zhang Peak. One after another, sparkling and translucent beads that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared on the Thousand-Zhang Peak. They were the condensed spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. These condensed spiritual qi of heaven and earth suddenly condensed into the blood-colored space where Li Zongbao was, completely ignoring the existence of any stone walls. Similarly, the blood-colored fog that originally enveloped the entire cave was blown away without a trace by the gust of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, revealing the original appearance of the cave. Heaven's foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Li Zongbao could have set foot in the foundation establishment stage long ago. It was only because of some reason that he used the Utmost Happiness faction's secret talisman to suppress his own cultivation level. Only at this moment did he directly ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Originally, Xiaohua didn't know how powerful a foundation establishment stage cultivator was. But now that he saw the massive amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth flocking over, he didn't know how many times more the amount of spiritual qi in Li Zongbao's body's meridians was compared to his qi refinement stage. He knew how big the difference between Li Zongbao's magic power at the peak of qi refinement stage level 12 and the initial stage of foundation establishment was. This difference absolutely couldn't be measured by quantity. Sure enough, seeing that Li Zongbao had actually advanced to the foundation establishment stage, Qing Fengmin's blood figure also revealed an expression of astonishment. Just as Li Zongbao was absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth to complete the accumulation of foundation establishment magic power, the blood figure hurriedly moved, preparing to split into several different blood shadows. However, that blood shadow churned several times and couldn't split up. It could only become a single blood shadow and flee towards the outside of the stone walls. Unfortunately, at this moment, Li Zongbao was advancing to the foundation establishment stage. The surrounding space was restricted. Li Zongbao simply ignored it and closed his eyes to savor the new realm he had just attained. Waiting for the surrounding spiritual qi to disappear, Li Zongbao withdrew the magic power within his body. The pressure he released also abruptly disappeared. Only then did he coldly say, "Don't even think about escaping for now. The surrounding space won't be released for the next hour." "Ah, is that so?" That blood figure suddenly transformed into a blood shadow again and laughed loudly. "Want to split up?" Li Zongbao sneered. "I was waiting for you to condense into a human form. How could I give you the chance? Stop dreaming, prepare to die." As he spoke, Li Zongbao slapped his storage bag. A ring emitting crimson flames appeared in the air. Once the ring flew into the air, it immediately began to spin. As it spun, it gradually increased in speed. Li Zongbao stood steadily in midair. His divine sense drove the ring, and with a hand seal, the ring flew toward the blood shadow. In the blink of an eye, the ring flew above the blood shadow. A huge suction force was emitted from the spinning ring. The blood shadow seemed to know the power of the ring. The entire blood shadow flew out from the stone wall and rapidly flew to other places in the cave. The blood shadow's speed was undeniably fast. If it was the Li Zongbao before the foundation establishment stage, he definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. However, Li Zongbao didn't chase after it. His divine sense had already enveloped the entire cave. Wherever the blood shadow flew, the ring would immediately fly there under the control of his divine sense. And every time it flew above the blood shadow, a large piece of the blood shadow would be pulled down and thrown into the whirlpool of the ring. In the time it took to eat a meal, half of the blood shadow had been sucked in by the ring. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the blood shadow turned sharply in the air and swooped down, rushing towards Kai Zhuoxia. How could Xiaohua let him succeed? He couldn't catch up to the blood shadow. Wasn't he waiting for the moment when the blood shadow would chase after him? Therefore, Xiaohua rushed in front of Kai Zhuoxia without hesitation. The tip of the demonic spear thrust forward and stabbed the blood shadow. With a blood-curdling scream, the blood shadow flew backwards. At this moment, Li Zongbao's ring also arrived. Li Zongbao's face was slightly angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of life essence onto the ring. The ring suddenly enlarged several times and the suction force also increased sharply. Just as the blood shadow screamed, it was firmly sucked in by the ring. Li Zongbao's face was pale. Spitting out 2 mouthfuls of life essence in a row just now was still too much for him. With a point of his finger, the ring gradually shrank and flew in front of Li Zongbao. However, the ring only shrank a little and couldn't shrink anymore. It seemed that it couldn't return to its previous state. As for the blood shadow in the ring, it turned into a blood ball and faintly rotated in the ring. Moreover, it was still expanding from time to time. Qing Fengmin's voice sounded again. Foundation Establishment Cultivator is nothing more than this. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Looking at the blood ball in the air, Li Zongbao bit his lips and opened his storage pouch. After looking at it for a while, Li Zongbao raised his head and said, I will only ask you one question. Are you willing to answer? Answer? Why should I answer you? If you answer, I promise not to take your life. Li. Kai Zhuoxia's face was deathly pale. She cried out in alarm, somewhat unaccustomed. This devil has harmed countless of my cultivators. How can I spare its life? Gee, what does little girl know? You Senior Li can't take my life, so you had no choice but to use this method. Presumably, his question is also the reason why he appeared on Thousandjiang Peak. Hearing this, Kai Zhuoxia's expression became even more miserable. She immediately lowered her head and said no more. Li Zongbao glanced at Kai Zhuoxia and turned to the blood shadow. 2 years ago, at Thousandjiang Peak, did you Tianqi meet a disciple of the Utopia faction called Li Mingyang? Li Mingyang of the Utopia faction? 2 years ago I did something at Thousandjiang Peak. However, there were many cultivators at that time. How can I remember? If you don't remember, then I can't promise you. Li Zongbao said coldly. Li Mingyang was about 13 years old, level 5 of the qi refining stage. He had a small red mole on his forehead and spoke very childishly. Ha ha ha, I remember now. So he was from the Utopia faction. A little cultivator at level 5 of the qi refining stage actually dared to show off in front of me. I just swallowed his blood essence. That's it. As the blood shadow spoke, the head of a 13-year-old child appeared in the blood ball and asked, Is this person? Yes. Li Zongbao sighed and didn't speak again. Okay, I already answered your question. You have to keep your promise and let me go. The blood shadow said angrily. When did I promise you? I only said I wouldn't take your life. I didn't say I would let you go. Li Zongbao sneered. Besides, even if I don't take your life, others can't take your life. The blood shadow was furious. The whole blood ball in the ring rapidly expanded. When Xiaohua heard Li Zongbao's question earlier, he already understood in his heart. The devil's spear in his hand was already ready. Hearing Li Zongbao's answer, how could he not know that he had to make a move? Xiaohua circulated his magic power and flew into the air. The tip of the demonic spear gathered in front of him and pierced towards the ball of blood. Xiaohua, I took care of you in every possible way. I even gave you the method of making talismans. The blood ball said urgently in Qing Fengmin's voice. Besides, I also know how to get rid of you. However, how could Xiaohua dare to let it live for a moment longer? When Qing Fengmin finished speaking, Xiaohua's devil's spear immediately pierced into the blood ball. A black light circled around the blood ball and the blood ball immediately stopped surging. Soon after, it rapidly shrank. The huge blood ball actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1394. Xiaohua flew into the air and stabbed the devil's spear tip into the rolling blood ball without hesitation. The blood ball seemed to be afraid of the devil's spear tip in Xiaohua's hand and was already rolling violently inside the ring, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be able to stop the spear tip from piercing in. When the spear tip pierced in, the blood ball immediately stopped rolling and then rapidly shrunk before disappearing in a moment. So effective? Xiaohua looked and frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled. Is this devil spear tip more effective against devils than against cultivators? At this moment, Xiaohua tightly grasped the devil's spear tip and a trace of scalding heat came from the cold spear tip. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. At this moment, Li Zongbao behind Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao, for personally killing the devils and eliminating a disaster for the cultivators of my Dawn Rain continent. Following Li Zongbao's voice, he pointed his finger and the ring spiraled back into its original shape and flew into Li Zongbao's hand. I don't dare, it's all Senior Li's credit. Junior doesn't dare to claim credit. Xiaohua quickly bowed and said in panic. Not at all, if it wasn't for this devil weapon in fellow Taoist Zhao's hand, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the strength to kill the thief. Li Zongbao smiled and put the ring into his storage bag. He looked at the devil's spear tip in Xiaohua's hand and said, Can I take a look? Of course, Senior Li's eyes are like torches. Junior is holding the devil's spear tip exchanged from Jinghua City's E.G. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly handed over the spear tip. Li Zongbao said and was about to take the spear tip. Senior, be careful, this thing is extremely heavy. Xiaohua handed it over and reminded. Okay, Li Zongbao reached out and took it. However, he still underestimated the weight of the spear tip. His arm sank and the spear tip almost fell out of his hand. Li Zongbao was shocked and hurriedly urged his magic power to hold the spear tip and didn't lose face. Alas, there's always someone better. Li Zongbao looked left and right at the tip of the spear, but he didn't see any clues. He sighed and returned the tip of the spear to Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua easily catch it, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wouldn't dare. Junior only has this little bit of brute force. Compared to Senior's mountain-like cultivation, the difference is still too great. Xiaohua said respectfully. Fellow Taoist Zhuoxia. Li Zongbao turned to look at Kai Zhuoxia, whose face was still pale. I wouldn't dare. Senior Li, please call me Kai Zhuoxia. Now that Senior is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, I can no longer use the previous title. Kai Zhuoxia bit her lip and said in a low voice. This. Li Zongbao was at a loss for words. He didn't use the jade talisman to suppress his cultivation deliberately to hide anything. He just wanted to stay at the peak of the aura refining stage to comprehend more and delay the time of entering the Foundation Establishment stage. How could he have thought that he would break through here? Thus he smiled bitterly and said, I was ordered by my master to suppress my cultivation level. The longer I suppress it, the better my progress in the Foundation Establishment stage will be. I didn't mean to deceive you. There's such a thing? Xiaohua's heart stirred and he secretly rejoiced. This is a trick. In that case, Senior Li also came to 1,000 feet peak on the orders of your master? Kai Zhuoxia said coldly. This is indeed so. Li Zongbao sighed. Li Mingyang is the direct descendant of one of Ai's martial uncles. 2 years ago he traveled through the state of Xi and disappeared without a trace. According to the sect's information, the last place he appeared was 1,000 feet peak. I indeed came to search for him on the orders of my martial uncles. Senior Li saw that I had Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake, so you deigned to befriend me, right? Kai Zhuoxia's face became increasingly pale. Seeing this, Xiaohua secretly cursed. This girl seems to have dug herself into a dead end. Sure enough, Li Zongbao pondered for a moment and could only reply, if fellow Taoist Kai says so, I also can't deny it. But immediately after he said, however, I don't have any extravagant hopes for Elder 1,000 Feet's legacy. This 1,000 Feet Peak's cultivation method and other items as previously mentioned, will still be given to fellow Taoist Kai. Oh, and fellow Taoist Xiao. As he spoke, Li Zongbao turned his head and pointed at the stone niche of the stone statue. Unfortunately, the stone niche was completely empty at this moment. There was nothing there at all. Li Zongbao was very surprised and frowned. It seems like there's something inside? Xiaohua sweated profusely. Wasn't that the first place he saw when he woke up? Wasn't that the pill furnace he took away when he woke up? Just when Xiaohua didn't know whether to take out the pill furnace or not, he heard Kai Zhuoxia say coldly, the devil said clearly that Elder 1,000 Feet had already died in his hands. It's been 1,000 years, haven't Elder 1,000 Feet's cultivation methods, pills and other items long disappeared? Although Tianqi had so many cultivation methods, where did the cultivation methods and pills that the devil dwellers had when they were created come from? Aren't they all Elder 1,000 Feet's things? He said that Elder 1,000 Feet's mantle was in this stone niche. I'm afraid it was there before, but he took it away long ago. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. To be honest, everyone was panicking at that time and only thought about how to escape. Who would look carefully? Xiaohua's heart also calmed down a little. And Xiaohua also very naturally tied the other storage bag to his waist. Fellow Taoists, what plans do you two have? Li Zongbao suddenly asked. Reporting to Senior Junior. I'm only at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. I just got a cultivation method from Qing Fingmin's storage bag that can be practiced to the 5th level of the qi refining stage. Naturally, I want to find a place to meditate. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. He, meditating is admittedly good, but everyone's method may not be the same. Li Zongbao laughed and said, fellow Taoist Xiao previously practiced for a long time in Shanghuaming and was still at the 1st level of the qi refining stage. You just left Shanghuaming for half a year and broke through to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. In I's opinion, fellow Taoist should travel more. Yes, Junior understands. What about fellow Taoist Kai? Li Zongbao pretended to be indifferent and said. What about Senior Li? Kai Zhuixia didn't answer at all and asked back. Sigh, because I suddenly entered the foundation establishment stage, I haven't made sufficient preparations and my realm hasn't stabilized. I want to go into seclusion here and wait until my foundation establishment stage has stabilized. Then I'll immediately return to the utmost happiness faction and report Li Mingyang's matter to Martial Uncle. Li Zongbao answered honestly. Hearing this, Kai Zhuixia's face first showed a hint of joy, but then it returned to its usual coldness. She cupped her hands and said, Junior congratulates Senior Li once again for entering the ranks of the foundation establishment stage. Junior still has to work hard for the future of my Kai family, so I won't accompany you here any longer. Goodbye. After saying this, she didn't even say goodbye to Xiaohua and hurriedly walked out of the cave. Fellow Taoist Kai? Li Zongbao walked out quickly. When he came out, Kai Zhuixia had already activated the flight talisman and flew into the air. Fellow Taoist Zhuixia? Li Zongbao called out in a low voice. Chapter 1395. Senior Li. Xiaohua caught up from behind. Seeing the two people like this, he sighed in his heart and cupped his hands. Farewell. Oh, okay, Li Zongbao said. He clapped his hands and took out 2 message amulets from his storage bag. He handed them to Xiaohua and said, fellow cultivator Xiao, meeting is fate. Moreover, we can be considered to have gone through life and death. This is I's message amulet. Keep it. If fate wills it, we can meet again at the extreme happiness sect of Lian country. Xiaohua looked at the 2 message amulets and was slightly stunned. But then he understood. He reached out and said with a smile, Junior understands. If fate wills it, we fellow cultivators who have gone through life and death can meet again. After Li Zongbao nodded with a smile, he looked sideways at the direction Kai Zhuixia flew away. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiaohua knew his mood. He cupped his hands and flew away without saying anything. But after flying for a while, he immediately landed. Nonsense, there was a foundation establishment cultivator who was on good terms with him in seclusion nearby. What was he afraid of? He must first find a place nearby and familiarize himself with the fire-type cultivation method. Then he would organize the pill furnace and elixirs he got from the 1,000-feet peak. Xiaohua searched for a long time and found a very hidden cave. He used a huge mountain rock to block the entrance of the cave. Then he embedded the moonlight stone in the cave's stone wall. With the help of the moonlight stone's brilliance, Xiaohua took out the raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method that he had just obtained. He carefully read it several times and memorized the contents. Then he put it into his space and closed his eyes to think. This so-called raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method seems very shallow. It's much simpler than Shanghuaming's cultivation method. Can't be said to be profound. It must be one of the very low-level cultivation methods in the sect. Moreover, the flow of true qi and the activation of magic power in this cultivation method are all rough. Even feels a little crude. It's far from being as delicate and gentle as Shanghuaming's cultivation method. Could it be? This is the difference between a water-type cultivation method and a fire-type cultivation method? Then, should I look for a higher-level cultivation technique? Or should I just practice this low-level cultivation method? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant, but immediately after he let out a pfft laugh and said to himself, come on, this low-level cultivation method was obtained by chance. Who knows when I'll be able to obtain a high-level cultivation method again? How can I wait? Presumably, Xiaohua concentrated his breath, closed his eyes and silently operated the mental cultivation method that he had just memorized. While throwing the marrow-cleansing pill into his mouth, he circulated and refined his true qi in his new meridians. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua opened his eyes. His expression was slightly happy. It's really not bad. This fire-type constitution really needs a fire-type cultivation method. Although this raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method is relatively low level, but my cultivation speed is actually faster than Shang Huaming's cultivation method. It's almost twice as fast. If I calculate it this way, my cultivation speed will be shortened by a lot compared to ordinary cultivators. However, there are also some difficulties. This marrow cleansing pill isn't very useful. Its effect isn't even half of that of the clear breeze pill. On the other hand, although the clear breeze pill doesn't use the same spiritual herbs as the marrow cleansing pill, its effect is about the same as the second layer of qi refining. However, there are still some strange places. There are many details of true qi refinement. This raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method clearly doesn't record them, but when I practice I can actually repair them on my own. This can't be because of my meridians, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the dragon jade. Looking at the dragon jade that was missing a dragon head, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Dragon transformation art. Oh, dragon transformation art. Even if this poor Taoist obtains you, how can he cultivate? In Xiaohua's mind, the obscure dragon transformation art flowed like a small stream. Unfortunately, he wanted to, but he was powerless. He didn't know how to start. Right, I didn't come out empty-handed on Thousand Zhang Peak. In addition to a storage pouch, I also obtained a pill furnace. Kai Zhuoxia and Li Zongbao probably never dreamed of it. Xiaohua's heart burned with passion as he put away the dragon jade. Not bothering to look inside the storage pouch, he first took out the pill furnace. After all, he already had the alchemy manual as well as the pill formulas as well as the spiritual plants in the space. Now that he had the pill furnace, if he still couldn't concoct pills, then even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the alchemy furnace into the cave. The milky white brilliance of the moonlight evenly sprinkled on the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace unexpectedly flashed a faint light on its own. Xiaohua very gently walked to the front of the alchemy furnace and placed his hand on it. There were veined patterns on the alchemy furnace. Touching those veined patterns, a delicate and gentle feeling spontaneously arose. Xiaohua gently caressed it and slowly enjoyed this feeling. The feeling transmitted from his fingertips made his heart itch incomparably. He almost, right now, wanted to start alchemy. Once Xiaohua had his fill of caressing the cauldron, he retreated a few steps and carefully sized up the cauldron. The cauldron was very tall, and Xiaohua could only reach one of the cauldron's openings. Looking at the cauldron's 3 legs, the cauldron's nearly spherical cauldron had 5 openings for placing herbs. And on top of the pill furnace there was a small bird standing there. How come this pill furnace is different from Shang Huaming's Jihao? I remember that pill furnace only had one place for medicine. What is this little bird doing? Why would it refine a little bird on top of the pill furnace for no reason? Right, there are also veined patterns on the outside of the pill furnace. The tentacles are very vivid as if they can move. It doesn't seem like runes. Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. He walked closer and saw that the pill furnace's 5 openings were all open. Xiaohua took out a moonstone and placed it inside the pill furnace. Before he could carefully look inside the pill furnace, his eyes saw that there was a blood-red manual lying quietly inside the pill furnace. Cultivation method. Thousand Zhang Old Man's cultivation method. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His empty left hand formed a seal. It was the basic spell he had just learned, telekinesis technique. That blood-red manual immediately flew into Xiaohua's hand. When Xiaohua carefully looked at it, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was a manual with a blood-red cover. On it were written the words, Blood Shadow Technique. Just these 3 words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the fire in Xiaohua's heart. When he opened the book and flipped through it, it was even more ice-cold. What was written in the book was a cultivation method of the Devil Realm. It was about how to refine the blood essence of others into one's own blood shadow. And this blood shadow was precisely the blood shadow that Xiaohua saw in Thousandjiang Peak, the blood shadow that drilled out of Qing Fengmin's body. However, the blood shadow was admittedly powerful, but, after all, it was a cultivation method of the devil realm. Xiaohua, as a cultivator of the human realm, why would he cultivate the blood shadow technique? Sigh, I was happy for nothing again, Xiaohua thought. He slapped his hand and magic power spread out. He wanted to destroy this blood shadow technique manual. This kind of cultivation method of the devil realm was really evil. It actually used a cultivator's blood essence as a cultivation method to refine it into one's own cultivation method. It really couldn't be allowed to exist in this world. However, just when Xiaohua's palms slapped the cover of the manual, he suddenly stopped. A thunderclap sounded in his head, illuminating his entire heart. His figure seemed to be imprisoned by millions of confinement talismans, completely motionless. His eyes were really round and his mouth was wide open. How did I become an idiot? Countless thoughts instantly turned in Xiaohua's mind. In the end, only this sentence remained: how did I become an idiot? I thought that this blood shadow technique was a sinister technique and couldn't be cultivated. But how could I forget? I have a dragon transformation art, but I can't cultivate this dragon transformation art. And in my body there might be a living meridian. This meridian seems to be able to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Oh, I can't cultivate the dragon transformation art, but I can use the blood shadow cultivation method of the blood shadow technique to control my meridian and cultivate. With a pie sound, Xiaohua woke up from his stupor. He slapped his forehead and rejoiced. Luckily, I didn't recklessly destroy the blood shadow technique. Otherwise, I'll really regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaohua rejoiced as he thought. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't bother to check the pill furnace anymore. He first put away the pill furnace, and only used the brilliance of the moonlight stone to bitterly study the blood shadow technique. His heart was incomparably carefree. Only now did Xiaohua have a feeling that he was above ordinary cultivators. Previously, it was true that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, he had always been worried about the technique. Now, the mysterious Long Yu and the mysterious dragon transformation art had been controlled by him. How could he still be ordinary? Thinking to this point, Xiaohua let out a long whistle in the air. It was as if he wanted to disperse all the gloominess of these past few years. A fellow Taoist Xiao. A familiar voice suddenly came from above his head. Chapter 1396. Fellow Taoist Kai? Xiaohua didn't expect that there would be someone in the air. Hearing that familiar voice, he naturally raised his head. Kai Zhuoxia descended from the air, looked at the cave behind Xiaohua, then looked at Xiaohua's cultivation. She said thoughtfully, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed an almighty person. It's only been a few dozen days and you've actually already firmly stepped into the early third level of qi refining. It looks like, after a few more days of hard work, I'm afraid you'll be able to rush into the middle stage." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Kai praises me too much. I'm only at the third level of qi refining. Not to mention Senior Li's foundation establishment, I'm still far from fellow Taoist Kai's fifth level of qi refining. How can I compare to Senior Li?" Kai Zhuoxia was dejected. "Oh right, fellow Taoist Kai. Why are you still here?" Xiaohua's eyes turned and he asked knowingly. Kai Zhuoxia's face was slightly red and she frowned. Since fellow Taoist Xiao was able to comprehend something at the moment of life and death on 1,000 Feet Peak, can't you also let I cultivate in seclusion this time? Even if I have limited aptitude and no progress, can't I cultivate in seclusion? After Kai Zhuoxia finished speaking, she felt that it was inappropriate, as if she was trying to hide something. Her face was crimson and she stamped her feet, urged her magic power and leaped into the air, about to fly far away. "Fellow Taoist Kai, take care. Senior Li left something for you." Xiaohua laughed in his heart and hurriedly shouted. Sure enough, Kai Zhuoxia's figure flew out several dozen feet, then suddenly stopped in the air. She hesitated for a moment then flew back. At this time her face had already regained its calm, and there seemed to be some expectation in her eyes. What is it? When did Senior Li give it to me? Kai Zhuoxia asked. A few dozen days ago after fellow Taoist Kai left. Xiao Hua answered and took out the communication talisman. Kai Zhuoxia frowned slightly and used her hand to take it. She asked again, what did Senior Li say? This. Xiao Hua hesitated and said with a smile, Senior Li said that if we're fated, we can all meet in the utmost happiness faction. Xiao Hua didn't know what Li Zongbao meant. Of course he didn't dare to say anything. He also didn't want to say anything. Li Zongbao didn't say anything so he could only say what he said. Of course this was also what Li Zongbao had said. Unfortunately Xiao Hua still didn't understand the heart of a female cultivator. When Kai Zhuoxia heard this, a cold smile appeared on her face. In that case fellow Taoist Xiao also has such a communication talisman? Xiao Hua was embarrassed and said in a low voice, yes, Senior Li also bestowed this junior with one. Ha bestowed. Kai Zhuoxia sneered and said, I naturally bestowed this message talisman. But Senior Li didn't say that. Xiao Hua was very anxious, his back was sweating. He didn't say that but he did. Kai Zhuoxia's face was covered in frost as she held Li Zongbao's message talisman in her hand. The expression in her eyes changed a few times before finally becoming resolute. She urged the mana in her hand and a ball of flame rose from her hand. In the blink of an eye the message talisman was burned to ashes. Fellow Taoist Kai? Xiao Hua was shocked. He really couldn't understand Kai Zhuoxia's actions and said anxiously, this? What are you doing? Not doing anything. Senior Li is a Foundation Establishment senior of the Utmost Happiness faction. What does he have to do with us? What's the use of keeping the message talisman? Kai Zhuoxia's voice came from afar. Xiao Hua was completely speechless. His flying figure also stopped. At this time, it had already been dozens of days since the incident at 1,000 Feet Peak. Kai Zhuoxia was still cruising around here. Needless to say she must be worried about Li Zongbao. But her performance in front of Xiao Hua. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A female cultivator's heart is like the sand at the bottom of the sea. No matter how profound Senior Li's cultivation is, I'm afraid he can't figure it out. Xiao Hua shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to fly towards 1,000 Feet Peak. 1,000 Feet Peak was still the same. It didn't attract the attention of other cultivators because of the death of several hundred rogue cultivators in Tianqi. It also didn't become famous in the country of Xi because a devil dweller was killed by a Foundation Establishment cultivator. On the contrary, it was because Li Zongbao advanced to Foundation Establishment several dozen days ago, which caused some celestial phenomena and attracted the attention of some cultivators. They came to investigate, but how could those cultivators see anything? Soon after they all dispersed. Xiao Hua came at this time so he definitely couldn't meet other cultivators. Looking at the numerous caves on 1,000 Feet Peak, Xiao Hua simply couldn't think of going in to explore. Who knows if there are other demons inside? Oh, that's right. The stone statues in the blood-colored space. There are two of them. One is a devil dweller and the other is a devil dweller. Qingfeng means blood shadow, and Luo Jiasen's blood shadow. Are they respectively these two things? But, if the two of them are, then the third cultivator to establish Heaven Forsaken. What is he? Xiao Hua suddenly thought. Also, what about Tianqi? Should I bring Qingfeng means matter to the rogue cultivators in Tianqi? Xiao Hua thought of another problem. Tianqi was originally an alliance of rogue cultivators. It was precisely the protection of rogue cultivators. Although the rogue cultivators in Tianqi are somewhat scheming against each other, after all they are here in name. They can intimidate those sects and cultivator aristocratic families. Moreover, if Tianqi develops and grows stronger, it may not be impossible to contend against those sects and aristocratic families. Although Qingfeng means purpose in establishing Tianqi is sinister, the results are positive. Many rogue cultivators have benefited from it. If I tell Qingfeng means matter Tianqi, won't it disband? And won't the rogue cultivators in Tianqi fall into a situation where they have no one to rely on? Alas, forget it. It's already been several dozen days. Maybe Kai Zhuoxia has already spread the news here. Tianqi has also disbanded long ago. Besides, there's still Li Zongbao. He's a cultivator of Lian Country's Extreme Happiness School. This kind of matter of killing a devil, it's bound to spread. Even if I don't say it, Tianqi would have already disbanded by now. Forget it. Now that I've also obtained a fire attribute cultivation method, I'll be able to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refining. At that time I'll have magic power and flying speed. Qi refining stage cultivators, who would I be afraid of? As for Tianqi, it has nothing to do with me. Xiaohua thought of Ma Qingqing and the others and couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected. They were all wholeheartedly working for the rogue cultivators, but they had instead fallen into a tragic end. Oh, I forgot. These several dozen days I've been cultivating cultivation methods. I still haven't carefully looked at the storage bag I got from Qing Fengmin's blood shadow. Xiaohua scratched his head. He had obtained so many things for no reason that he didn't even have the time to carefully look through them. Looking through his gains was Xiaohua's favorite thing to do. Inside Qing Fengmin's storage bag there were a lot of things, and they were also a mess. Apart from a few jade bottles, there were some things of unknown origin. The cultivation methods that Xiaohua had high hopes for before were not even a single book. Oh, how could I forget again? Qing Fengmin is a devil. Why would he want medicinal pills and cultivation methods? Even if there were cultivation methods he wouldn't carry them with him. Presumably, he left them in Jingbua City or somewhere else. Xiaohua suddenly realized, but Tianqi has so many cultivation methods, don't they all have to rely on Qing Fengmin to coordinate them? Where would he put the cultivation methods? What a pity, this guy was completely absorbed by my devil spear point, not leaving behind a single trace. If I had known earlier I would have asked him at that time. But what's the use of regretting now? Xiaohua curled his lips and threw all the things inside the storage bag into the space. Just like before, he placed them in categories. There are also 2 gold foil here. Xiaohua placed the 2 gold foil together with the 2 gold foil he had obtained before. These 4 gold foil looked exactly the same and there were some strange patterns on them. But as for what they were used for, he still had no idea. Apart from this gold foil, among the remaining things, Xiaohua only recognized a tiger head waste token. Because when he was organizing things, there was also a waste token with a bunch of bamboo drawn on it together with this waste token. Because he wanted to split it equally with Kai Zhuoxiao, Xiaohua kept the tiger head waste token for himself and gave the bamboo one to Kai Zhuoxiao. However, even if he recognized it, Xiaohua still didn't know what it was used for. Of course, this was enough. After all, the remaining things were strange and he simply couldn't see the original appearance of these things. Forget it, let's look at the jade bottles. Xiaohua took out the jade bottle. As soon as he opened the jade bottle, he was stupefied. I thought I was drawing water with a bamboo basket for nothing. So the good stuff was actually hidden here. Inside these several jade bottles were all Foundation Establishment pills. Xiaohua roughly counted and estimated that there were about 30 pills. I'm rich. Xiaohua was very excited. He rubbed his hands and put the Foundation Establishment pills into his space, sweeping away his somewhat depressed mood. With these Foundation Establishment pills, presumably when he cultivated to the peak of the 12th level of the Qi refining realm, he should be able to easily step into the Foundation Establishment realm. That being said, Xiaohua had only just reached the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. The distance from the 12th level of the Qi refining realm was still very far. Who knew when he would be able to reach the peak of the Qi refining realm? But, with these Foundation Establishment pills, Kai Zhuoxiao's chances of stepping into the Foundation Establishment realm are also very high. Xiaohua naturally thought of the storage pouch that was given to Kai Zhuoxiao. Forget it, those Foundation Establishment pills are already hers. In the future, I don't know if I'll be able to see this eccentric girl again. Why would I think about it? Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the Thousand-Zhang Peak not far away. He leaped up and flew into the distance. However, just after flying for a moment before he could fly out of the Thousand-Zhang Peak's range, Kai Zhuoxiao intercepted him in midair. Looking at Kai Zhuoxiao, who was flying over from afar, Xiaohua secretly laughed. You still say you don't care about Li Zongbao. I just came over from the Thousand-Zhang Peak, and you're already here to inquire about him? But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Kai Zhuoxiao didn't mention Li Zongbao's matter to him at all. Instead, she cupped her hands and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, the trip to the Thousand-Zhang Peak, was out of my expectations. Not only did I not repay fellow Taoist's kindness, I even almost implicated fellow Taoist. This really makes I blush with shame. I want to find another opportunity to make up for it. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested? Chapter 1397. Hearing Kai Zhuoxia's words, Xiaohua's first reaction was to shake his head. Nonsense, he had a 5th-level qi refining cultivation method, medicinal pills, and the mysterious dragon transformation art to cultivate. For the time being, he didn't need to worry about cultivation methods. Instead of taking risks, he might as well find a place to cultivate. Maybe he could reach the 5th level of qi refining in a few years. Oh, fellow Xiao doesn't need to be in a hurry to answer. Wait until I finish explaining the whole story, then you can decide. Kai Zhuoxia seemed to understand Xiaohua's thoughts and said with a smile. This. Xiaohua hesitated, but he quickly cupped his hands and said, then, I am all ears. Actually, the matter is very simple. Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile. I wonder if fellow Xiao has heard of the revolving reflection pill? Revolving reflection pill? Xiaohua stared blankly and rolled his eyes. He had only told Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxiao about Yunqi Marsh, but he hadn't mentioned the rainbow epiphyllum. So he asked, what kind of medicinal pill is that? Kai Zhuoxiao didn't doubt that Xiaohua didn't know about it. So she explained the effects of the revolving reflection pill, then said, unfortunately, this revolving reflection pill is only effective for cultivators at the 12th level of qi refining. Speaking up to here, her eyes flashed with a strange light, then she restored her calm. It's useless for low-level qi refining cultivators like me. Fellow Kai, what do you mean by this? Xiaohua was a bit confused. The revolving reflection pill's main ingredient is the rainbow epiphyllum, which fellow Xiao has been to Yunqi Marsh before. However, the rainbow epiphyllum generally appears after the rain. Normally, it is hidden in the marsh and is extremely difficult to find. Moreover, the rainbow epiphyllum is guarded by a spirit butterfly called the water pattern butterfly. If you aren't at least at the 6th or 7th level of qi refining, I'm afraid it will be difficult to pick. Actually, what I want to talk about is another medicinal pill that is equally famous as the revolving reflection pill. It's called the embryonic breathing pill. Kai Zhuoxiao finally said the main point. Embryonic breathing pill? Xiaohua furrowed his brows. He did obtain some pill recipes and alchemy manuals, but recently he only focused on cultivating his cultivation technique. He didn't look at the pill recipes and alchemy manuals, so he didn't know what this embryonic breathing pill was. The revolving illumination pill and the embryonic breath pill are spirit pills that can be used by qi condensation cultivators. The revolving illumination pill is used by qi condensation cultivators to help them condense their divine sense. As for the embryonic breath pill, it can be used by all qi condensation cultivators. Its effect is to help a cultivator break through a bottleneck. Of course, this pill is only effective once and the success rate is 50%. Only 50%? Xiaohua exclaimed, I thought I could break through after taking it. There's no such thing as absolute certainty in this world. Kai Zhuoxiao seemed to have thought of something and her expression became a little gloomy. She smiled bitterly and said, even if you use pills to increase your cultivation, it's not something that can be done overnight. A pill can only be effective for a certain stage, and the more you use it, the worse the effect. This embryonic breath pill can help a cultivator break through a bottleneck, especially for qi condensation cultivators. Even if the success rate is only 50%, it's still very precious. Then, where is the main ingredient of the embryonic breath pill? Is it also in Yunqi Marsh? Xiaohua's heart slightly moved and he asked, do you know of the Inkshao Black Forest? Kai Zhuoxiao asked calmly. Inkshao Black Forest? Xiaohua immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. I've heard that Tianqi has been to this place before and many people have died there. Ice cultivation is shallow, so I definitely won't go there. Fellow Xiao, don't worry. I was just asking if you know of the Inkshao Black Forest and I didn't say I wanted to go there. Kai Zhuoxiao smiled, looked at the Thousand-Zhang Peak in the distance and said, the Inkshao Black Forest is a place that only qi condensation cultivators of the 7th stage and above can go. With my current cultivation going there will only be suicide. I want to invite fellow Xiao to go to a place similar to the Ink Xiao Black Forest, but the degree of danger is much lower. Fellow Kai, please tell me. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time I met fellow Xiao, there is a place 1,000 miles to the west called the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range. This mountain range is infested with spirit beasts, and there are countless dangers inside. However, according to what this poor Taoist knows, there is a kind of spirit fruit growing in an extremely secretive forest on the outskirts of the Weiming mountain range. It is called the mother-child spirit fruit, and it is the main ingredient used to concoct the embryonic breathing pill. Fellow Kai, do you mean to invite I to go to the Sobbing Meng mountain range with you? Xiao Hua said thoughtfully. Fellow Xiao, what I said is exactly what I was thinking. Kai Zhuoxiao nodded and said, fellow Zhao's flying speed is very fast, and you also have strength and magical power that I don't have. If I don't invite fellow Xiao, who else can I invite? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered. Fellow Xiao, think about it carefully. There are 12 layers of qi refining and every layer has a bottleneck. If you have this embryonic breath pill, you have a 50% chance of breaking through this bottleneck. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. I just found a clue from the things that fellow Xiao gave I reckon that some loose cultivator got it from Tianqi. I can't guarantee that other loose cultivators don't know about it. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua still shook his head, cupped his hands and said, fellow Kai, please know that I's cultivation is not enough. I really don't dare to take the risk. Fellow Kai, please find someone else. Kai Zhuoxiao sighed and said, alas, other than fellow Taoist Xiao, who else can this poor Taoist feel at ease? Xiao Hua secretly criticized, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only smile bitterly and said, I really don't want to go. Even if fellow Taoist picks the mother-child spirit fruit, how will you refine the embryonic breath pill? Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to worry about this. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go, just the two of us won't be enough. I still need to invite someone else. Kai Zhuoxiao patiently explained. There's still someone else? Xiao Hua shook his head even more. Right now he had cultivation methods, medicinal pills and alchemy techniques. He needed to cultivate calmly and didn't want to take the risk. How about this, fellow Taoist Xiao, give one of your messaging talismans to I need some time to find someone. When the time comes I will send a message to you. If you change your mind you can come find me. Kai Zhuoxiao didn't force him and suggested, and that's for the best. Xiao Hua gave one of his messaging talismans to Kai Zhuoxiao. Right, fellow Taoist Xiao, are you still going to cultivate in seclusion here? Kai Zhuoxiao looked around and asked. Of course not here. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, this place is too close to Thousandjiang Peak. I don't feel at ease. I want to return to Jingbua City, find an inn to stay in and slowly cultivate. Kai Zhuoxiao laughed out loud and said, fellow Taoist Zhao's idea is very fresh. Let's not talk about the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the inns in Jingbua City. Even if you have to pay people spirit stones every day, it's not advisable. Fellow Taoist Kai, do you have any good suggestions? Xiao Hua scratched his head and said, is there even a need to say it? Find a place with abundant heaven and earth spiritual qi and build your own cave? If you want to live there for a long time, then make it a bit more tidy. If you want to cultivate for a short time, then make it a bit simpler. Oh, there's a rare spirit-seeking mouse that's a specialty of the Sobbing Meng mountain range. It's the most sensitive to heaven and earth spiritual qi. If fellow Taoist Xiao can obtain one, then you can easily find a place with abundant heaven and earth spiritual qi in the boundless mountains and open up your cave. I don't dare to think so much. Xiao Hua waved his hand, looked into the distance and said with a smile, I only need a cave to settle down in. Kai Zhuoxiao turned her head to look, then pointed with her finger and said, 200 miles south from here, there's a tall mountain that's similar to the Thousandjiang Peak. I passed by when I came to the Thousandjiang Peak some time ago. There's an abandoned cave there. It should be a certain senior who doesn't use it. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind, then you can go take a look. When I find people, I'll go look for you. That's fine. I'll do as fellow Taoist Kai says. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and thanked her. After Kai Zhuoxiao cupped her hands and said goodbye, Xiao Hua also flew south. Sure enough, he saw a tall mountain about 200 miles away. That abandoned cave was actually hidden. Xiaohua searched for a long time before he saw the entrance that was only half a person's height and was blocked by a mountain tree. After he entered, he discovered that there was indeed another cave inside. This abandoned cave was quite large. Inside there were several caves that were connected. Each cave had been cleaned and looked very decent. Among these caves, except for one that had a shabby praying mat, which Xiaohua knew was the place for closed-door cultivation. There was also a cave that had wild weeds and a few common spirit herbs, which was where medicinal herbs were planted. As for the other caves, he didn't know what they were used for. No wonder it's called a cave. Sure enough, it's different from ordinary caves. Xiaohua looked at the caves again and secretly nodded his head. Then, just like before, he used a boulder to block the entrance and exit of the cave. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began his closed-door cultivation. What Xiaohua was currently cultivating was the fire attribute cultivation method, raising fire to burning the heavens. This was a basic cultivation method. When cultivating this cultivation method, Xiaohua's mind was still in the space. On one hand, he was comprehending the heavenly Tao, on the other hand he was drawing spiritual qi into his body. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth circulated in the meridians of the third level of qi, refining his true qi and strengthening his cultivation. In addition to this, Xiaohua also wanted to cultivate the dragon transformation art. The cultivation of the dragon transformation art was different from the cultivation of basic cultivation methods. The dragon transformation art borrowed the cultivation technique of blood shadow art and cultivated it in Xiaohua's meridians. In truth, it was the cultivation of the meridians themselves. What made Xiaohua ecstatic was that although the blood shadow art was an extremely sinister cultivation method of the devil realm, it was also extremely wonderful and had its own unique effect. Xiaohua only needed to activate the dragon transformation art, and the meridians in his body really began to cultivate automatically as if they had a life of their own. He didn't need to worry too much about it. Moreover, cultivating the dragon transformation art in his meridians didn't have any conflict with refining his true qi in his meridians. Thus, Xiaohua settled down in this abandoned immortal's cave. As time passed day by day, Xiaohua's cultivation speed finally caught up with ordinary cultivators. His cultivation also increased little by little. Chapter 1398. Time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua had been in seclusion for more than half a year in this abandoned cave. In this half-year, Xiaohua cultivated day and night. In addition to the basic cultivation methods, the dragon transformation art and so on, he also cultivated some of the basic magic techniques. He even read a lot of the book he obtained from the Zhu family. It could be said that he had a direct impression of the Dawn Rain continent. As for Xiaohua's cultivation in this half-year, he had steadily advanced from the early third level of qi refining to the middle third level of qi refining. Although this kind of advancement was very common for ordinary cultivators with sects, for Xiaohua, it was an enormous breakthrough. However, after reaching the middle third level of qi refining, Xiaohua had no choice but to come out of seclusion. The reason was very simple: the medicinal pills in his space were gone. Since Xiaohua began his seclusion because he had a fire attribute cultivation method suitable for his cultivation progress seemed to be faster than before. Therefore, when he cultivated, the medicinal pills he took weren't as extravagant as before. He only took one out when necessary. However, his medicinal pills were still limited. In half a year's time, the marrow cleansing pills and clear ripple pills in his space were all consumed by him. There were only a few dozen foundation establishment pills left. After stopping taking medicinal pills, Xiaohua felt that his cultivation had begun to progress at a tortoise's speed. Xiaohua, who had already adapted to taking medicinal pills and cultivating at the same speed as ordinary cultivators, was somewhat dissatisfied. Speaking of medicinal pills, he could still refine them. Xiaohua had the alchemy technique, the alchemy furnace, and the spiritual herbs in his space. Refining medicinal pills shouldn't be a problem, right? And this was what Xiaohua had planned to do half a year ago. However, when he truly began to refine medicinal pills, he discovered that he had a huge omission, and that was the earth fire used to refine medicinal pills. Refining ordinary medicinal pills such as the parasol pill, blood replenishing pill, and so on didn't require earth fire. It was possible to use some fire talismans to refine them successfully. However, marrow cleansing pill, clear ripple pill, and other medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation needed earth fire. Moreover, the alchemy furnace that Xiaohua obtained was so big. The saltpeter and 3 yang talismans that Xiaohua purchased weren't enough to warm the alchemy furnace, let alone refine medicinal pills. Of course, after Xiaohua discovered this problem, he was extremely depressed. But at the same time, he didn't stop studying alchemy as well as understanding this alchemical furnace. Fortunately, he was able to find the method to refine this alchemy furnace on the inner wall of the alchemy furnace. Moreover, he also knew the name of this alchemy furnace and the general method to use it. This cauldron was called the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern cauldron. The little bird on top of the cauldron looked like a vermilion bird, and the 5 openings around the cauldron were arranged according to the 5 elements. This 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace could refine high-level pills, but the prerequisite was that the furnace had to be refined first. Otherwise, it could only refine low-level pills. As for this low-level pill, it wasn't the low-level pill that Xiaohua had in mind. Although the introduction didn't go into detail, it did mention a high-level pill, the nascent soul pill, that was used by nascent soul stage cultivators. Then what was this low-level pill? Was there still a need to explain? This discovery also made Xiaohua's extremely depressed mood slightly better. After all, he had obtained a high-level item. Yes, although his cultivation was still very shallow now, and his spiritual power was a little bit short of the requirement to refine this alchemy furnace, the alchemy furnace was in his own space. Even if he didn't refine it, he couldn't refine pills. Others couldn't even see it, so it couldn't be said to be snatched by others. In addition to the basic cultivation method, the dragon transformation art that Xiaohua practiced seemed to have some progress. Why did he say it seemed? Because the dragon transformation art was used by the meridians to transform into dragons. Xiaohua hadn't found the key to it yet. He only felt that the dragon transformation art could be used, and there were no abnormalities in his meridians. As for where the progress of half a year of cultivation was, Xiaohua didn't know. Perhaps it was because the time was too short. Xiaohua stood up and walked away. Looking at the very tidy cave, he smiled and said to himself, "This cave is really not bad. I wonder which senior left it behind. Of course, it would be best if he left behind a cultivation method or something like that." However, according to what Kai Zhuoxia said, this cave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, isn't very abundant. It's also not an excellent place for cultivation. My cultivation speed is like a tortoise. I'm afraid it has something to do with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Seems, if I really want to find a place to cultivate for a long time, I should find a place with abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yes, in addition, it's best if there's earth fire. Soon after, Xiaohua pushed away the boulder blocking the cave and walked under the sunlight. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to enjoy the warmth of the sunlight for a while. Xiaohua then opened his eyes and looked at the clear blue sky. He secretly said, "It's already been more than half a year. This Kai Zhuoxia, why hasn't she sent me a message talisman?" Could it be that she has already given up? Or the other person hasn't been found? Yes, who is that person? Listening to what she said, it should be related to alchemy. Thinking that it was related to alchemy, Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred. If I can go with them, maybe I can get some information from that cultivator. Even if it's some information about earth fires, it would also be good, right? Previously, when Kai Zhuoxia invited Xiaohua, he didn't want to go no matter what and only wanted to build a cart behind closed doors. Now they didn't come looking for him, but he was thinking about it himself. However, it was already half a year later and Kai Zhuoxia still hadn't sent a message. If there were no accidents, she must have already gone. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and sighed slightly. After basking in the sun for a while, he also returned to the cave. The problem of medicinal pills must be solved. Clear breeze pills are suitable for third-layer qi refining cultivators. I must go to the exchange market and exchange for some. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the shabby praying mat and pondered. However, there really aren't many medicinal pills that can increase cultivation. I can only get them by bidding in the exchange market. Others can see the effect with just 1 or 2 pills, but I have to use dozens of pills. The exchange market is not a good place to go. I still have to think more about alchemy. Xiaohua himself also knew that being able to buy a large amount of marrow-cleansing pills and clear breeze pills from the Feng clan's exchange market was a lucky thing. He couldn't always come across them, so he could only place his hopes on alchemy. In the space behind his head there were actually many spiritual plants. At this time they were all several hundred years old and some were even close to 1,000 years old. However, even if he had these spiritual plants, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to exchange them for a suitable amount of medicinal pills. Moreover, if these scarce spiritual plants attracted disaster, wouldn't it be even more unprofitable? Oh, I forgot. The spiritual plants in my space are all very old. If I need to exchange them for spirit stones or do some other things, it really won't be easy to take them out. I still have to plan ahead. Xiaohua previously only wanted to use these spiritual plants for alchemy. He simply didn't think about exchanging them. Therefore, the spiritual plants in his space grew without being picked. Now that he thought about it, it was still somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he picked some of each spiritual plant. After a period of time, he would pick some more. This way, he would have spiritual plants of all ages, and it would be convenient to exchange them. What is this thing? When Xiaohua was sorting out and picking the spiritual plants, he naturally had to look at the rainbow cloud that had already been transplanted into the space. That ugly rainbow cloud was no longer as weak and small as before, it seemed to be overflowing with vitality. Moreover, the rainbow on top of the sphere had also become a lot bigger. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of the rainbow cloud was gradually revealing some strange runes. Those runes were faintly discernible and weren't particularly clear. As for what surprised Xiaohua, he discovered that on the stem of the rainbow cloud, there were actually 2 thumb-sized insect eggs. Where did these insect eggs come from? Xiaohua frowned as he tried to recall, but very quickly, Xiaohua understood that this egg must have been brought in with him when he transplanted the rainbow epiphyllum from Yunqi Marsh. Moreover, it must have been laid by the water-patterned butterfly that had attacked him. No wonder when I walked so close the water-patterned butterfly didn't attack. It seems that it was laying eggs. Moreover, when I took away the rainbow cloud, the water-patterned butterfly's crazy attack was also for these insect eggs. I was careless and actually caused its home to be destroyed. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh and cry. Forget it. Even if I go to Yunqi Marsh now, where will I find the mother of these 2 insect eggs? I can only treat them well and raise them as butterflies. Xiaohua secretly comforted himself. But at this moment he suddenly thought of something and was dumbstruck for a moment. Of course, it was precisely this question that lit up his mind like lightning. My space. How can I put living things in it? Xiaohua was completely dizzy. At this moment he also remembered that when he put the Ice Worm King's egg into the space in Nankaiping, he already faintly felt that something was wrong. This was because although the Ice Worm King's egg was damaged, it still had vitality and couldn't be casually placed in a storage bag. It was just that the situation that day was urgent, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, how did the space in his mind become a storage bag? But then Xiaohua didn't understand. The storage bag was specially used to store spirit beasts, such as Fei Qing from the spirit husbandry sect. Anything that wasn't a spirit beast couldn't be placed in it. In other words, things that could be placed in the storage bag couldn't be placed in the storage bag, and things that could be placed in the storage bag couldn't be placed in the storage bag. But why did this rule change when it came to me? Xiaohua was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Indeed, he didn't have much to think about. He didn't know the origin of this space at the back of his mind at all, so all kinds of strange things were normal. Another few days passed and Xiaohua's cultivation still didn't make much progress. He had no choice but to leave the cave abode again and prepare to make a trip to Jinghua City's E-City to try his luck and see if he could exchange for a clear breeze pill. Just as he flew into the air, there was a change in his mind. Didn't Kai Zhuoxiao leave me a message talisman? She didn't come to find me, so why can't I go find her? As he thought, he took out the summoning talisman and urged it with his transcendence energy. The summoning talisman flew into the air. However, the summoning talisman didn't fly too far. It only flew a few li to Xiaohua's left before stopping. Chapter 1399. In less time than it took to eat a meal, Kai Zhuoxiao flew over. Seeing Xiaohua's flabbergasted expression, Kai Zhuoxiao giggled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you're the only one allowed to advance to the middle stage of the third layer of the aura refining realm, but I can't also enter closed-door cultivation?" Xiaohua looked at Kai Zhuoxiao's peak fifth layer of the aura refining realm and said with a bitter smile, cough. I only thought fellow Taoist had already gone to the Sobbing Mountain range. I simply didn't expect fellow Taoist to be nearby. Could it be that fellow Taoist already picked some mother-child spirit fruit? What does fellow Taoist Xiao think? Kai Zhuoxiao didn't answer and instead asked a question. This? Xiaohua slightly frowned, but he immediately smiled and said, "If fellow Taoist Kai went to the Sobbing Mountain range, presumably you would have greeted I. Since I didn't receive any message from fellow Taoist Kai, presumably you still haven't gone to the Sobbing Mountain range, right?" Kai Zhuoxiao clapped her hands and said, "Worthy of being the fellow Taoist I think highly of. Fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist actually believes in I so much, this really makes I gratified." How could Xiaohua think so much? It was just that he saw Kai Zhuoxiao's cultivation increase, and, inside his jade bottle was a foundation-building pill. He reckoned Kai Zhuoxiao's jade bottle was about the same, so he casually asked. Just as Xiaohua smiled and wanted to say something, he suddenly froze and said involuntarily, "Fellow Taoist Kai, could it be? It took a foundation-building pill?" Hearing this, Kai Zhuoxiao slightly sighed. She neither nodded nor shook her head. She only raised her eyes to look at the clouds in the distance. After a long while she said, "I wanted to take it, but I know my cultivation level is too low. The medicinal power of this foundation-building pill is far from what a fifth layer of the aura refining realm can bear." Oh, Xiaohua nodded, but Kai Zhuoxiao immediately said, It can only take 20% of a foundation-building pill." 20%? Xiaohua said involuntarily, "Fellow Taoist Kai, still took it in the end. What will happen when you build your foundation in the future?" "Foundation?" Kai Zhuoxiao said self-mockingly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, how confident you are that you can cultivate I to build foundation." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This cultivation level was truly far away, so how could he know? 10%. Kai Zhuoxiao raised a finger and said without hesitation, "My Kai family's cultivation method only goes up to the 10th layer of qi refining. I have only cultivated up to the 5th layer and I have been stuck at the 5th layer for many years. If I can't break through in a few more years, then I will only be able to cultivate up to the 8th layer of qi refining. Furthermore, even if I were to reach the 10th layer of qi refining, I would still be unable to reach the 12th layer of qi refining by relying solely on the techniques of the Kai clan. Foundation establishment is nothing but a pipe dream. Rather than that, I might as well use the foundation establishment pill to increase my cultivation." Kai Zhuoxiao said in disappointment, "I believe that fellow Taoist Xiao also understands I's urgency to obtain the embryonic breathing pill, right?" Xiaohua was speechless and could only nod slightly. Compared to Kai Zhuoxiao, he was even more pitiful. Up until now, he only had a low-level cultivation method that could allow him to cultivate up to the 5th layer of qi refining. If Kai Zhuoxiao only had a 10% chance of reaching foundation establishment, then he himself didn't even have a 5% chance. No matter what, ever since I met fellow Taoist Xiao, I's good luck has been unceasing. Not only did I obtain the keepsake of Old Man Thousand-Zhong, I also escaped death on Thousand-Zhong Peak and obtained some foundation establishment pills. Presumably with fellow Taoist Xiao's company, that mother-child spirit fruit will also be easy to obtain. In the future when I reach foundation establishment, I will also have a lot more confidence." Kai Zhuoxiao said with a smile. "With fellow Taoist Kai's auspicious words, I also hope that everything will go smoothly and I will reach foundation establishment as soon as possible." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Alright, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come out of seclusion, then, let's go to Sobbing Meng Mountains together according to what we agreed on half a year ago?" Kai Zhuoxiao stared with her big eyes, looking forward to Xiaohua's answer. "I will listen to fellow Taoist Kai's arrangement." Kai Zhuoxiao was overjoyed and said with a smile, with fellow Taoist Zhao's help, this alphabet spirit fruit will certainly be easy to obtain. Immediately, under Kai Zhuoxiao's lead, the two of them flew towards the northwest. On the way, Xiaohua very casually asked about the other person that Kai Zhuoxiao wanted to invite. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, that person wasn't an alchemist like Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, he was the same as Kai Zhuoxiao, a disciple of a cultivator family. His name was Yan Liwei. Seeing Xiaohua's very strange expression, Kai Zhuoxiao finally told him the reason. As it turned out, although this Yan Liwei's cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the qi refining realm, he was the nephew of a foundation establishment alchemist from Xuanyan school. Kai Zhuoxiao wanted to use Yan Liwei's relationship to ask that alchemist from Xuanyan school to refine embryonic breathing pills for her. AI, so that's how it is. After he understood, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He didn't think that nepotism was so important in the cultivation world. It seemed that his idea of learning alchemy was going to fall through. After several days of continuous travel, they arrived at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. A large village appeared in front of the two of them. This is the Yan clan. Kai Zhuoxiao pointed at the continuous village and said, this is where the clansmen of the Yan clan who don't cultivate live. Their disciples who truly cultivate are all in the valley behind the village. It's said that the valley has a formation set up by a gold core senior. Ordinary people can't casually enter. After flying close to the village, Kai Zhuoxiao landed on the ground. There were already several young people who looked very capable coming up to greet her. Seeing that Kai Zhuoxiao was a female cultivator, a girl around 20 years old stepped out from the crowd and said in a soft and clear voice, I am Yan Feng. Greetings to the female immortal. May I know why the female immortal has come to visit my Yan clan? Kai Zhuoxiao nodded slightly and said, I am a disciple of Liang's Kai clan. Previously, I sent a letter to your honorable senior martial brother Yan Liwei. Now I've come as promised. So you're looking for martial uncle Yan. The girl Yan Feng looked at Kai Zhuoxiao several times and then looked at Xiaohua. She smiled and said, Martial uncle Kai, please follow disciple to the village and wait for a moment. Disciple will immediately send someone to invite martial uncle Yan. Thank you for your trouble. Kai Zhuoxiao nodded slightly and then saw the two young disciples quickly walk into the village. Yan Feng accompanied Kai Zhuoxiao as they slowly walked forward. When they arrived at the small pavilion in front of the village, Yan Feng took out some spirit fruits for Kai Zhuoxiao and Xiaohua to enjoy. She and the other disciples accompanied them. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a slightly frivolous voice sounded, "I, fellow Taoist Kai, I received your message and have been thinking about you day and night. I've always been looking forward to your arrival. Who would have thought that you would delay for half a year?" Xiaohua didn't turn around and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, this guy, is he a cultivator? But when he looked at Kai Zhuoxiao, he didn't see anything strange on her face. Presumably she didn't find this strange. He stood up from his chair and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Yan, I had some mundane matters to attend to and was delayed. Sorry for making you wait." Xiaohua also stood up and turned around to look. It was a cultivator dressed like a young master. He was holding something that looked like a folding fan in his hand and was swaying as he walked over. This cultivator's eyebrows were raised, his pair of peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, and his nose was tall. He looked very handsome. "This fellow Taoist is?" Yanli didn't return the greeting. His left hand lightly waved the folding fan and his peach blossom eyes looked at Xiaohua strangely as he asked Kai Zhuoxiao. "He fellow Taoist Yan, this is fellow Taoist Xiaohua. I invited him to help." Kai Zhuoxiao didn't reveal Xiaohua's background and vaguely said, "Help? With his cultivation?" Yanli curled his lips and said without any trace of politeness, "My Yan clan has plenty of disciples like him. If you want to help, I can grab a bunch of them. Why would I need him?" Fellow Taoist Kai, are you not at ease with I?" Kai Zhuoxiao quickly waved her hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Yan is a disciple of a famous clan. How can I not believe you? It's just that. I owe fellow Taoist Xiao a favor. I have no choice but to invite him. Consider it as returning the favor." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yan." Xiaohua understood and cupped his hands in greeting. "Fellow Taoist?" Yan snorted from his nose and sat next to the two. He said, "You're only at the 3rd level of qi refining. If you were in my Yen clan you should call me Martial Uncle. Even if you're outside my Yen clan you should still call me Senior. Fellow Taoist Yen." Kai Zhuoxiao was afraid Xiaohua would get angry, so she quickly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, our friendship is shallow. I hope fellow Taoist Yen can forgive me for calling you fellow Taoist." Hee, that's fellow Taoist Kai's friendship with him. What does it have to do with I? Yan picked up a spiritual fruit from the stone table and put it in his mouth. He said non-committally. Kai Zhuoxiao smiled bitterly and gave Xiaohua a meaningful look. It seemed she didn't want to make things difficult for Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He was very clear in his heart. If Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness faction saw this situation, wouldn't he have already beaten this guy black and blue? "I'm just asking for some embryonic breathing pill. There's no need to give Yan any face." Just as Xiaohua frowned and was about to speak, Yan opened his mouth again. He flipped his folding fan and pretended to be magnanimous. Forget it. I am also a disciple of a cultivation family. How can I lower myself to the same level as you, a little rogue cultivator?" Kai Zhuoxiao didn't explain Xiaohua's background, but Yan Liwei seemed to understand. Then he said to Kai Zhuoxiao, "Half a year ago fellow Taoist Kai told this poor Taoist about this matter. This poor Taoist has already considered it. If we go together fellow Taoist Kai will have to give this poor Taoist 70% of the pills." "What? 70%? Kai Zhuoxiao didn't wait for Yan Liwei to finish speaking and said in surprise, "Didn't I say 50%? At that time didn't fellow Taoist Yan also not object?" Yan Liwei seemed to have already expected Kai Zhuoxiao's surprise. He didn't panic at all. He lightly waved his folding fan and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Kai, think about it. You just told me the whereabouts of that thing and I still have to accompany you. I also have to take the risk to pick it. After picking it, I still have to beg the elders of my sect to refine it. From beginning to end, fellow Taoist Kai is only leading the way. I still have to take care of fellow Taoist safety. Is it 50%? Is it appropriate? Of course, if fellow Taoist Kai is willing to dual cultivate with I, then I naturally won't bicker with fellow Taoist so much. Dual cultivate. Xiaohua was very happy. He thought of the dual cultivation technique in his space, and also thought of Li Zongbao's furious appearance. Chapter 1400. Kai Zhuoxiao's face was slightly red, but she wasn't angry at all. She looked at Xiaohua helplessly, then turned around and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to give 20% to fellow Taoist Xiao, but fellow Taoist Yan's method of distribution, how can I deal with myself? Isn't this good? Fellow Taoist Kai and I are of one mind, isn't this 30% exactly what fellow Taoist Kai wants?" Yan Liwei laughed and pointed his fan at Xiaohua. "This guy is a burden, why are you bringing him along? Even if you want to return his favor you can just give him 1 or 2 pills later. Besides, with his cultivation, there's no reason to waste pills." Xiaohua's expression changed and Kai Zhuoxiao hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Yan, you can say that, but isn't fellow Taoist Yan taking a bit too much? I put in the most effort so I naturally take more. If fellow Taoist Kai isn't willing we can go our separate ways." Yan Liwei said without hesitation as if he knew Kai Zhuoxiao wouldn't leave in a huff. Sure enough, Kai Zhuoxiao clenched her teeth, pondered for a moment and said to Xiaohua with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, it seems I can't fulfill what I promised you before. Fellow Taoist thinks it's not worth it, it's not too late to withdraw now." Kai Zhuoxiao didn't tell Xiaohua about the split before, but the information about the mother-child spirit fruit was obtained from the things Xiaohua gave her. Since she didn't say anything, it should be the two of them splitting it equally. Now Kai Zhuoxiao was willing to split it equally with him. It was only about 10% of the dan, but it was still far from what he thought before. But Xiaohua looked at Kai Zhuoxiao's appearance, then looked at Yan Liwei and his heart was clear. Kai Zhuoxiao pulled him first to return his favor, second to pull him in as a helper. What she had to resist was precisely this Yan Liwei. If he withdrew, Kai Zhuoxia would be in an absolute disadvantage. But if she didn't find Yen Liwei, how could she find an alchemist who could refine pills? Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Ice cultivation is shallow, I'm afraid 1 or 2 pills will be enough. If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't mind, I'm still willing to take a trip. Kai Zhuoxia's face was filled with joy, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. She smiled and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao, for helping me. Help? Li Yanwei sneered, I am the one helping. Forget it, forget it. It's between the two of you. It has nothing to do with I. Yen Liwei stood up and said, If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't object to I's suggestion, let's make a vow. All right, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Yan's arrangements. Kai Zhuoxiao nodded deeply. Thus the two of them clapped their hands and made an oath. Shortly after they said sternly, Fellow Taoist Kai, please wait for a moment. I's things will follow you immediately. Yen Wei left for the time it took to finish a meal before he returned with a storage pouch hanging from his waist. He smiled and said, Let's go, fellow Taoist Kai. Let's go quickly and return quickly. My martial uncle Yen might come to the Yen clan in a month or so. If we can take advantage of that time to find him, I'm afraid we have a 70% chance of success. Kai Zhuoxiao beamed with joy and said with a smile, That's great. That place. We should be able to return within a month or so. Return within a month or so. Yen Liwei's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, I'll have to ask fellow Taoist Kai to lead the way. Soon after, the three of them flew into the air. Kai Zhuoxiao accompanied Yen Liwei and led the way. Xiaohua silently followed behind them, secretly putting some distance between them. But this Xiaohua actually has some real skills. A 3rd-layer aura refining cultivator can actually catch up with a 5th-layer aura refining cultivator. Yen Liwei was originally disdainful of Xiaohua, but when he saw that Xiaohua's flying speed wasn't slow, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although he wanted to test it out, Kai Zhuoxia didn't fly fast at all. Yen Liwei pondered for a moment and eventually gave up. After flying like this for several days, Xiaohua faintly felt that something was wrong because the direction they were flying in seemed to be different from the direction Kai Zhuoxia told Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua couldn't distinguish the specific direction, he had a general idea. Sure enough, after another day when Kai Zhuoxia suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction, Yen Liwei's expression slightly changed. He asked with extreme displeasure, Fellow Taoist Kai, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you don't trust one? Of course not. In this country of Shi, if I can't even trust fellow Taoist Yen, who else can? Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile, however, this trip is really important to I, so I have no choice but to be a bit more cautious. Piske, isn't it just embryonic breathing pills? My martial uncle Yen has plenty of them. Who would be greedy for your few? Yen Liwei said disdainfully. Kai Zhuoxia smiled but didn't say anything. The three of them flew for an entire day. When the sky gradually darkened, they found a cave where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was slightly denser. Each of them took a cave and prepared to adjust their breathing and rest. Yen Liwei was different from the previous few days. He patted his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans from within. Urging his transcendence energy, the yellow talismans all turned into green and lustrous balls of light and sank into various parts of the cave. Then he made a few more at the entrance of the cave. Finally, he took a slightly larger yellow talisman and steadily entered the cave. Looking at Yen Liwei's somewhat strange behavior, Xiaohua asked in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Kai, this fellow Taoist Yen, what is he doing? It seems to be similar to a warning talisman. And fellow Taoist Xiao is right. This is a special formation talisman. Its function is extremely different from a warning talisman. The warning talisman only serves as a warning, but this formation talisman is used to set up a formation. Looking at fellow Taoist Yan's appearance, it seems that he has set up formation talismans all around the cave. The cave is enveloped by his formation talismans, and no external objects can enter. Strange, why didn't he take it out a few days ago? Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. Kai Zhuoxia slightly shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's because we're about to reach the Sobbing Mountain range. Xiaohua disagreed, but he also couldn't think of any other reason. Thus he returned to the nearby cave. Xiaohua was very simple. He directly used several large rocks to block the entrance of the cave. Xiaohua practiced a series of basic cultivation techniques and spells. He also practiced that indescribable incantation for a while. Xiaohua had been practicing this indescribable incantation for more than half a year. He himself couldn't tell what specific effects it had. He only felt that his ears and eyes were somewhat clear, and his spirit was extremely good. If it was another cultivator, wouldn't they have already given up? Xiaohua didn't have too many cultivation techniques to practice. Since he felt that it was useful, he persevered and practiced it. Just as Xiaohua was reciting the incantation, he suddenly entered a very strange state. It was as if his eyes and ears could leave his body. He could perceive everything inside and outside the cave. Of course, this kind of perception was vague and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Divine sense. Xiaohua's heart stirred. His first reaction was that he had divine sense. However, he immediately shook his head inwardly. That divine sense should be able to see things outside the cave. I can only sense things, but I can't clearly see them. It's still far from the legendary divine sense. At this moment, there was an extremely slight movement outside the cave. Xiaohua immediately sensed it. Thus Xiaohua stood up and walked to the cave entrance. He looked outside through a crack in the mountain rock. It was already night. The moon didn't show its head. The entire outside was pitch black. But in the pitch black distance, he could faintly see a figure slowly flying away. Isn't this Yan Shenwei? Why is he going out? Xiaohua thought and wanted to push the mountain rock away. But when his palm touched the mountain rock, he changed his mind. He brushed his hand and took out an earth escape talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and urged his magic power. A familiar feeling appeared again. His body sank into the ground. Following the direction of Yan Shenwei's vital energy, Xiaohua hit on the ground and slowly searched. Yan Shenwei quietly flew in the air until he was about 1 mile away. Then he stopped. He looked left and right and didn't find anything unusual. He walked to a big tree and stretched out his hand. After drawing a strange mark on the big tree, he took out a yellow talisman. He opened his mouth and said a few words on the yellow talisman. Then he placed the yellow talisman in a small hole in the tree. Then he looked left and right again and quietly flew back. After he disappeared for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's figure slowly rose from the ground. Xiaohua looked at the direction Yan Shenwei disappeared and then looked at the place where Yan Shenwei was standing. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy, what is he trying to do? No matter if it's the mother-child spirit fruit or the embryonic breathing pill, he has 70% of them. Is there a need for him to do anything? The night was extremely dark and Xiaohua was underground, so he didn't see what Yan Ganwei was doing. Xiaohua looked around the big tree and then wandered around for a while but didn't find any clues. He couldn't help but wonder, this guy, what is he doing here? Maybe, if I wait here I can find something? Xiaohua thought. He hid his body well and waited to see who would come here. However, after waiting for almost a night, he didn't see anyone coming. Xiaohua looked at the bright sky in the east and then went back into the cave. Although he didn't find anything, how could Yan Shenwei suddenly come out from the cave in the middle of the night for no reason? Something is unusual, it must be a demon. When the three of them moved, Xiaohua wanted to find a chance to explain to Kai Zhuoxiao. However, Yan Shenwei and Kai Zhuoxiao were flying in front of him. Xiaohua didn't have a chance to explain. In the next few days, Yan Shenwei didn't go out at night. Instead, he was very quiet. Yan Shenwei didn't have any unusual behavior. Xiaohua didn't want to tell Kai Zhuoxiao anymore. He couldn't figure out, what was Yan Shenwei's purpose? Or maybe this guy just got up to relieve himself? However, just when Xiaohua was hesitating, something happened again. Similarly, Kai Zhuoxiao also changed her direction. Yan Shenwei's face was like frost. Only this time, Yan Shenwei didn't say anything. He just looked coldly and was extremely silent. Kai Zhuoxiao originally wanted to explain, but looking at Yan Shenwei's expression, she didn't want to explain. However, at night, Xiaohua stared at the cave where Yan Shenwei was resting for a long time and didn't see him come out. Chapter 1401. Maybe. I've really wronged him. As Xiaohua thought about this, he sat down cross-legged and calmly cultivated the nameless chant. However, when he entered a meditative state, all the movements in his surroundings were reflected in his mind. He suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual energy about 10 feet in front of his cave. Those fluctuations gradually moved further and further away. Ah? Xiaohua opened his eyes. He also realized that he had an earth escape talisman. Yan Yanwei naturally had one too. He was definitely escaping far away. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then came out of the cave. He walked in front of Kai Zhuoxiao's cave and called out softly, "Fellow Taoist Kai." After a moment he heard Kai Zhuoxiao reply from inside, "Fellow Taoist Xiao? Do you need something?" Looking at Kai Zhuoxiao's appearance, her expression was somewhat gloomy and her eyes were slightly red. She didn't look like she was cultivating at all. Xiaohua was stunned, but then he acted as if he hadn't seen anything. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, fellow Taoist Yen, isn't in the cave. If he isn't, then he isn't. What does that have to do with anything?" Kai Zhuoxiao thought Xiaohua would say something important, but when she heard this her face became slightly unhappy. "It's like this, fellow Taoist Kai. Last time when you changed directions, fellow Taoist Yen went out and happened to be seen by I. However, I followed him and didn't see anything. So I didn't tell fellow Taoist. Now that fellow Taoist just changed directions, fellow Taoist Yen actually went out again. I feel that there's definitely something fishy going on." Is that so? Hearing Xiaohua say that he saw Yan Yanwei go out twice in a row, and both times happened after she changed directions, Kai Zhuoxiao couldn't help but become vigilant. But then she said doubtfully, "Fellow Taoist Xiao. I was also cultivating in the cave. How could I not notice? Moreover, fellow Taoist Yen is inside the talisman. If he went out." Kai Zhuoxiao didn't suspect Xiaohua, but she didn't understand how he knew. Xiaohua said with a smile, "The first time was when I casually looked outside the cave during a break in cultivation and discovered fellow Taoist Yan's whereabouts. Just now, of course, I paid special attention." Then he pointed at the cave and said, "If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't believe me, why don't you go over and shout?" And Kai Zhuoxiao trusted Xiaohua very much. She walked to the front of the cave where Yan Liwei was and called out a few times, but there wasn't any sound from inside the cave. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Zhuoxiao sighed and shook her head slightly. "I don't understand. He has already taken 70% of the mother-child spirit fruit. What else does he want? I don't understand this either, but he definitely had a premeditated plan. Fellow Taoist Kai, it's better for you to make plans early." Xiaohua saw that his goal had been achieved, so he cupped his hands in salute and turned around to leave. "By the way, fellow Taoist Xiao, I remember that the first time I changed directions, there was no moon on that night, right? It was such a dark night, but fellow Taoist was actually able to see clearly?" Kai Zhuoxiao suddenly asked. This. Xiaohua stared blankly. Soon after he said, "It's normal for cultivators to be able to see with their eyes, right? Yan Yanwei is a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. How can he walk like a normal person?" Kai Zhuoxiao pursed her lips and laughed. "Besides, the full moon is overhead today. He shouldn't fly out of the cave, right?" Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed and he flew back into his cave. Upon seeing this, Kai Zhuoxiao knew that Yan Yanwei had returned. She didn't ask any more questions and hurriedly flew back into the cave. After returning to the cave, Kai Zhuoxiao didn't do anything. She only focused her attention on the outside of the cave, wanting to see Yan Yanwei's movements. But after listening for the time it took to eat a meal, the outside was quiet without the slightest sound. Ah! This Xiaohua is Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't entered the sect yet? In the end, Kai Zhuoxiao sighed and rubbed her eyes that had long since become dry from crying. She forced herself to calm down and cultivate. At daybreak the next day, Kai Zhuoxiao saw Yan Yanwei and smiled as usual. "Fellow Taoist Yen, did you rest well last night?" Because he was used to asking about it every day, Yan Yanwei didn't have the slightest doubt. He shook his head and said, "Last night I worked hard in the cave for an entire night. My cultivation didn't advance an inch. To be honest, if it wasn't for this, I might not have been able to come to fellow Taoist Kai's matter regarding the mother-child spirit fruit." And that's good. I also encountered the same bottleneck as fellow Taoist. I hope that this time the search for the spirit fruit will go smoothly. Kai Zhuoxiao nodded. In the next few days, Kai Zhuoxiao didn't change her direction, and Yan Yanwei also didn't have any abnormal behavior. Xiaohua also paid more attention to the nameless mnemonic chant while cultivating. On this day he saw a vast expanse of green in his field of vision. That green was like a green cloud accumulating in the distance, making people feel a kind of earth-shattering freshness from the bottom of their hearts. Sobbing Ming Mountains? Yan Yanwei saw and couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and asked, "Is the mother-child spirit fruit here?" Kai Zhuoxiao smiled and said, "It is here." "It can't be. My family's senior came to Sobbing Ming Mountains many times before and never saw the mother-child spirit fruit. Moreover, Xuanyan School also has disciples who are training here, and I've never heard them mention it." Yan Yanwei didn't believe it too much. If anyone can know about it, then wouldn't this information be worthless? Kai Zhuoxiao said mysteriously. "And then please lead the way, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua saw that Kai Zhuoxiao still led Yan Yanwei to Sobbing Ming Mountains and wasn't surprised. He didn't believe that Kai Zhuoxiao, knowing that there was a problem with Yan Yanwei, would still give him the mother-child spirit fruit. As expected, the three of them flew for more than half a day. When night fell, they arrived at a hidden mountain stream. The mountain stream gurgled and flowed out from a crack in the mountain wall. The surroundings of the stream were lush and verdant. Countless thriving weeds, brambles and shrubs grew. In addition, there were also many vines growing out from the mountain wall. They flew through the air and hung on the thick trees in the surroundings. This place. Yan Yanwei saw that Kai Zhuoxiao found a hidden place and was originally somewhat happy. But looking at the surrounding situation, this wasn't a place where the spirit fruit grew? "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment," Kai Zhuoxiao said to Yan Yanwei with a smile. She turned and walked in front of a stone wall. Just as Kai Zhuoxiao turned around, she inadvertently glanced at Xiaohua from the corner of her eyes. Xiaohua also blinked his eyes, indicating that he understood. He also inadvertently crossed his hands behind his head with a relaxed appearance. Kai Zhuoxiao faced the stone wall and held her breath for a moment. She formed a seal in her hand and urged her magic power to hit the stone wall. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Kai Zhuoxiao didn't know how many seals she had hit on the stone wall, but that stone wall didn't have any reaction at all. Seeing Kai Zhuoxiao's performance so hard, Xiaohua laughed until his belly split open. But Yan Yanwei, who was at the side, frowned tightly. When Kai Zhuoxiao's forehead was covered in sweat and she retreated, Yan Yanwei quickly stepped forward and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kai, what's going on?" "Cough cough, fellow Taoist Yan. I also don't know what's going on. It's obviously here, but that seal, it doesn't work." Kai Zhuoxiao panted slightly and smiled apologetically. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The place is right and the seal is also right. I can't open it for no reason. Wait for I to rest for a while, then I'll try again." Yan Yanwei's face changed slightly, but he endured it and nodded. "I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Kai." Kai Zhuoxiao rested for a moment, then stepped forward again and hit the blank stone wall with a series of seals. But the result was naturally to no avail. When Kai Zhuoxiao turned around dejectedly, Yan Yanwei's face was gloomy and uncertain. "Fellow Taoist Yan. I'm really sorry. I really didn't expect that the information was actually fake. I've made fellow Taoist Yan come here in vain." Yan Yanwei stared into Kai Zhuoxiao's eyes and Kai Zhuoxiao still didn't fear him. After a long while, Yan Yanwei sneered and said, "Since it's like this, can fellow Taoist Kai show me the jade slip or book that recorded this information? Perhaps we can find the real place by brainstorming together." "I can't agree to fellow Taoist Yan's request." Kai Zhuoxiao's face changed slightly and she smiled apologetically. "I've already looked at this thing no less than 10 times. The place and the seal are absolutely correct. Fellow Taoist Yan, please believe in I. I believe in you, but I don't believe in this place." Yan Yanwei suddenly became angry. He slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman. Kai Zhuoxiao and Xiaohua were greatly alarmed. They both retreated half a step, but their hands weren't slow either. He looked left and right, but other than a few unlicensed taxi drivers, there was no one else. Third Tanhua very decisively dialed 999, but before 999 arrived, the woman started to wobble again. Third Tanhua advised her to sit on the ground and rest while waiting for the ambulance, but the woman's face was blank. Moreover, she continued to walk crookedly towards the entrance of the district. Most importantly, one of the woman's handbags was thrown on the ground. She simply didn't know about it. Third Tanhua wanted the unlicensed taxi driver next to him to help look after the handbag, but the driver waved his hand and didn't say a word. Third Tanhua was helpless. He could only carry the handbag and chase after the woman. Fortunately, just as the woman left the district, she sat on the ground again and the ambulance arrived. Third Tanhua hurriedly placed the handbag next to the woman and told the ambulance what happened. He even asked the district security guard next to him to call 110 and he left. Third Tanhua's heart still had lingering fear. He didn't know if the woman's handbag had a problem, and if she would blame it on him. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.